If you start your business the way most people do, you'll probably fail. Not because you're lazy, not because you're stupid, not because your idea is shit, but because almost everyone makes the same avoidable mistakes at the beginning. If you've got a business idea or you're serious about starting a proper business, well, this video is for you. Over the last 20 years, I've built 15 separate 7- and 8-figure businesses, all from scratch. We've done over £100 million in sales, and we've helped over 100,000 entrepreneurs here in the UK to build and grow their own businesses. And in this video, I'm going to take all that knowledge, all that experience, and I'm going to share the exact step-by-step process that you can follow to turn your idea into a profitable business. This isn't theory, it isn't motivation, this is execution. My team and I know what works, we know what doesn't work, and we know the precise moments where people get stuck, where people lose momentum, the things that people never recover from. And over the next few hours, you're going to learn the proven, foolproof system for turning an idea into something real. Real customers paying you real money. I've got a proven blueprint that tells you what matters, what doesn't, and what to do next. This is the stuff that nobody ever teaches you. Start with this, then do that, then do this. The entire journey from startup idea to proper business, so you can avoid the mistakes that cripple and crush most people who embark on this perilous entrepreneurial journey. My name's Nigel Bottrell. I'm the founder of Entrepreneur Circle, and you are most welcome to the most complete, most comprehensive course that has ever been built on how to set up and run your own successful small business. The program's split into 6 sections. So the first part we're going to talk through straight away now is about how you think as an entrepreneur. And I'll explain why that's critically important in a moment when we get into it. But it absolutely is. Your success, so much of it is going to be defined by what goes on in your head. Once we've covered that, we're going to then look at the things that you actually do, the activities, the actions, how you're going to spend your time. And crucially, I'm going to give you a list of things that you must not do, not in these early stages of your business. There are so many things that hold people back, cost them a fortune, delay their success for such a long time. I'm going to list those out so you know what to avoid and what you must not do. Then we're going to dive into what we call your business model. This is essentially your business. It's just like what you're going to sell, how you're going to price it, how's the money going to flow so that the business becomes sustainable. All right, pricing will play a part of that as well, but there are some key numbers that you have to know. As I'll explain when we get there, business is a numbers game. You can't be successful, not over the medium and long term, without understanding a small amount of numbers, and I'm going to go through them properly, and you'll understand all that when we get into part 3. Part 4 gets exciting. We start selling what you've got. We take it to market. You start to get customers, and I've got some really simple, straightforward initiatives and methods here that will enable you to get traction and get your business moving quickly. Then in part 5, we're going to talk about looking after your customers. So many startup entrepreneurs don't realize, how significant, your reputation in business is, and how the things you do early on can have a dramatic impact on that reputation that you build as someone that can be trusted and, recommended, or someone that actually, there's a few question marks, and you've got to get in the right place because it makes a massive difference to your long-term success. So I'm going to talk through that in quite a bit of detail as well. And then the final part, then you've got your business by step 5 here. Your business is up and running. You've got real customers. You're banking real money. What you've then got to say, well, what happens next? How then are you going to develop and grow this business? Where's it going to go once it's up and running? So effectively, we're taking you from like the birth of the business. The business has been conceived. That's your bit. You're bringing the idea. The business is born. And then what we're going to do is get you to a stage where you are able to walk and move and feed yourself. You've got a real business. And that's what this course is going to do. And it's going to equip you better than anything else around the place. Now, just quickly, the team and I have worked very hard on putting this full course together for you. And to help make it as useful as possible, we've also compiled a full workbook for you. It includes all the slides, all the accompanying handouts, the cheat sheets, the templates, and quite a bit more. So if you're serious about starting your own business, click the link in the description, download the workbook, and then as we go, you'll see little banners appear to show you what section of the workbook we're on to keep you on track. Grab the workbook below, it's completely free, then we can get cracking. This course started, it was incepted as a result of a TV program. Back in the summer of 2025, I was invited to participate in a program called Rich House, Poor House, which goes out on Channel 5. If you're interested, you can watch my episode when my wife and Sue and I, we swapped lives for a week with a family in Lincoln. It's series 12, episode 1 is the episode that I'm featured in. And as a result of our participation in that program, we met this family, I say from Lincoln. Becky and Damo were the couple. They had 2 children. And at the end of the program, spoiler alert here incoming, what you'll see is that we set Damo up in business. We helped him to get started as a car valeter. This is the van that we helped Damo. We provided the van for him. Damo's Diamond Detailing. That's the great man himself there. And we set Damo up in business. And it had a very, very profound effect on that family's lives. When we met them, that they were living on £30 a week for food for a family of 4. I mean, that is like £7.50 per person for a week. You know, literally £1.10 a day each. It was ridiculous. And within 4 months of us meeting Damo and getting him set up in business, Damo now takes £4,500 a month from his car valeting business. He's given up his job. And the family have got a future, the likes of which they never, ever dared conceive before. It made such a dramatic difference to their lives. And it also affected my life very significantly as well. You see, for the previous 20 years, I'd set up lots of businesses myself, but I'd also worked with many other business owners as part of Entrepreneur Circle. And but they were all existing business owners. We'd done nothing until we met Damo to help start up businesses. And that's where this course has kind of come from. Now, my business, as I said, already started a long time ago now. The Entrepreneur Circle, which is the biggest part of my business now, was started in 2010. Entrepreneur Circle does about £12 million a year. It's quite a big business. We've got lots of staff, and we've helped well over 80,000 business owners to meaningfully grow their sales and profits. Meaningfully grow, I mean significant differences to people's sales and profits, but they were all established businesses when we started work with them. And we know a lot of stuff because over the last 20 years, I've built with my team from scratch 15 separate £1 million plus businesses. So 15 businesses that have all done over £1 million a year. And we built them all from scratch, all right here in the UK, because I am an entrepreneur just like you want to be. That means I've had more than my fair share of sleepless nights, worrying about the cash flow and the tax bill and the overheads and, oh God, the staff. But I've also had quite a lot of champagne popping moments as well. We've won quite a lot of awards, including some of the most prestigious awards that are available to UK business. And I've also got to work with most of the kind of well-known kind of celebrity entrepreneurs in this country. This was a photograph that was taken of me with Sir Richard Branson. That was taken in Jamaica, where he invited me out to help him with the launch of the Branson Centre for Entrepreneurship in the Caribbean, which is a fabulous institution. And listen, I've written lots of books as well. I say lots, 4 books in total. My first book, and certainly the biggest seller, was called Botty's Rules. That was published a few years ago now. Became a top 11 bestseller on the Sunday Times list. There's a long story as to why we got to number 11, not number 10, but that's for another day. What you need to know is that I spend my entire life, have done for many, many years now, working with thousands, many thousands of small businesses. And as a result of that, I have learned what works and what holds people back. And you are going to be the big, big beneficiary of that throughout this course, because I know what enables startup businesses to flourish and thrive quickly. And I know the things that owners do that completely cock up their potential and slow them down massively as well. Here at Entrepreneur Circle, we are unquestionably the real deal. Go and check out any of our reviews online, on Trustpilot, on Google. There are thousands of them, and you'll see that we are absolutely the real deal. This is our offices here. We're based in Solihull, quite close to the NEC in Birmingham, just off junction 4 of the M42. And there's over 70 staff on payroll now. We're quite a large organisation, and we bring lots of entrepreneurs into our offices. I'm filming this in our studio. Our training centre is kind of 30 yards that way in the same building. This is one of our main training rooms here. It's the breakout space that you've got there. So we work with a lot of business owners. We know the stuff that will help you to flourish and thrive. And I'm going to share it all with you. One final little point here. For the last couple of years, we've been the winner of the Sunday Times Best Places to Work award, which we're pretty proud of, and it's helped our team to become, even more qualified and better at the work that we do, working with so many business owners. Fundamentally, what I'm going to do now is distill what essentially is 23 years of experience and knowledge of starting and building very successful businesses, and I'm going to share it all with you. So I hope that makes sense. You understand why you're here. Let's get stuck in. As I said before, this is the structure we're going to follow, and we're going to dive straight in to part number 1, how you think. Now, when it comes to thinking, this is a glamorous photograph, isn't it? There's the this is critical here, because how you think is the foundation of your business success. All right, hence the photograph here of all these foundations. They look pretty solid foundations to me, and I'm going to get your thinking right and accurate, so you are going to have solid foundations on which to build your business success. Because here's a few things you need to know about the reality of life as a business owner. And you might not have thought of this before, but what I'm about to share with you, I promise you, is accurate. It's 100% true, and it will give you, I'm sure, pause for thought. It should give you pause for thought, because you need to understand this. So this little pyramid here it could be any group of business owners. It could be all florists in the UK, say, or it could be every business in Bristol. It doesn't matter what the group is. The analysis I'm going to share with you absolutely holds true in whatever the situation is. So at the top of the tree in any group of businesses, you've got the top 1% who are super successful. They're absolutely loving life, doing fantastically well. There's 4% just underneath them that are also doing great, and there's 15% that are getting there. All right, now, any of those segments up there will be a great place for you to aspire to as a startup entrepreneur. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we could get to this top part of the pyramid? And you absolutely can. And the things I'm going to share with you are going to help you to get that top part of the pyramid. But to get there, you're going to have to swim past the people in the bottom part of the pyramid. And the bottom part of the pyramid is really interesting. So what you find, any group of businesses, is that you've got at any one time, there's 60% of them who are just getting by. What I mean by getting by is they're meeting payroll, they're paying their bills, the VAT bill when it comes every quarter, they manage to get it paid, but it's always a struggle. And this is the truth for so many people in business. I'm saying 60% of businesses are getting by. There's 20% at any one time who are broke, who are on the cusp of going out of business because their business isn't generating cash. And broadly speaking, those 5 sections 1% super successful, 4% doing great, 15% are getting there, 60% are getting by, 20% at any one time are broke. And once you accept that analysis, and I promise you it is 100% accurate, once you accept that analysis, it leads you to an inescapable conclusion. You see, that 1, 4, 15, 60 and 20 forces you to accept that most people in business are wrong about everything. I need you to understand this properly. It's all about how you think, because you see, most people in business are either getting by or really struggling. 80% of business owners are in these two big segments here. They're either getting by or they're struggling. And that was never the plan, was it? No one ever set out in business, took the leap, I'm going to do my own thing. And one day, if I work hard and I put everything into it, one day, with a little teeny bit of luck, I'll be able to get by or struggle. Yet that's where 80% of business owners actually are. Only 20% in these top echelons here, the 15, the 4 and the 1. What it means is most business people are wrong about everything, and that wrong starts with how they think. That's why this section is so important for us. Before you embark on your journey as an entrepreneur, I need you to recognize that you are in control of what happens to your business. I want you to understand that it's all on you where you end up in that pyramid. In the beginning, you're going to start towards the bottom part of the pyramid. You know, hopefully you're not coming into this completely broke, but there's some making an assumption that you're not, wallowing around, with bucket loads of cash. You need this business to work. And if that's the case, the first important thing you need to recognize is that you are in control of what happens to your business. I mentioned that we have this training center just like literally 20 yards away. And in the breakout area where we feed people and they chill in between their sessions, there's this huge graphic on the wall that you can see here. It's like 37 feet long is this graphic. It's enormous. And it says it's all your fault. As a business owner, you are 100% responsible for where your business ends up. And there's no one for whom that phrase, that sentence has applied more than you right now. And that's might be a teeny bit scary, but it's also, for most entrepreneurs, quite liberating. But you need to understand that you're in control of what's going to happen to your business and that where you end up is on you. That's the first key part of how you're going to think properly, because you're going to be very mindful of the golden rule of business. The golden rule of business. Yeah, that golden rule. The golden rule that says it's not what you know, it's what you do that counts. There are lots of people running businesses that know a lot of stuff. But lots of those people are not very good at actually executing the stuff that they know. That's what keeps people mired in the bottom 60 and 20%. They know things, but they're less good at doing them. The second key part here for how you think is to understand the truth of this statement. The truth that for you to succeed as an entrepreneur, for you to breathe proper life into your small business, you need to be absolutely laser focused on what you actually do. It's why one of the 6 parts of this course is all about what you do. And this recognition in your head, that's what I do. It's not what I know. Knowing stuff will not make you money. Knowing stuff will not get you customers. Knowing stuff does not get you to where you want to be. Doing the right things in the right way, that's what gets you to where you want to be. And I promise you, if you were to go and look at any group of business owners that's spread in that triangle there, the 1, the 4, the 15, the people at the top of the pyramid, the people that are super successful, doing great, or getting there, the difference between those people and the people stuck in the 60 and the 20 is how they think and what they do. And that's why I've structured this program in this way, because it's critically important. And I need you to understand these foundations before we dive into the practical stuff. I hope that's making sense and you're starting to understand it fully and properly. Now you'll find, again, all sorts of checklists and templates, as I've said, in the workbook for this course, which you can download by clicking the button or the link that you see on the screen right now. And part of you recognize that you're in control is your deep understanding that your success as a business owner is not a lottery. It is not down to luck. Okay, it's not like playing cards in Las Vegas or you're on that roulette wheel. There's cause and effect to success in business. And the beautiful thing about it is that the business owner, that'd be you, you're in control. All right, and the, again, really lovely thing as well, which I'm going to help you to understand as a result of this course, is that when you're starting out in business, which is the situation that I'm making this that you're in, you're just literally about to start, your successful business. And when you're at that phase, you only have 2 jobs. You have 2 things to do to get your business moving. Now, I'll explain to you what those 2 things are in a little while, but there's only 2 things for you to focus on and think about. Only 2. Cannot make it any easier, but what happens to so many people and what condemns them to a life at the bottom of the pyramid is that they try and do 102 things or even 22 things, and everything apart from the 2 that really matter, well, they don't matter. And in this early embryonic stages of your business life, doing anything else other than the 2 things can be fatal to the success of your business. Now, we're going to develop this whole thinking piece a little bit more now. And if you were to go and look at what the Office for National Statistics says about how successful new businesses are likely to become, what you'll find is that less than 3% of businesses, so less than 3 in 100 businesses, ever get to £1 million of turnover. So turnover is the sales of the business. That's not the profit, that's the turnover before any costs have to be deducted. All right, so it's £1 million of turnover. Only 3 in 100 businesses ever get to that level. All right, that's, you break it down, £1 million, £83,500 a month is what's coming through there. And that can be quite a sobering thought that those numbers are quite so low. 3% doesn't sound very much, does it? But there's a great myth about what it takes to build a super successful business, a business that's at the top end of that pyramid. And I promise you, I'm here to tell you that actually building a business to one that's super successful at the top of the pyramid, it's not that difficult. I promise you. All right, it's not that difficult, and it doesn't depend on luck, as I mentioned a moment or 2 ago. You see, what happens when people start out a business is that most people do not identify and think through and write down and organize all the thinking and the actions and the behaviors that must be made congruent. They've all got to be aligned and working together to build a super successful business. But when you do identify and think through and write down and organize all the thinking, actions and behaviors that make a successful business, well, it becomes a successful business. It's just that people skip bits or forget about things or don't know about things. But either way, they leave big holes. And that's the reason why they find achieving the goal of a big business really quite difficult. Now, just to be clear, this course doesn't contain everything you need to build £1 million business, but it does contain everything you need to get your business started properly, so you've laid the right foundations on which you absolutely can build £1 million business if that's what you want to do. Now, I'm not pretending at this point that success in business is all about money, because it's not. many successful entrepreneurs, what they get and the richness that they get from their business has to do with many other factors. Often it's about the flexibility they have to be in proper control of their own lives. Lots of business owners are doing things that they're really passionate about and care about. They're making a difference in this world. You know, there's a sense of purpose and worthiness that employed people just never get. So success isn't all about money, but money and wealth is the ability to fully experience life because it gives you choices, okay? And people that run successful businesses are way better placed than the rest of the population to exploit the fullness of life in the way that they want to do so. And that's why it matters there. But it's not all about money at all. Now, if you're looking at making the transition from being, you know, and it depends where you're at this point, some people come into their own businesses having never had a job. They've never worked for anybody else. Majority of people come into business having had at least 1 or 2 jobs of their own. And so I want to just address some of the fundamental differences between being an employee working for somebody else and being an entrepreneur, running your own business, working for yourself. Now, at a very base level, employees earn a living. They get paid to come to work to do a job. They earn a living. Whereas entrepreneurs, especially the successful ones at the top of the pyramid, they design a life. And I'll talk a bit more about this a little bit later on in part 3. Another interesting difference between employees and entrepreneurs. Employees effectively sell their time. You know, the deal is I'll come to work between these hours and you will pay me money for my time and what I do in the time during those hours. Whereas entrepreneurs, we're actually able to buy time because we can pay people to come and do work for us, and that frees us up, frees our time up to do other things. Again, as a startup business, you're probably not going to be employing someone right at the very beginning. But if you have ambition to grow your business, then at some point, maybe fairly soon, you might need to have people working for you, either as employees or they're as outsourcers. You know, you get people that, you know, can do work for you in different ways. Effectively, what you're doing is buying time from the employee who is selling the time. Now, entrepreneurs also buy education. Entrepreneur Circle is a membership organization. Our members are all business owners. They pay a subscription every month to get help and assistance from Entrepreneur Circle. They're effectively buying education, they're buying support, they're buying help to get them where they want to get to. And there's different levels of help depending on how much you want to invest in your future success. But fundamentally, employees sell time, entrepreneurs buy time. Quite a significant difference in way of looking at it. This one is as well. Employees, most people that work for somebody else, no matter what their role is or how far up the kind of hierarchy they are, most people that are employees at some point, and often quite regularly, will say to their partner, their spouse, their significant other, people in their family, they will say, I can't afford that, or we can't afford that, whatever that might be. You know, cars, holidays, meals out, whatever it might be. Oh no, we can't afford that. Entrepreneurs, especially the successful ones at the top of the pyramid, entrepreneurs never say that. Entrepreneurs are in control, remember, of their destiny. They're in control of the money that flows into their business and out of their business to them. Entrepreneurs ask, how can I afford that? And again, I'll touch on that a little bit more later on as well, because that's pretty deep, but it is so important to your success as an entrepreneur. And having talked about the difference between entrepreneurs and employees, I also wanted to touch briefly on the difference between a business owner and an entrepreneur. Because this, I mean, I don't want to get tied up in semantics, but I would describe the difference between a business owner and entrepreneur as follows. If we had 2 people, one is a business owner and one is an entrepreneur, and we find them at this moment in time, both running retail outlets. They're both running shops. Let's say they're jewelry shops. Okay, so we got a business owner running a jewelry shop and we got an entrepreneur running a jewelry shop. The difference between an entrepreneur and a business owner is that 10 years from now, the entrepreneur will have a chain of jewelry shops. The business owner will still have the one shop. Okay, that's fundamentally the difference. Entrepreneurs, we can't help ourselves. We are always seeing opportunity. We're exploring new things. We're typically attracted to bright, shiny objects. And that's the fundamental difference. But the term is very much interchangeable on a day-to-day basis. I am both an entrepreneur, for sure, but I'm also a business owner. So I can wear both hats. Or I can pick which hat I want to wear at one particular time, because I'm a guy that I'm absolutely, building and iterating my business and expanding it and growing it in all sorts of different ways. And business owners don't do that. Entrepreneurs do. That's the important difference there. Now, let me share with you 10 rules that if you deploy them properly, will enable you to build a really successful business, okay? A really successful business. So these 10 rules, guess how many there are? There's 10 of them. That's right. And rule number 1, we've already touched on. This is all about you taking 100% responsibility. And I talked about how you are in control of the future of your business. It's all your fault where your business ends up. And this is absolutely rule number 1. And it's a rule that, again, you'll relate and you'll understand how so many business owners down the bottom of that pyramid in the 60 and the 20, they may nod and they may intellectually accept this rule, but they absolutely do not live and breathe it. I promise you, because when you accept this rule and you embrace it in your life, what it means is that you have to give up all your excuses. I saw a little news clip a couple of months ago on the local TV news here in the Midlands. And I think it was on the back of the last budget. And they were out in the street. They'd gone out into a local little suburb centre on the outskirts of Birmingham. And the reporter was talking to business owners. And he spoke to 3 business owners, all on the high street. And they were all bemoaning reasons why their businesses were struggling. And one was complaining about the footfall on the high street, now the council's doing nothing. And someone else was complaining about the increase in national insurance contributions and, this had increased their cost base. And the next person talked about the business rates. And the problem for those people, and I'm not disputing the reality of those 3 things, by the way, they are all very real. The problem is that if you allow yourself mentally to blame them for the state your business is in, then what you're doing is making excuses and you're not accepting 100% responsibility. One of those businesses was a food business. And I know that business. And that food business has done nothing to adapt or change what it's offering in the last 20 years. They're still not offering deliveries. They're still not open on a Sunday when the town centre is really quite busy. And it's almost as if there's almost like a sense of entitlement that, well, I'm here and I've been here and this business has been here for 40 years and now customers are not coming and it's everybody's fault except mine. Whereas actually the opposite is true. It's all your fault. There are things you can do to adapt and enhance your offering to your customers. There's things you can do to make your business a more interesting place to go, make it more compelling for people to come in. There are things you can do to make your products and services available to customers in different ways, so they don't have to come into town and park their car. There's all sorts of things people can do. And yes, I know all these things are difficult, but if you're going to succeed as an entrepreneur, you have to recognize there will be challenges and it's your responsibility, no one else's, not the governments, not the banks, not the councils. It's your responsibility to steer your business through the stormy seas ahead, because there will be stormy seas. It absolutely is all your fault. As a business owner, you are 100% responsible for where your business ends up. And if that terrifies you or you're deeply uncomfortable with that, it's probably in your best interests that you go and get a job. Because your life as a business owner or entrepreneur is destined to be pretty miserable. Because if you're looking to blame other people and other things, life's just going to be a bit I promise you. It's all your fault. 6th of January 2003 was the first working day of that year. And that was the day my business started. I'd left my job just before Christmas, walked away from a very nice salary, and I'd taken on board responsibility for my own future and the future of the people that mattered to me. And a number of reasons why I did it, I'd had an entrepreneurial itch for quite a while. I was in my mid-30s at that point in my life. We had 3 children at that point. We went on to have a 4th subsequently, but I had 3 children in 2003. And I had a lovely house with quite a big mortgage. I had some nice cars on the drive, and we had nice holidays. And I had a lifestyle that I did not want to give up or compromise. I built that lifestyle through 20 odd years of a corporate career, climbing the greasy pole in kind of large organizations. But I'd made the leap and I'd set off on my own. And the deal I had with my wife, Sue, who no one's ever had a more supportive partner. It's a massive, massive thing when you're building a business. The people around you, or certainly your most significant person in your life, it's so helpful if they support you in what you're doing. It will make a big difference when in the difficult times, and there will be difficult times ahead. But the deal I had with Sue back in 2003 is that I had to move at least £100,000 from the new company bank account that I'd opened up into our personal bank account. And I had to do it between the start of January, when I started the business, and Christmas 2003. And the deal was, if I made that happen, I could carry on in business. And if I failed to make it happen, I'd go out and get a job while I was still employable. And I still had a credible story to tell. But be under no illusion, I had gone into this to set my own business up, to build something big. I wanted a lifestyle for my family. In particular, I wanted to send my kids to a particular private school that I discovered. And that was the main reason why that was my main catalyst for me setting up my business when I did. And I needed to earn 100 grand to maintain our lifestyle. And I think in many ways, I was blissfully ignorant of what that would entail. 100 grand. I mean, this is well over 20 years ago now, so it would be a lot more money than that nowadays, wouldn't it? But it was a 6-figure sum, and my logic was really simple. Well, I was earning 100 grand plus in my last job back in 2003, and if that's the case, working for somebody else, I've got to be able to do at least that well or better working for myself. And that was how I came into my own business, how I started it all up. But that very first morning, when Sue took the children out to school and I was left in the house alone, because my business started in my back bedroom, like most businesses do. And I walked up the stairs after breakfast that morning, and I went into that back bedroom, and the door closed behind me. And I will never forget the sudden weight that I felt on my shoulders. This realization that everything that mattered to me in my life now, my children, my family, my future, it all depended on me. I was 100% responsible for what happened. And I'm really grateful looking back that I embraced that responsibility. And what I've discovered in the intervening years is the people at the top of the pyramid, the people in the 1 and the 4 and the 15, they're really good at embracing this responsibility, at taking 100% responsibility. And one of the characteristics that you find amongst lots, not all, but lots of people in the 60 and the 20 and the bottom end of the pyramid, well, they're a lot less good at taking on 100% responsibility. And if they're nice, well, that's all very well for you, nice, but, what about the economy? Haven't you heard things are tough out there? And I said, well, yeah, I have. But the economy is trumped by this absolutely overarching premise that to achieve success in business, you have to embrace 100% responsibility. Whatever happens to your business, it is all your fault. And when it comes to the economy, as entrepreneurs, we all create our own economy. And you don't need to trust me on that. Just start to think about it. In any economic downturn or challenging times, in every industry and sector, what happens is some businesses really struggle and a few of them die. And other businesses in that sector or that industry, they flourish and thrive. And they come out of the economic downturn way more successful than they were before. So you've got different businesses in the same industry confronting the same economic conditions and climate. And these businesses flourished and thrived, and these businesses withered and died. What was the difference? The business owner embraced responsibility. And when, it's true that, a plain sea never made a good sailor. All right, to become a good sailor, you've got to learn to cope with the challenging conditions. When the winds get up and the gales blow and the seas become very, very rough and you've got big waves to deal with, that's when you learn. That's when you become a good sailor. And if you're sailing a little boat across a big sea, and it gets a bit choppy, and you don't accept responsibility, it's in the hands of God now. Well, what's probably going to happen is your boat will capsize and you'll drown. And that's the big difference here, 100% responsibility. As entrepreneurs, we create our own economy. We are in control. For your new business that you're setting up, it's on you. It's your fault. It's not down to luck or anybody or anything else. It's on you. How you think and how you do. And that's our first rule. Rule number one for building a super successful business is you've got to take 100% responsibility. Now, rule number two, and this is an interesting one. You'll like this one better. But rule number two for building a super successful business is you have to decide what it is you actually want. Because the beautiful thing about being an entrepreneur and a business owner is that you get to set the rules as to what success looks like. Yeah, you choose. You absolutely get to choose. As I said earlier, it doesn't have to be all about money. Not everybody's chasing £1 million business or a £10 million business. You get to choose what success looks like. And what I've discovered over the years is that most people live fairly mediocre lives because they actually think quite small. Let me help you out here. Come with me on a little trip. I want you to picture your favourite beach, okay? Ideally, a beach that you've been to, hopefully, perhaps some point fairly recently. It might be a beach from childhood. But I want you to think about your favourite beach. And just close your eyes for a minute and imagine yourself on that beach. All right, the weather's nice today. It's a nice day. And I want you to picture yourself walking down your favourite beach. And you're walking down now and you can feel the sand between your toes. And now you're getting down to the water's edge. And hopefully it's a nice day. The weather's lovely. So the water is lapping in a little bit like it is on that picture that you see there on the screen. The water's lapping in. And you're now walking into the water. And you're not walking very far in, but your ankles are getting covered. The little waves that are coming in and out just lapping around your shins and your lower legs. You feel that water coming in. And now I want you to imagine bending down, and I want you to imagine taking some water out of the sea. All right, and here's what I want you to think about. All right, you can go to that ocean, you can go to any ocean with a little tiddly teaspoon, or you can go with a great big bucket or even a barrel, and you can remove a teaspoon's worth or a barrel's worth of water from the ocean, and the ocean doesn't care. It does not notice that what you have taken has gone. This is really, really important. Really, really important. See, lots of people think that in order for them to be successful, someone somewhere else has got to suffer, and that is not the case. It absolutely is not the case. I've built my businesses. We employ a lot of people, over 70 people here. We take in millions of pounds a year into my business, and it's all being created out of, I don't manufacture stuff. I haven't got any machines that are producing goods. I don't have raw materials delivered every day. I'm not destroying, any natural resources on the planet. What we use is our knowledge and what we think. and we help people. And no one's had to suffer for my business to be a success. No one's having to. We're not mining diamonds in precious parts of the world. We're not killing animals. No one has to suffer. There's no one in a poor country somewhere unable to eat because I've started my business. It's just not the case. And you can go to the ocean metaphorically with your business, and you can take a little bit of money, little tiddly teaspoon, or you can take a lot of money, big barrel, and you get to choose. And this is quite important at the start of your journey, because you get to choose what success looks like. That's step 2. You have to decide what success looks like, because without something to aim at, you will drift, and drift will condemn you to life as the owner of a mediocre business, a business in the 60 or the 20. And what I'm trying to do here is help you set yourself up to become a business in the 1, the 4, and the 15. And you might find this little mantra helpful in this regard. As a business owner, it feeds on from rule number 1 about taking responsibility. If it's to be, it's up to me. As entrepreneurs, our destiny is in our own hands. And if we don't succeed, it's our own fault. And if we do succeed, it's our own fault. But we get to choose what succeed means. No one else. We get to choose. Maybe you sit down with your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your family, and you decide, well, what are we trying to do here? What are we trying to do? How big do you want this business to become? What would we like our own business to pay us? Another thing I've discovered over the years is that most people are unhappy. They're just not unhappy enough to do something about it. Maybe you can relate to that. Maybe you know some people who that definitely applies to. Most people do. You're doing something about it. You are seriously thinking about starting your own business, and you've made it this far into this very comprehensive course. So you're doing something about it. You're taking steps to improve your life fundamentally. You're going to get fulfillment in one of or multiple different ways from running your own business. You might find it helpful, this is in the workbook, to have spend a few minutes with your wheel of life. Very straightforward. There's 8 different aspects or facets of life. It could be your finances, your health, your family and friendships, your relationships, your fun and recreation, your physical environment where you're living. And you get all you do is you get to score each facet of life on a scale of 1 to 10 based on how happy you are with it now, today. So you just, for finances, you just score it. And then you join them together and you get a little wheel of life. And it tells you where you should focus. Where should you focus to make your life happier and more fulfilled? It's quite a nice little tool. But in the context of this second rule, what's also helpful is to remember the story of Alice in Wonderland. And when this was written, quite early on in the book, Alice has found herself down the rabbit hole, and she first encounters the Cheshire Cat. And Alice, the Cheshire Cat's up in a tree, as Carol describes in the book, and Alice arrives and she said, "Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here?" And the cat looks down and smiles and says, "Well, that depends, my dear, a good deal on where you want to get to." "Oh, I don't mind where I get to," said Alice. "Well, in that case, it doesn't matter which way you go," said the cat. This is really the absolute epitome of rule number 2. All right, this is why it's so important that you, as a business owner, need to decide what you want. If you want to have a mediocre, same old business that sits in the 60 and the 20, then you probably don't need the rest of this course. You'll use a bit of common sense, you'll make some mistakes, but you'll get you'll get a business. But if you actually want a business that's going to achieve something in your life, that's going to enhance and improve your life, that's going to deliver the money and the earnings and the drawings and the financial security that a viable, sustainable business can provide, if it's going to give you the fulfillment that you are hoping for from doing the things that you want to do, well, then you've got to define what that's success. What does that look like? Paint that picture for yourself. No one else is looking, it's on you, is this. But the clearer you can be on what you want your life to look like as a result of the business that you are starting, you are way more likely to get there. You are way more likely to get there. Because you know what I've discovered is that people fail in business and in life, not because they aim too high or they aim too low. It's because most people don't aim anywhere at all. They're no different to Alice in Wonderland chatting to the Cheshire Cat. Doesn't matter what does. I don't care where I go. In that case, doesn't matter which route you take. Once you get clarity on what you want, where you want to go, it becomes much easier to make the right decisions to get you there. And here's a couple of helpful questions for you to help you think about this. Because when you start to think about what success looks like, this is about you looking at the things you want to have in your life, the things you want to have, and the things you want to be as a human, as an individual. I mean, think about this. 5 years from now, you will become someone. You will adapt and you will change in some small ways over the next 5 years. The question is, who will you become? Who will you become? You're starting out on your entrepreneurial journey. Will you become a super successful entrepreneur? Someone in the one of the four, or at least the 15 on that pyramid in the next 5 years? Or will you become a business owner languishing in the 60 and the 20? 5 years from now, you will arrive somewhere. It's all part of the journey. You're not going to stop there long, but you'll arrive somewhere. Your life will have developed to some extent, hopefully. And some people watching this will be in exactly the same place, exactly the same person. They won't change at all in the next 5 years. How frustrating is that? The question is, where will you arrive 5 years from now? Who will you become 5 years from now? Because this is all about you deciding what you want. And the answer to the questions of where you want to arrive and the kind of person you want to be, to get those answers, you've got to get serious. You have to start thinking more deeply than you've done already about what this business is doing for you and where it's taking you. Don't just blithely dive in, not if you're serious about achieving success. I've got this little frame picture in my office upstairs. It says, "Stop and get on with it." It's a reminder to me every single day, to get serious. Don't do little, do the big stuff. And the big stuff for you as a startup entrepreneur, that's those two things, those two jobs that you've got. That's all you've got to do at the very beginning. And your biggest prize today, your biggest prize from doing this course is you're going to set up your business so that you will never again have to utter one of the most dangerous but often used phrases that repels money and it keeps people's lives small. We've already talked about it. It's saying, "I can't afford that." Because business owners, successful entrepreneurs, when we come across something that we haven't got the money for, our instinctive response is, how can I afford that? What would have to happen? I did it myself just 12 months ago when we'd moved into this fabulous new building. You saw the pictures of it a few months ago. And within 4 weeks of us signing a 10-year lease on this building, which was a pretty expensive lease, it was hundreds of thousands of pounds a year. But we'd signed this lease, and within 4 weeks of signing the lease, I got a message from the landlords that they were going to sell the building. And instinctively, I'm going to buy it. How can I afford that? How could I find the £5.5 million I needed to buy the building? And we did. And 16 weeks later, we bought the building. And entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, that's how they think. That's how I want to help you to think. So you don't have to say, "I can't afford that." You start to go, "Well, how can I afford that?" Within Entrepreneur Circle, this is an interesting chart, this. I'll explain it. It's very simple. This little red bar here, that's the amount of growth that UK businesses average every year. All right, it's less than 4%. So a very small amount of growth. This is the amount of growth that Entrepreneur Circle members get across the course of a year. So, and what it tells you is that, basically almost 70% of Entrepreneur Circle members, more than double the size of their business over 2 years. And it's all driven by these principles that I'm talking you through now. It's all based on how they think and what they do. In the same way that your success is going to be driven by how you think and what you do, because it's all your fault. As a business owner, You are 100% responsible for where your business ends up. So on our 10 rules for a super successful business, we've covered number 1, you taking 100% responsibility. And then we've covered number 2, you've got to decide what you want. Now, rule number 3 follows on from rules number 1 and 2. Because once you've decided what you want, rule number 3 says, well, work out how to get it. Work out how to get it. That's on you, it's your responsibility. But it's also what this course is all about. And what I'm going to give you in the rest of this course, once we get into parts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, is I'm going to explain to you exactly how to get the successful business that you aspire and that you want to get to. So we won't dwell on rule number 3 at this point. We'll move on to rule number 4. Rule number 4 requires you to believe in yourself. This is interesting. Oh gosh, that's difficult, isn't it? Because if you're normal, as most people are, then you might find this quite difficult. Psychopaths kind of believe in themselves pretty well, but those of us that are normal, we struggle with this, don't we? We struggle with this quite a lot. I mean, think about it. I mean, if you knew with absolute certainty that if you did these 20 things, you would be a millionaire at the end of it, then you'd get it done. The problem is, because most people don't believe they can do it, they don't take the steps. That doubt creeps in, their commitment's not complete, and this is why self-belief is so crucial. And I promise you, if you follow the steps in this course, you will have a successful business. You absolutely will have a successful business. And already, the very fact that you are thinking about starting your own business is equipping yourself really, really well, because what you've started to recognize is that it's all risky in life. When I started out in the workplace, a long time ago now, it was in the 1980s, but back then, people were started with companies, and there was an expectation that you'd be with that business for life, that you'd serve your 44 years or whatever, and then you get your pension. And of course, that's largely completely disappeared now in our modern economy. And we all know people, I'm sure you'll know people that have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, that were made redundant through no fault of their own, because things happened to the business they were working in, and someone else took a decision, all of a sudden, you're out of work. It's all risky. Life's risky. Driving home tonight is risky. The things that we do, there's risk everywhere. You've got to find a way to recognize and embrace that, and to find enough confidence within yourself to do the right things that will build you the business that you actually want. And what I've discovered is that the only thing standing between you, that's you, the only thing standing between you and your goal is the bullshit story that you keep telling yourself as to why you can't achieve it. I'm telling you, you can achieve it. If you follow these rules and the rest of the very practical elements in this course, and you work your way through, you've got the workbook that you can download that's got all the information, it's even got all these slides in it. You follow this, and you connect and find the right way, you can make it happen. Damo, who I talked about from the Channel 5 program, honestly, he had all the disadvantages that should have condemned him to not succeed as an entrepreneur. He'd worked for other people for almost 30 years. He'd no idea how to go out and get customers, market his business. What's that? He had not got a clue at that point. But what he did have, he had a strong drive, because he very much wanted to provide for his family. He wanted to earn more money. He hated the life he was living and the financial difficulties and challenges that his family had. And he saw an opportunity, and he committed himself to it. And he realized, as I hope you can realize, that many, many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have gone down that path before you. And all of us at the beginning, all of us were worried. All of us were nervous. All of us were scared. All of us thought, oh my goodness me, can I really do this? But we had to find a way to overcome the bullshit in our heads. Keep on keeping on. That's how we kind of got there. To help you, I've framed up 6 beliefs that successful entrepreneurs all manifest. All right, they're all capable of articulating this, and they do believe these things to their very core. It's part of the very fabric of who they are. The first one is that they believe that their success is possible. And that's really quite critical. Yeah, anytime I mean, I absolutely believe this, that anytime any person wishes to, they can make major changes in their life, personally, socially, financially. You know, whilst there's lots of things wrong with our country, it's also one of the best places in the world to live. And it's the easiest place in the world to start your own business and build some success. And you can do this. The people that you see on Dragon's Den or on The Apprentice, or, you know, flying in their jets around, they've got nothing that you haven't got. You know, and you've got, start with this course, let's start at the beginning, let's build it up properly, but you have to believe that your success is possible. The second belief is they recognize and accept that their level of success will be directly linked to their marketing and their selling. This is quite a biggie. Quite a biggie is this. You know, you can be the best dentist in the world, the most highly qualified, technically skilled dentist, but if no one knows about your dental practice, you'll be a poor dentist and you have no patience. The same applies to whatever it is you're thinking of doing. Yeah, you can be the most skilled electrician in the UK, but if no one knows about you, you won't get any jobs and you'll have no money. You can be the most incredible kitchen designer the world has ever seen, but if you can't market yourself properly, so you get people to come in your showrooms and invite you to design their kitchens, you'll have no business. So the marketing and the selling is going to be critical to your success, and we'll come back to that in part 4 of this program. It's a really important part of the beliefs of successful entrepreneurs. The third belief that successful entrepreneurs have, they know that their ideal customers are out there. Not any customers, well, that's also true, but their ideal customers. When you've got a successful business, part of that criteria is you're dealing with people that you enjoy dealing with. So customers that value what you do, that treat you with respect, that pay the right money. You know, every business has got customers or has had customers that cause them hassle and grief. They're usually the people that pay them the least amount of money. Like, you don't have to tolerate that as a business owner. You're in control, you're in charge. And your ideal customers are out there. It's just down to you to do whatever it takes to actually attract them. That's the reality of it. Fourth belief of successful entrepreneurs is that when things go wrong and they get setbacks and failures, they view it as feedback every single time. I said at the beginning that one of my kind of credentials to run this course for you is that over the last 20 years, me and my team have built from scratch 15 separate £1 million plus businesses, and that's absolutely true. But what I could also have said is that over the last 20 years, me and my team have started 21 businesses, 6 of which have crashed and burned and failed, and 15 of which have become very successful £1 million plus businesses. Nobody in business succeeds at everything all the time. Things go wrong, bad stuff happens. You know, we run marketing campaigns that we'd bet our lives on this working. This is the most cleverest, smartest, whizzy campaign ever. And it crashes and bombs and doesn't work out. And then we run an ad that we think, well, that's got no chance, but we'll give it a try. And oh my God, it takes and it flies. It's always about feedback, always about feedback. Stuff will go wrong. It's how you behave and acknowledge it when it does happen. That's a really big thing, and that's all around what's going on in your head. Fifth belief is that successful business owners, entrepreneurs, they commit, they don't dabble. And there'll come a point when you have to commit and not dabble. Damo, that I met on the TV program, he had a job delivering parcels, but within 2 weeks of the TV program finishing, he'd given up his job. Because he recognised if he's going to make this car valeting thing work, he can't do it around his other job. He had to commit to it. The commitment brought with it a pressure that was really helpful to Damo. That's what helped get him from a standing start to £4,500 a month of revenue in a little more than 3 months. You know, it came because he committed, he didn't dabble. And at some point, not necessarily right at the beginning, but at some point fairly soon, you'll have to make the same decision. You know, by all means, start things as a side hustle, give it a go, not a problem. But at some point, once you've got some traction, you'll have to commit and not dabble. Lots of members of Entrepreneur Circle, lots of our most successful members, joined Entrepreneur Circle at the moment at which they committed to their business. They stepped away from their job, although they committed more time to it to make it work. And I think the same thing hopefully will happen with you. And the sixth and final little core belief of successful business owners, which we'll come back to in another part of this program, this course, is that they know that in their business, the answers to anything, well, they're all in the numbers. The numbers in business matters hugely. And that's particularly important if numbers is not your natural space, as I'll explain as we start to go through it. But this belief is such a critical thing. What I've come to realize and understand is that, mediocrity, living a mediocre life, it comes way more from lack of belief than it does from lack of skill. And we can learn skills, we can acquire knowledge, you're doing that now. The belief, though, is really important. You've got to find a way to channel it and build it. So there we are now at this point, 10 rules. Rule number 1, you're embracing 100% responsibility. Rule number 2, you are deciding what you want, what success looks like for your new venture, your new enterprise. In step number 3, work out how to get it. Having decided what you want, you work out how to get it. And then step 4 is you believe in yourself. But it brings us on to rule number 5. So having decided what we want and worked out how to get it, and we've channeled this belief in ourselves, we've got to start taking action. Because you remember the golden rule of business. It's not what you know, it's what you do. That's what counts. So, lots of smart people have taught themselves out of doing stuff, of not taking action because they're so smart. Lots of wannabe entrepreneurs have become world class at getting ready. Lots of business owners who've got an established business are world class at getting ready because they never do the things that will take their business to the next level. And as a consequence, they stay mired in the 60% and the 20%. I promise you, all the things you desire in your life are waiting for you to reach out and grab them. But to grab them, you're going to have to take action. That's what's going to have to go on. And the sad thing is, most people never take that action. I'm reminded here, I'll tell you a little story of, this happened a little while ago. In fact, it was a long time ago. And I had set up a business called The Best Of, which was a franchise business. It became the fastest growing franchise ever in the UK. We got to 400 franchisees quicker than anyone else has ever done it. And this business had been going about a year at the time. And it was the World Cup was coming up. And long story, but I didn't go to that particular World Cup. I had to stay at home in the UK. But I was very passionate about supporting England. And on this particular day, England were playing a group match on a Sunday. And I had a barbecue at my house. Invited a lot of friends round to have the barbecue. And then we watched the footy together later on. That's what was going on. And at this barbecue, a friend of mine came who'd been working overseas for the past 12 months. And when he'd left, the last time I'd seen him, we were just about to launch The Best Of. And he came back, I'd not seen him for a year, and he asked me about how's The Best Of going. And I started to tell him what we were doing, and it had a lot of success, as I said. And he said, oh my God, that's amazing. And I just realized in that moment, in that conversation, that he was absolutely right in what he was saying. And so I just kind of excused myself from my bar. I slipped inside to my office at home, got all my friends out on my patio in my garden in the sunshine at the barbecue. And I jumped on my computer and I wrote an email, and I need to show you the email. Here it is. Hopefully you can see it on the screen here. I'll read it to you. And it's full of typos. I wrote this email in about 8 minutes. And it said, I sent it out to a lot of people. And I sent it out to people who'd inquired about The Best Of in the first 6 or 9 months that we've been going. But we hadn't, for whatever reason, hadn't got involved, hadn't bought a franchise. And I said, hi, Bob. It's been a little while since you inquires, and I even not typo here, look, about The Best Of as a possible franchise for you to run. That's why I'm writing for it to you. You see, I was hosting a bit of a barbecue for some friends this lunchtime ahead of the footy kicking off. And one of my friends hasn't been around for the last few months. He's been working overseas. Anyway, this friend asked me how The Best Of's been getting on. We just launched it last July when he left on his assignment. So I told him the amazing story, how we got 200 franchisees now, how about the web traffic's gone through the roof, how there's over 35,000 businesses paying to advertise, how our top franchisees are already earning $5,000 a month, how we've been shortlisted as finalists for a bunch of awards, and how we're sponsoring Techno Week on GMTV next month. And he was like, oh my God, that's amazing, all in like 9 months. And that's when it hit me. I realized that all this stuff that's been going on, we've just been taking for granted, but actually it's pretty amazing. So I've sneaked out from the barbecue and I'm just sending this short email to everyone who inquired about the best of in the early days, just to let you know what's been going on. We've changed a lot over the last few months, all for the better, and I just thought you ought to know about it. If you're all interested in finding out more, then just give Liz or Kat a call on this number tomorrow. In the meantime, enjoy the footy. Best wishes, Nigel. And I sent the email. So from idea to execution was about 11 minutes. Okay, oh my God, this is idea. Just give me a second, I've got to go do something. Whiz inside, into my office, just to kind of almost like it's just a flow of consciousness, that really. But I sent it out to all these people. And what happened when we came into work on the Monday morning was a whole bunch of inquiries. And within the next 2 weeks, we did over £250,000 of sales from that email. And I tell you that story because it's all about taking action. It's all about taking action. It's the golden rule in business. It's not what you know, it's what you do that counts. It's about taking action. That's what that letter's all about. And for you to be successful in your business, you'll need to get really good at taking action. Because think about this, right? If you don't chase your dream, if you don't properly go for it, then you will wake up at some point in the future when you're 60 or 70 or 80 years old and you will regret your only life. We're only here once. And you've got this idea and this dream and oh my God, you can make it happen. But only if you do the right things. Here's a second thing to think about. You're in control of your life. It's on you where it ends up. It's not your mum and dad, it's not your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or your girlfriend. You get to choose. It's about your decisions in the moment on a daily basis. That's what will shape where you end up. This is all on you. If you, everyone will recognize this guy. Okay, obviously that is Batman. And what you may not have thought about before is how Batman is completely unique amongst superheroes. Because you see, Batman is the only superhero, certainly as far as I'm aware, I believe he's the only superhero to have no superpowers. Think about it. Batman has no superpowers. The whole story, the backstory, and everything else. You know, all Batman has got is the will to act. We have whole programs on the will to act in Entrepreneur Circle. But what it means, the will to act, means you taking decisions, you deciding, you being decisive. So many people are bad at taking decisions. They and they are, and they and I'm not sure, and they flip and they flop, and the price they pay. Way, way better to make some wrong decisions than to not make decisions at all. Will to act is you taking decisions, you being decisive, you deciding to go. I'm going to do this, I'm going to make it happen. That's why it's in our 10 rules. Rule number 1, you take responsibility. It's all on you. Then you decide what you want and then you work out how to get it. The 4th thing you do is believe in yourself, and then you have to take action. That's what step 5 is all about. It's not what you know, it's not how you think, it's what you actually do that makes a difference. Thinking about a decision is not taking a decision. Taking action, that's what it is. And taking action is scary, I know that, and that's why rule number 6 is here. Rule number 6 to build a successful business says you've got to feel the fear and then you've got to do it anyway. I'll let you into another little secret here. Everyone feels afraid when they're starting their business. Everybody worries. Everybody thinks they can't do it. Everybody has nerves. Everybody's themselves. The early part of their journey. It means you're normal. You know, you unsure whether you can do it or not means you're normal. I met a lady last year called Stephanie Sword-Williams. I had her as a speaker at our big National Entrepreneurs Convention, which happens at the ICC in Birmingham every year. 1,500 entrepreneurs come together. It's an amazing couple of days. And Stephanie was one of our speakers last year. And she's got a book to Steph called Fuck Being Humble, which is very, very good and really very, very helpful for people starting businesses because it's all about the selling and there's way more to it than initially might meet the eye from the title. But Steph's talked about what she calls FOSS. She talks about FOSS. FOSS is the fear of sounding stupid. It's how people don't do stuff, don't say stuff, don't contribute because they're worried. especially in meetings with groups of people. People start new businesses and they go to networking events and they don't network and talk to people because they're worried. They feel the fear. There's a fear of sounding stupid. And a big it's a conundrum for me, but when confronted with genuine freedom, financial freedom, the most amazing thing in the world, when you're at the helm of your own successful business, it's such a massive force for good in the world. But when confronted with this freedom, why do so many people make up things to be frightened of? It's like they perceive in their mind this massive 300-pound gorilla that somehow is stopping them. Every little issuette and tiny little problem gets blown out of all proportion. I can't do this. Something's stopping me. Stop looking for all the things that could go wrong. Some things will go wrong. I promise you that will absolutely happen. But stop looking for all the things that will go wrong. Stop making up things to be frightened of. Stop inventing threats. Don't worry about problems that are 4 or 5 bridges too far away. Let's cross the first bridge. Let's get your business set up properly. That's what this course is all about. Then we'll cross the next bridge, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. And we'll deal with them all one at a time. And you've got a lot of support in this course. And if you're interested and you want to, then come and join us Entrepreneur Circle, because we've got the most supportive community of successful entrepreneurs in this country, many, many thousands of them. And they'll support you and they'll help you. I promise you they'll help you. One of the most useful phrases in the whole world is this one. I would really encourage you to jot this one down, write it down. It's in your notebook. But get used to saying this. Whatever someone throws at you, whatever it is, in whatever aspect or part of your life it is, get used to saying this, at least internally to yourself. Self-talk really matters. I can handle it. I can do that. I can handle it. When it comes to success in life, as well as in business, what I've discovered, I'm sure you've heard this before, but this is so true, Hard choices, easy life. That's about confronting the things that you're frightened of. It's about stepping out of your comfort zone. It's about feeling the fear and doing it anyway. That's what hard choices are. Hard choices get you a better life. Easy choices, not confronting the discomfort, not taking the decision, kicking the can down the road. Easy choices lead to a hard life. There's less money. You've got less choices. Not a great place to be. Nice little thing to hang on to, though, when it comes to you making decisions to move your business forward. And don't forget, these are all on the foundations. I'm coming to all the practical stuff, but without these foundations in place, the practical stuff will bounce off and it won't be as useful to you, and you won't deploy it in the same way, and you won't think about it properly, and then you won't get the right results, and your business will be diminished, and you'll end up in the 60 and the 20. And I'm going through all this stuff first because it really matters that we get you into the 1 and the 4 and the 15. And when it comes to getting you in the 1 and the 4 and the 15, stop giving a about what other people think. Doesn't matter what other people think. They're not living your life. Just let their opinions or their words or their judgments, just let it fall off you. If people tell you you're crazy to be starting your business, if people tell you you're irresponsible, that's what I was called. When I stepped away from my corporate career and my 6-figure salary to start my own business, I had one lady told me I am irresponsible. You've got responsibilities, 3 young children and that wife. It's irresponsible and selfish of you to be starting your own business. Her. I have not thought about her for many, many years until that point. I'm almost inclined to go and look her up and see how she's doing, because, my goodness me, she won't be living life to the full. But don't worry about what other people say. Just remember this. Success in business, and this probably applies to life as well, and I'm sorry if I sound a bit like your dad at this point, but this is you against you. That's the deal here. That's the game. That's the battle. It's you against you. No one else is coming to bail you out, to sort you out. This is you against you. This is you taking control, accepting responsibility, deciding the life that you want, the business that you want and what it looks like. You working out then how to get there. I've got it all for you in this course. You having that belief in yourself, taking action, even though you were feeling a bit scared and a bit uncomfortable about it. The biggest reason, that why most people never get their businesses off the ground, the biggest reason, people call it imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. I have no idea technically, that's a thing or not, but I do know the truth of this. I do know, I see, and I've encountered many, many hundreds of people whose the life they're living is diminished because they feel in some way that they're riddled with self-doubt and a sense of that they can't do this, that they're not capable or they're not worthy. And they're all wrong. They're all wrong. I asked this question to a guy on stage a few months ago. He's a guy you might have heard of. His name's Stephen Bartlett. We've worked with him a couple of times at Entrepreneur Circle. I got to know him quite well. And Stephen and I did a little two-way conversation on stage in front of quite a lot of people. And I've just clipped this 2-minute part from that conversation, which I think you'll find useful, especially if you're like the lady whose question I asked Stephen. This is a good one. Now, this lady said, "Nice, please don't use my name. Could you ask Stephen what advice he would give to someone who struggles with self-doubt?"
I would remind you that self-doubt is a perfectly human response to life and to doing anything that's challenging, and that's anything that's going to give you growth. And I think we might have talked about this last time, but obviously, 27 years old, becoming a dragon on Dragon's Den, and then sitting between Peter Jones, who's been there since episode 1 globally. He was there's Shark Tank and Dragon's Dens all around the world. Peter was the first globally. They actually built the show. A lot of this is what I'm told by him, but other people, is they basically built the show around him. They came to his office one day, saw how he was interacting with his team, and they've kind of designed the show around him, and it's gone around 50 countries around the world. And Deborah Meaden on my right, who's been there for 20 years, and I'm 27 years old. I'm sat, and the lights turn on, and they're like, someone's coming through the lift, and I've never done this before, and I've got the veterans of this sat next to me, and I'm looking at what's he writing down. I'm doing hangman on mine, and he's doing all these, and then Deborah Meaden with her maths and figures. I'm like, oh my God. But I reminded myself in that moment that it would be a really terrible life if I didn't spend it feeling outside of my comfort zone. If I didn't feel imposter syndrome, if I didn't have doubt, it would be a terrible life. What would I rather choose? Total comfort, boredom, lack of momentum, lack of progress, or would I choose being out of my depth, being a little bit terrified sometimes, and the growth that comes with that? What she's describing is growth syndrome. That's what she's describing. That self-doubt is a consequence of growth. And yeah, I think it's perfectly normal, but how you respond to that is optional.
There you go. In the words of Stephen Bartlett there, what a terrible life it would be if I went through it without stepping out of my comfort zone, feeling the fear and doing it anyway. That's essentially, what he was saying there. And he's absolutely right. This is what I mean when I say it's you against you. We've all got to deal with the inner torment and battles that are going on in our heads. No one else is coming. Rule number 7, we've got to be willing to pay the price. Interesting one, this. If you're going to build a successful business, get up that pyramid, you've got to be willing to pay the price. Because understand this, becoming a successful entrepreneur means living a few years of your life like most people won't, so you can live the rest of your life like most people can't. Really, this is the price. This is recognize that your entrepreneurial journey is going to bring some challenging times, potentially some dark times. There'll be nights when you're prowling the landing in the dark of night while the family are asleep, not able to fathom how you're going to cope with the particular problem or challenge that you've encountered. And in that moment, just rest assured that every other person at the top of the pyramid, in the 1 and the 4 and the 15, we've all encountered that as well. It means you're normal, but you're very willing to pay the price. Recognize that whatever problem or challenge you encounter on your entrepreneurial journey, someone has encountered it before. It's one of the most useful things we do here at Entrepreneur Circle. When people encounter a problem, when our members come across something, this has happened, what do I do? So, that's easy, you do this. Because there's people that will support you, there's people that will help you, there's people that will guide you, but you've got to go into this recognizing that there will be a price to pay. You are about to, your stress levels will increase. Interestingly, it doesn't mean you have to, this is not about committing yourself to your business for 80 hours a week in order for it to be successful. I mean, you may do that, but that'll come because you're very passionate about it, as we'll talk about in a moment or two. But it's not necessarily, the challenge is not all, the price isn't all about the hours that you put in. And it's definitely not about not getting paid, because one of the things I'll talk about when we look at your business model in the next part of the course is how we get the business working so it pays you as early as possible. And in lots of cases, that means from month one. So it's a different price there, but this is what we're dealing with here. Becoming a successful entrepreneur means living a few years of your life like most people won't, so you can live the rest of your life like most people can't. So that brings us through then right up to rule number 8 is where we are going next. And rule number 8 is more of a marker for the future. And hopefully already you're starting to understand entrepreneurship a little bit better as a result of this video and this course that you're going through now. But rule number 8 is just to plant this flag that says, commit to constant and never-ending improvement. There's a famous guy in America in the 70s and 80s, a guy called Zig Ziglar, who I did actually meet him once. He's sadly no longer with us. But Zig said, rich people buy education, poor people buy distractions. And he said that back in the 70s when there was nothing like as many distractions as there are today with all our kind of social media and all our devices and everything else. But I think it is very, very true. And certainly the people at the top of the pyramid, the 1, the 4, the 15, the successful entrepreneurs, the people that are, getting there and really, enjoying living life, living their best life, they absolutely are the ones that are on top and are constantly developing and learning their own skills and indeed the skills of their team. And when you actually start to understand this a lot better, what you start to realize is that personal development does matter hugely. The way we think as human beings shapes our entire life. Yet very few people, once they get out of school, and that wasn't very helpful at helping you think, in my experience for sure, but most people, this matters hugely, but most people do none of it. And that gives you a big advantage. The minute you recognize that gives you a big advantage, because actually, when you do start to constantly improve and explore and develop your own kind of thinking and your own understanding of the things that matter in your life and on the path that's taking you to where you want to go, well, you start to accelerate and pass a lot of people. In many ways, your development as an entrepreneur is the key thing that gets you up that pyramid. That's what makes the very big difference. Jim Rohn, some of you may have heard of, really, really brilliant guy. He says that we each become the average of the 5 people we spend most time with. And certainly I can relate to that. I first began to understand that when as a teenager, I played a lot of golf. And I became reasonably proficient at golf in my teenage years. But what I realized is that I always played my best golf when I was playing with golfers who were better than me. And when I played golf with my pals and my friends who were perhaps a bit more casual about their golf than I was and they weren't as good as me, I never played my best golf. But when I surrounded myself with really good golfers, they kind of pulled me up. And so it is in business and in life. So a really key thing is rule number 8 around the importance of your own development. Rule number 9 says if you're going to build a super successful business, you've got to keep score. As I've already said a couple of times, business is a numbers game. It absolutely is. And whilst the numbers are not the be all and end all, they are absolutely an integral part of success. There's no sustainably successful business that does not have a business owner at its helm who is, competent with the numbers. It's a picture of a fairly complicated cricket scoreboard. And the truth is, it's quite a good analogy, really, because if you can't read the scoreboard in your business, then how can you know if you're winning or losing? How can you know if you're on the way to where you want to get to? You can't rely on your accountant telling you 6 months after your year end how you're doing. The people at the top, you can if you're in the 60 and the 20. You can if you've got a mediocre business. That's one of the characteristics of a mediocre business in the 60 and the 20. The first time they'll know how they did last year or what their tax bill is when their accountant gives them their year-end accounts 6 months after the end of the year. Now, the businesses in the 1 and the 4 and the 15 at the top of the pyramid, the accounts that they get 6 months after the end of the year, they knew a long, long time ago what they were going to say because they can read the scoreboard. They're in control of their business. It's their responsibility. And we'll talk a bit about that as we start to get into mapping out your business model and pricing in part 3. Final rule for me now, just to I'll recap all the 10. So 100% responsibility. You're in control. You've got to decide what you want and then work out how to get it. Having done that, the belief in yourself has to be there. That's what will propel you through the challenging times. You then start taking action, even though it's scary, because you feel the fear and you do it anyway. You're willing to pay the price. You recognize there'll be challenging times and you're up for that. You'll deal with them. You'll stay calm when they come and you'll get the support to plow your way through it. You're going to constantly be getting better and improving your own knowledge and understanding of business and what it takes to build a successful business. You're going to keep score because business is a numbers game. And then rule number 10 that you're not going to forget is that your attitude is everything. Attitude is everything. It is the foundation of everything, especially in the early stages of your business. Let me show you how your attitude shapes your entire life. And we're all in control of our attitude, by the way. You know, it's not like, if you've got children, you'll relate to this. I've had 4 children. I can remember I was there when they were all born. And I remember this notion that this doesn't happen. The baby's born and the midwife kind of picks up the baby and swallows the baby and hands it to the proud parent. And they don't say, "Oh, congratulations, Mr. Bottrell," but I'm afraid it's a negative one. And that never happens. All right, we're all in control of our attitude. We have to take responsibility for that. Here's why it matters. When we have positive thoughts, it's our attitude, we're thinking positively about things. We're seeing it's a half full glass, not a half empty glass. We're seeing all the opportunities we can have rather than all the things that can go wrong. When we have positive thoughts, it manifests itself as a positive attitude. When you meet someone with a positive attitude, they communicate positively. They give off a positive aura. Positive communication leads in business to memorable customer experiences because so often we're dealt with people in business who are miserable, or people that don't, it's just another one just going through the miserable life. If someone comes along with positive attitude and communication, creates a memorable customer experience. When you create memorable customer experiences, people become loyal. They come back so they can experience it again. When you've got loyal customers, you have a successful business. You've got a successful business, it makes good money. And when you're making good money, you can have a really nice lifestyle. It's all linked together. And I know it's a little bit simplistic, but it's no less powerful or true because of that. Attitude matters a lot. It's why I've saved it till the end as rule number 10. I say the end. I've got a bonus for you. I've got a bonus insight. Call it rule 10 and a half if you like. This is the little thing I discovered. It took me a long time to discover it. I was in my mid-30s when I discovered this. I wish I'd learnt it 20 years earlier. What I discovered is that when you're enthusiastic, people want what you've got. And it's really important because you're about to start a new business. And when you start a new business with enthusiasm, people want what you've got. And in terms of getting your business off the ground, this is really important. It was a massive discovery for me. Now, I'm not talking here about kind of empty enthusiasm or forced enthusiasm. I'm talking about sincere enthusiasm for what you do. You've probably perceived it in me while we've been on this video together. I really care about this stuff. I'm really enthusiastic about helping people to succeed in business. And it comes through, doesn't it? I can't fake this or force this. It's who I am. Enthusiasm that comes from an obsession with what you do can, in my experience, be really, really healthy. The best people at anything in our world are obsessed with it. Whether it's sport or music or drama or business, whether it's coding or dentistry, the real cream of the crop, the people at the top, they're obsessed with it. And we don't shy away from that, we lean into it. That's what we do. We lean into it. I run a business here, 75 staff, and we work a 4-day week in this business. I've done since 2019, so a long time now. And so we work Monday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in my business. And it means that everyone in the business gets a 3-day weekend. Where do you think I am on Friday morning? I'm here in my office. I love it. It's my favorite time of the week is my Friday morning. Probably because I'm a little bit obsessed with what I do. Probably because I've got a sincere enthusiasm for what I do. And this is quite important because I think evidence of this genuine enthusiasm is badly blurred lines between kind of work and play. Think about that. I tried to explain it here. You know, I've got such a keen and consuming interest in what I do at work that, you know, for large chunks of time, I'm not interested in anything else. People who lack this interest in what they do, they can't understand that. I say, oh, he's an alcoholic, he's not an alcoholic, a workaholic. Oh, I don't drink very much. I'm definitely not an alcoholic. But other people, certainly I've been described as a workaholic for sure. Oh, he's got an unhealthy obsession with that business of his. I bloody love my business. Absolutely love it. And here's the thing, the people at the top of the pyramid, the super successful, we don't make these distinctions. You know, this whole thing about work-life balance, it's all a thing. When you're a business owner, especially when you're at the helm of a successful business, the two things are completely interchanged. And I love that. I have really amazing holidays. I do travel, I go away, I am able to switch off. But when I'm here and I'm in work, oh my God, I love it. And it comes through as enthusiasm. And that's what we've got there. And that's what those 10 rules are about. And I mentioned there are offices that we live in now here in Solihull. That's our building. It's fabulous. We bring lots of our members here every day. The studio that I'm coming to you from now is in this wing of the building down here. Our training centre is on the ground floor in this wing here. All my staff work on the middle floor across the top there. But on the top floor, where you see that yellow arrow flashing now, on the top floor is this room here. And this is where we have our kind of, we call them our mastermind groups. So our kind of high-end coaching groups. So these are typically, bigger businesses, people that are looking to move from 7 figures to 8 figures. These are, and we'll go in there for a day. I'm in there at least one day every week with different groups of people, and we're working and talking about their businesses. And that room on the top floor it's got glass. It's a beautiful room. It's got glass on three sides of it. So there's only one small wall there where I can put things on the right thing on the wall. And I gave such a lot of thought as to what I should write on the wall in that room. And here's what I actually put on that wall. You can see it a bit clearer now. The worst thing you can do as a small business owner is to think like a small business owner. And I'm getting this out early to you because you're early on your journey here. But it's a journey that some of you will want to become, your business that you're about to start is going to become a successful business. And you'll want to be very wary of this. And people, oh, no, that's interesting. What does it actually mean? So what I mean by this is the natural instincts of most small business owners is to protect what they've got rather than get what they want. And it stops people doing the things. They get comfortable. So they start their business and they get to a place where they're earning a living. They're in the 60%, they're getting by, but they've got ambition and they'd like to get up into the 15 and the 4 and the 1. But to do that, it's going to require them to do something that makes them a little bit uncomfortable. As you heard Stephen Bartlett talk about, and this is what this is. So they start thinking small. They'll find reasons why they can't do things. They'll find reasons why they can delay it a little bit. I don't do that right now. And this is all about really, play to win or play not to lose. You get the choice here in business. And sometimes playing to win, oh gosh, it can be a bit scary. Absolutely can be a little bit scary. But play not to lose condemns yourself to a mediocre life, to getting stuck in the middle of that pyramid in the 20 or the 60, which is a horrible place to be. So hopefully what I've done in this first part of the course is give you an insight into how successful entrepreneurs think and how you will want to think as you embark upon your entrepreneurial journey. And hopefully you'll see why I had that picture of the foundations right at the very beginning, because that is what we're laying here. And I get that foundations are not very sexy. I know we haven't done anything really exciting so far, but without solid foundations, buildings crumble and people die. And without you thinking properly in business, you risk your business crumbling and your dreams dying. And I don't want that to happen. And that's why we spent so much time on it. But fear not. Part 1 is now out of the way. Let us move straight on to part 2. And part 2 is all about what you do and, arguably even more importantly, what you mustn't do at this early stage of building your business. Okay, so remember from the structure here, we've covered how you need to think as an entrepreneur. We're now looking at what you do and indeed what you don't do. And at the beginning, if you are going to successfully launch your enterprise and get your small business off and away out there into the world, so it's learning to fly, and so real customers are coming in, so that money is coming in, so that you're starting to generate profit. What very, very important, critically important that you remember is that you only have 2 jobs. And this is so important that you must not spend any time doing anything else. And I predict this will be quite a difficult challenge for you, but I promise you, if you are able to stay focused on the 2 jobs that you have, your success will be more certain, it will come more quickly, and you will reach greater heights, way faster than you ever thought you could. But as part of this, there are 2 kind of big warnings, okay? Big warning 1 is that any time, any money, or any effort, so any time, money, or effort that you spend on things other than the 2 jobs, which I will explain fully to you shortly, any time you spend on anything else other than these 2 jobs, it will delay, it will diminish, and it will potentially destroy your prospects of success. So focusing on these 2 jobs to the detriment and expense of everything else is critically important. They say, well, okay, Nigel, I've only got 2 jobs. What are the 2 jobs? Well, I will tell you. So at the beginning, when you're starting a business, there are only 2 things you need to focus on. And it gets even better because actually these things are pretty sequential. In other words, you do the first job first and you do the second job second. So you've only got 1 thing to think about at any one time. And your first job is to get crystal clear on what I call your business model and your pricing. Okay, your business model and your pricing. And this is your first job because, and I've seen so many people mess this up. They mess it up because they don't get clear on the business model. And by the way, all a business model is, it's just the way your business makes money. So it's understanding what you're going to do, how you're going to present it, how you market it, and how you're going to actually, get money and how the business actually works. I will explain it all in a few minutes' time on the course. That's all the business model is, how you make money. But then pricing becomes very important and significant as well. Again, lots of small business owners massively sabotage their own success by pricing wrongly, frankly. They just get it wrong, and it condemns them to life in the very bottom echelons of the pyramid. They're absolutely at the low end of the 60%, or they're in the 20%. So we've got to get clear on our business model and our pricing, and I'm going to hold your hand and guide you right through that. And then once we've got clear on that, we're going to do job number 2, and job number 2 is getting customers. As I said earlier, nothing happens in business until you get a customer, till somebody buys something. Definitely want to write that down. It's a critical step. Nothing happens in business until somebody buys things. And what that means is, just to be very clear, in the beginning, which is right now for you, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters at all. And my second big warning comes into play here, okay? Because the second warning here, again, catches a lot of people out because you're very proud of your business, you care a lot about it, and people spend far too long striving to get things perfect or close to perfect. Well, I'm here to tell you now that in business, perfection is the enemy of progress. And right now you need to make progress because you're at the starting line. Yeah, we need to get you into the game, into the race. We've got to get you moving. And in that regard, striving for perfection will be hugely expensive for you because you will burn through time trying to get things perfect. You will burn through money trying to get things perfect. Your success will be diminished. The pace of progress will be delayed. Please don't do it. Much better to kind of start something and continually improve it than it is to get it all perfect from the word go, because you won't crack that anyway, is the truth of it, because you're going to learn so much over these first few weeks and months. And what I would offer to you and really suggest and urge you to adopt is your new mantra. Your new mantra should be that good is good enough. Okay, now just to be clear, that doesn't say mediocre is good enough. All right, I'm not suggesting that we can just put any old out there. All right, but what I am saying absolutely is that good is good enough. And what good enables you to do, it enables you to get going much more quickly. Much, much easier for you to get to a good state than to get to a perfect state. So good is good enough is an absolute kind of write it down, stick it on a post-it note on your computer screen. Just keep reminding yourself, good is good enough. That is how you will make progress. And so many of the businesses that I've built and launched, we've absolutely practiced what we preach here. I have launched things and sold them, in truth, before they were fully ready. I was testing the market. I see what the demand is. Let's give this a good go. Let's see how I present it this way. And what I had, was good, and it was good enough. And it enabled me to make progress. And one of the main reasons why we've been able to have so much success in business is because of this mantra. So it comes highly commended to you. I can't recommend it enough to you. So these two jobs, get clear on your business model and pricing, which we're going to do together in part 3 of this course. And then we're going to get customers. Guess where that is? You got it. It's in part 4 of this course. So I'm going to focus the course on the 2 jobs that you have got, getting clear on your business model and your pricing and getting customers. But I just want to put a little bit of framework around that, and in particular about how you're going to do it. And I want to share with you a technique that has been devastatingly effective, not just for me, but for many, many thousands of my customers over the last 20 years. And because for all of us as human beings, and for our life, really, what we have to work with is we have to make the best we can of the time we've got available. And the time we've got available, this is the interesting one, because it's like the world's best leveler, because we all have the same amount of time. Sir Richard Branson or Stephen Bartlett haven't been successful in business because they managed to get 8 days into their week. They had the same 7 days as the rest of us, and every one of their days had the same 24 hours as the rest of us. Yet somehow, through how they think and what they do, remember, they've been able to move themselves right to the very top of that pyramid. And key part to enabling them to make that happen has been their usage of time. Now, I've actually written a book about this. It's called Build Your Business in 90 Minutes a Day. It's about 10 years ago I wrote that book. And the book was kind of inspired by a situation that involved this guy here. Now, you won't recognize him. I don't expect you to know him at all. But his name is Martin Howie. And Martin, sadly, is no longer with us. But when I was starting out in business, Martin took an interest in what I was doing, and we used to sit down. He used to come round to my house, and we'd have a little chat and a cup of tea. And if we were, if things were going well, I'd have a chocolate biscuit with Martin, and he would give me the benefit of his wisdom. And he had a lot of wisdom. He'd been in business a long time. He knew a lot of stuff. And there was one particular afternoon I remember really, really well. It happened in March 2003. Long time ago, and I was 3 months into my business journey as an entrepreneur, remember? And I remember it very well because it was the day I'd had my lunch at home that day, all on my own in the kitchen, and I had the TV news on at lunchtime, and it was the day that the American soldiers had arrived in Baghdad, and they toppled the big statue of Saddam Hussein. If you were around at that time, I'm sure you'll probably remember that. And that later afternoon, Martin came round to my house, and I made him a cup of tea, and we had a little chocolate bourbon biscuit. And we started having a little chat. He was asking me what I've been up to. And he asked me just one of the most pertinent questions anyone has ever asked me. And it was a difficult question for me to answer. But he said, Nigel, he said, what's the most important thing you've got to do for this business of yours to be a success? And that's a horrible question, isn't it? And I flipped and flopped around for a bit. And I settled on my answer. I said, well, I guess, Martin, one way or the other, I've got to get and keep enough customers. He said, Nigel, I think you're right. I thought, phew. He said, so when are you getting and keeping customers today then? And I thought about it. And I realised, I said, well, I'm not got any time in that today. He said, well, I thought you were quite a smart guy. He said, surely any sane, sensible person, once they understand what the most important thing is for the success of their business, which, by the way, he said, Nigel, I happen to know is the most important thing in your life right now, because it definitely was. I had to get that 100 grand into my bank account before the end of the year. I had to go and get a job. I had to prove the people that had told me I was irresponsible and selfish, I had to prove them wrong by succeeding. So no one's ever been more driven than I was in the first half of the year 2003. And yet here I am having a massive hole in my thinking exposed to me by this, very nice, very smart, very lovely guy who's asked me what's the most important thing. I've told him I've got to get and keep enough customers. He said, well, when are you doing that today then? And of course, I had no time set aside to do that day. He said, what have you been doing today? I said, well, I've been very busy. I was up early, doing some client work this morning. I had some stuff to, I had to go to the bank at one point. I had some money to sort out, some checks that arrived from some customers. I'd done a bit of customer work and I've been prepping things. I'd been very busy. It wasn't that I wasn't working. It's just that none of my time that day had been on the single most important thing. And it landed with me very heavily to this. And the very next day, I started a habit. And I'm a morning person. I'm at my best in the morning. I'm most prolific. I can be very productive. I can get a lot of stuff done in the morning. And so the next morning, I went up to my office, which was in my back bedroom at home, remember? I got there, quite early, 7:15. I got to my office that morning. And I spent the first hour and a half on the very next day working on things that would make my business more successful, that would get and keep me more customers. And that's what I did. And it was a habit that I started now, well over 23 years ago, that has stayed with me pretty much every single working day since. And my working day now, as it has done for, almost 25 years now, begins with me doing my 90 minutes. And I want to just talk to you a little bit about this and why it matters so much. So I still get to work quite early. I'm a morning person. We've got a gym in our building here, so I'm usually arrive here about 6:15. I'm in the gym for 45 minutes. I have a shower and I'm at my desk for 7:15. That's basically my morning routine. And I'm usually meet on the first person in the building and one of the first people at my desk. So I go upstairs and I go into my office. This is my office door. And you can see on my office door here is this sign. I'll zoom in so you can see it. There it is. It says, please do not disturb unless building is on fire. And everybody knows the seriousness of that sign. No one can come and interrupt me, because one of the keys to doing your 90 minutes is that you have to be uninterruptible. And I want to share this. So I go to my work, my door is shut, the sign's on the door, my phone is turned off. Before I leave the office every evening, my email window is closed on my computer, so nothing can get into my head. Because even if I have a little look at the emails in the morning, the little worm gets in, I'll be thinking, I want to think first thing in the morning. I want to think about the stuff that's most important to me. The first 90 minutes of my day, which for me is from about 7:30 until 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm dealing on the stuff that will make my business more successful, that will move me and my business to where I want it to be. I don't deal with anybody else's stuff until after I've done that, the most important thing. And I've carried that with me for all these years. And if anyone was to ever go back and write the history of Nigel's businesses, the history of Entrepreneur Circle and everything else that we've done, all those £15 million plus companies that we've got, business that we've set up, what they would find is that they were all built and are still being built and developed in 90-minute chunks. And this is why I want to explain this, help you understand it, because I know how useful and helpful it will be for you. So the keys to 90 minutes. The first one is, in the 90 minutes, you only work on things that will make your business more successful. So you don't do any client work. Yeah, you don't do any work for customers. You're not doing any staff issues. This is all about you getting and keeping the right customers. That's where the focus actually is. And you have to be uninterruptible. So you have to get yourself in a space where no one can interrupt you for 90 minutes. And I recognise not everyone has the benefit. I've got an office, I can shut the door, I can put my sign on the door. Not everyone's got that ability. Go somewhere where you can be uninterruptible. We've had members of Entrepreneur Circle using this. One lady in particular, very successful business owner now. When she started out, she had no office to go to. She used to drive to a service station on the motorway. It was one junction down from her where she lived, and she would drive to the service station, and at the service station you can park for 2 hours. So she would park a car and she'd walk into the coffee shop and she'd get herself a coffee and she'd set a timer on her phone, and she had 90 minutes to get the work done, and then she'd be off back in her car and get on with the rest of the day. Somehow, some way, you've got to put yourself in a position where you are uninterruptible, because the focus matters. You should do the 90 minutes, by the way, ideally at the same time every day, so it becomes part of your habits. I'll talk a bit more about habits later on. But you see, none of us, we don't get to choose our future per se. What we get to choose are our habits, and it's our habits that build our future. The reality is, because of my habit of going to the gym, I weigh quite a lot less than I would weigh if I didn't go to the gym, because it's my habit of going to the gym, which I hate, by the way. I don't enjoy it one bit, but I do recognise I've got to look after myself at my age, especially, so I put a bit of effort in for 40 minutes every morning, and I'm able to reap some of the benefits of that. If you get in the habit of creating 90 minutes at the same time every day to work on your business will move forward dramatically quicker than would otherwise be the case. It's your habits that will shape that part of your future. And the other key thing I would say about the 90 minutes is it's planned. So you never arrive to do your 90 minutes and wonder what to do, because you've planned what to do. At the very latest, you planned it the day before. I've got this little mantra that says, today ain't over till tomorrow's planned. In truth, for my 90 minutes, I have a little book, and there's all sorts of things that I put in there. And because some things are more important than others, I have little ideas how I could do this, we could make that happen. But what happens the day before, I will have a little look before I go home, and I'll know that tomorrow morning I'm going to crack those two things off the list. And what I found, and you may experience this as well, it's really quite interesting. The brain has a wonderful way of solving problems when we're asleep. The number of times, I've looked at my book before I've gone home. I'm going to tackle this tomorrow, and that's a tricky one. I'm not going to do about that one. We'll do it in the morning. So I've got it into my head, and then I wake up in the morning, and the answer is like somehow crystal clear, because my brain, my deep subconscious, has kind of been working on it while I've been asleep. But those principles, those keys, will serve you so well. They'll be so useful for you in ensuring the ongoing success of your business and getting your startup business to the size you want it to be way more quickly than will otherwise be the case. If you think about it, 90 minutes a day across a week, a working week of 5 days, that's 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours across a month. That's 30 hours of you at your most productive, completely focused and uninterruptible. Now, all of us are capable of doing, significant chunks of work in that time. The trick is whether you make it available or not. And over the years, I've had a lot of people have, in fact, interestingly, literally no one, because I've done talks on this at massive conferences all around the world, the power of 90 minutes. No one, I've written a book on it. No one has ever come to me and disagreed with the concept. Right? No one ever has disagreed with it. What's happened, most people will nod, I get that, that sounds very, very sensible. But actually the percentage that actually do it, that's a lot smaller, lot smaller. In fact, it's probably reminiscent of the percentages at the top of the pyramid. It's the people in the 1 and the 4 and the 15 that actually make some effort to carve out some time so they can do the most important things in their business. And as you start to plan and put into action, the things that are necessary to build your business where it needs to be, you will want to carve out these 90 minutes as well. So the 90 minutes a day when you're doing the things, and people say, well, I could do more than 90 minutes. Fantastic. Especially in the beginning, because you've got no customers, you've got no other distractions. Oh, well, actually, you might have some distractions, because we're going to talk about all the things that you could do when you're starting a business that you really shouldn't do. So the simple answer, things you should not do when you're starting a business. I mean, you know the answer, but I'll spell it out really clearly. Things you should not do when starting a business, anything other than the 2 jobs that you've got. You remember the 2 jobs? Yeah? We've got to get clear on your business model and your pricing, and we've got to get customers. Those are the only 2 jobs that matter. That's when we get the business rolling. When we've got a good business model that's going to work and our pricing is bang on, and then we start getting customers. Now we're in business. Now we've got a platform on which we can build. Until we've got a good business model with the right pricing and we're starting to get a flow of customers, nothing else matters in business till somebody's buying something. And they better be buying at the right price to make the model work so you make some money, because the worst thing you want to do is start a business and put all this effort in and pull nothing out at the end of it. Businesses have to be profitable in order to survive. You are going to need money at some point, whatever your other aspirations are. So what does this mean in practice? Well, in practice, it means don't spend time designing a logo. No one is going to buy from you because of your logo. It is unimportant at this stage. All right, just to be clear, a few weeks down the line, once you've got customers paying you real money at the right price and a business model that works, and we know it's going to be sustainable, and you want to do it on the long term, then we can go get a logo. But don't you dare spend money or time or effort or brief. And you'll say, oh, I'm just going to brief a designer. No. Because now it's in your head. And now you're waiting for the feedback from what they're going to give you. Or you go onto Fiverr and you get all these little apps you can get. No, don't do this. These are massive distractions that are going to cost you a huge amount of money in lost opportunity for the things that you could have been doing instead. Don't build a website. Shock horror. Everyone's got a website. Well, no, they haven't. You don't need a website at this point. This is a course for people starting a business. Worst thing you could do when you are starting a business is spend time and money and energy building a website. All right, it's not the way to get started. Yes, you will need one quite soon, but not yet. And one of the biggest reasons people fail is they do things in the wrong order. And the number of entrepreneurs that have spent huge amounts of money, oh, goodness me, and loads of time building a super fancy website that they've dropped thousands of pounds on. Not the right thing to do. I promise you, it's not the right thing to do. Please don't do it. People start their business, first thing they do is they set up their limited company. And I get that it's quite a proud moment and it's quite a big thing to have a limited company, but it's a really dumb thing to do at the very beginning, at this point. Please don't do it. It is not helping you to get clear on your business model and pricing, nor does it help you to get customers. And by the way, I know people can say the website helps to get customers, and there may well be some truth in that, but we're in the proving stage at this point. We've got to know that we do not need a website we will get the website pretty soon once we're able to get customers through other easier methods, and I'll explain that as we get into that step 4 or part 4 when we're actually getting customers. I'll explain what I mean. You don't need a website right now. You don't need to set up a limited company. You don't even need to set up a business bank account in the beginning, in the very beginning. Yes, you will need a business bank account quite soon, but in your first few weeks, it's not where you need to spend your time. Especially given how difficult it can be these days to set bank accounts up. You know, it's, oh my God, all the different anti-money laundering, all the different things you've got to do and produce and work through. Don't get bogged down in all that stuff at this point. We can take some money, we'll find a way to work it through and move it. You know, just get them to pay you in just only for the first few weeks, just to be clear. I'm not suggesting this is the way, but we don't start here. And the people that tell you to start here and that you've got to sort your logo, get your website out, get your limited company, you know, make sure you've got your bank accounts all done, yeah, and then all your social media accounts, grab all that right handles for your names. These people telling you this stuff are not successful entrepreneurs who built big businesses. This is a waste of time in the very beginning. You will need all these things in due course, some of them quite quickly. Some of them might even be in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks' time, but you don't need them right now. And if you follow this course and this program and you do these things in the right order, you will be more successful. I promise you, you'll be more successful. Get clear on your business model and pricing, and then get customers. Those are your 2 jobs. And you don't do anything else until those 2 jobs are accomplished. And I'm going to guide you through it step by step. I'm going to help you we'll sort the business model out in the next part of the course, and then we'll go on and we'll get the customers for you. So it's all here. The workbook's got it all in. But please, please, please don't do all this distracting stuff that will hold you back and potentially, you know, really threaten your dreams. It's a really, really big deal. All right, but so the things that you should do: carve out the 90 minutes so you've got some proper time to spend doing the things that you want to do. If you can double that up for the first week and spend 3 hours or 4 hours on the stuff, then that's a fantastic place to be, especially when the things you're focusing on are getting clear on your business model and pricing, and then getting customers. And that's what we're going to focus on. And I'm going to dive straight in now to the 3rd part of the program, which is all about you getting clear on your business model and pricing. So we're going to start to get practical now. We're going to get into some numbers that you're going to need to know. I think you're going to like this bit. Although, what I do have to say at the beginning, before we get right into it, is the importance, if you're going to start a business, of only starting one business. I made a big mistake when I started my entrepreneurial career way back in 2003. I foolishly and erroneously thought that it would be a really good thing to do if I had multiple businesses, because that would in some way give me a resilience and make me more robust. And so I set up 3 businesses really at the same time. I set out to be some kind of marketing consultant. That was a lot of my effort and energy went. I invested quite a lot of cash into some quiz machines that I had put into pubs and clubs. And then we also invested in some property. And I treated I had 3 businesses. I've got my marketing consultancy, the quiz machine vending machine business, and my property business. And the truth is, what I learned over the first 12, 18 months of being in business, I learned how stupid that was. and there's no other way to say it really. There's nothing wrong with having a portfolio of businesses that you kind of start or acquire or build over time. But to start with 2 or more brand new businesses all at once and try and build them all together, that is bonkers. It's insane, because your focus will be spread. And the most likely outcome is that you will, if not fail, but you'll certainly not achieve the potential of any of them. And so therefore I would urge you to resist the urge to spread the risk. And in my view, it very much actually increases the risk when you are starting multiple businesses at a single time. So please don't do that. Now, I said at the beginning that you need to bring the idea to this whole thing. I'm not giving you it's not about giving you ideas and suggestions as to what business you should start. You need to bring that idea, that notion. But what I thought would be helpful here in this section is to just help you understand and deepen your thinking a little bit as to how optimal the business you're thinking of is going to be. And what I've done is pull together a list of what I call, these are the characteristics of what I call the ideal business. And so it's a little checklist, if you like. And there are 7 elements on this checklist, 7 things that you want to assess your business against. Now, if you've got 6 or 7, you're on an absolute, it's going to be a home run. You're really well positioned. 4 or 5, it can probably work. But if you've only got a couple or 3 of these items on the checklist, it might be cause for concern. It just means you're going to make life harder for yourself going forward. Doesn't mean you won't be successful, but it's likely to require a bit more effort, might be a bit slower. There'll be implications. You'll see what I mean as I go through it. So let's have a look at this ideal checklist. And ideal checklist number 1 might sound obvious, but the first thing is huge demand. Now, I see a lot of people start businesses doing things that they are passionate about, but not many other people are. And you need to be, this requires you to be very accurate in your thinking, because again, we have a tendency as human beings to reinforce our own thinking. So we can convince ourselves very easily that there actually is huge demand for this business that I'm going to launch, when in fact the truth is the exact kind of opposite. I mean, for instance, if you were, let's look at this. So some of the most successful food businesses are the food businesses that serve festivals and outdoor events and things in the summer. You see the big mobile kind of things that they wheel into position, and they, there were all sorts of different things that they would serve. And the reason they're very successful as businesses is because they have huge demand. I mean, if you're selling food, what you want is a starving crowd. And you get starving crowds at big events, and it doesn't, just means the food doesn't even have to be all that good for you to make money. Whereas if you're on a high street or in a little village somewhere and you're relying on people coming to you, you've got to be a lot more open and honest about the scale of the demand, particularly nowadays. If you require people to physically come to you, then obviously the locations and footfall plays a big part in that. A lot of retail businesses, a lot of hospitality businesses suffered hugely from COVID because society's kind of patterns of movement all changed. So it just needs quite a little bit of thought. And if you're going to go into something that's particularly niche, then make sure you understand, the demands within that niche. It's had a guy once who I remember very well, and what he really enjoyed was making these homemade candles. And he had this aspiration it could become a really big business, but that he's never going to get huge demand for his homemade candles for all sorts of factors. He could have it as a hobby, he could still do it, but it wasn't going to be making him, tens of thousands of pounds a month. It just isn't possible. The demand wasn't there. So accurate, honest understanding of what the actual demand for your business will be. And in this regard, having other businesses doing what you do can actually be a really positive thing. What absolutely do not need to do is come up with an original idea to have a really successful business. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later on. But there does need to, life's just so much easier if there's a big demand for what you do. So that's the first element on my ideal business checklist. And the second element is what I call low maintenance. So if you have to spend a lot of time going round following up on stuff, this can be very, very time consuming, and it can really suck your profits. If the business needs you to be in it doing stuff, so it would be high maintenance business, that can very significantly damage the progress that you make. Businesses that are able to run because the process is simple, we can understand it, you don't need to be there, it's low maintenance from your perspective, can be a fabulous thing to have. It's why things like software businesses, it's why property is a really good business, actually, because you you buy a property, you rent it out, you get a good tenant in there. It can be a really smart business because you have to do nothing at all, especially if it's commercial property. Now, you can have property businesses, a lot of people are doing very, very well at the moment out of short-term lets and that sort of thing, where there's a bit more maintenance because they've got a bit more turnaround, etc., that sort of thing, holiday lets, all that area, but the margins are better. But the level of maintenance, you just need to think about it. How much work are you going to have to do that's not growing the business, that's going to demand time of you? Because high maintenance businesses can become a real burden, a real weight around the business owner's necks. That's why we have those in there. The level of stock required in your business is a big factor in determining how much capital you need to grow the business and make it successful. Businesses that require large amounts of stock require, therefore, large amounts of cash to be tied up in that stock, and it just makes it harder. It's a constraint, another constraint that other businesses don't have. Here at Entrepreneur Circle, for instance, we have, literally no stock because we don't sell any goods or services. So it would absolutely be a massive tick on ideal business checklist item number 3 for us. Whereas if what you're going to run requires you to carry large amounts of stock, that would absolutely count detrimentally on this checklist. Number 4 is an interesting one. Number 4 is the number of employees. Now, just to be clear here, I have over 70 staff working with me now, and I wouldn't have it any other way, if I'm honest. My goal was always to build, a significant business, a sizable business. And the truth is, I am fueled by my colleagues. I enjoy coming to work. I enjoy seeing them. They energize me. They inspire me. Hopefully I do the same to them. I'm very comfortable and happy working with people. And I'm also very comfortable having difficult conversations, which is not the case for lots of other people. And I do know lots of entrepreneurs for whom, if I can build a business that has no staff, there's one guy I know particularly well, he's a very successful guy, very experienced, very knowledgeable. The last thing he wants to do is employ anybody, like ever. So for him, getting a big tick on item number 4 on this checklist is really, really important. You just need to think about this and how you feel about it. There is no doubt that staff do bring challenges and problems. Yeah, and when you get it right and you get people that are aligned with you, that you're all pulling in the right direction, their level of commitment and conscientiousness is aligned with yours, things can be fantastic, but it isn't always like that. And it can be tricky and challenging. I don't know anybody that employs, more than a few staff that hasn't had, nightmares at one point or another. So you just need to be mindful and thoughtful of it. It may be that you decide it has to be a necessary evil, in which case then you're going to give some focus down the line as to how you're going to get good at that and get yourself a really great team around you that don't give you hassles and grief and problems. So, but number 4 is the number of employees, or that having no employees in the business. For lots of people would make it an ideal business. And number 5 is by far the most important item on the checklist. And you may not have thought about this before, but a business that has what we call recurring income is a way more beautiful business than one that doesn't. And you see, recurring income is money that comes either every month or every quarter or every year. So customers have signed up, there's usually a contract or an agreement of some sort, and you get to bill them for the service that they're getting or the product they're getting on a regular basis. So it's why, again, I mentioned property earlier, if you get renting every month, that's a lovely thing to do. Obviously, my business, Entrepreneur Circle, I say obviously, you may not be familiar with it. It's obvious to me, but our business is almost entirely subscription-based. So we have a whole host of different subscriptions, but the way people spend money with us is they pay us by direct debit every month. And that means that the business, the income recurs. So I don't have to start every month on 0. We know that actually there is all this money coming in this month, we've obviously got to continue to deliver the goods for people and look after them and provide the service. But the money's coming. I don't have to go out there and sell it. I'm not relying on people walking into my premises and paying me, because I've got recurring income. Now, it's possible in lots of businesses to create really good recurring income streams. In fact, I was with a lady just yesterday who runs a chain of salons in the north of England. And what we focused on yesterday with her was adding this new level to her VIP membership program. But she has, in her case, it's 150 customers, but they pay her decent sums of money. In truth, she's banking £25,000 on the first of every month, which for her is beautiful, because that's kind of most of her overheads covered, like on the first of the month, no matter who else comes in. Does that make sense? So recurring income is really, really huge. It isn't possible in lots of businesses, but don't give up too easily, because it is there and it is possible, and there is potential there in lots of businesses, and it might be something for you to give thought about. Again, you're at the startup phase right now, so this is one that's going to be probably 2 or 3 months down the line. Once you've got customers, you've got a reputation, you're starting to get comfortable doing what you do, but recognize the power that this can have for your long-term kind of financial health and safety, and just having certainty of income. It's a truly, truly beautiful thing when you've got customers that you can bill by direct debit on the certain time every month without you having to go out there and sell. And contrast that with most or lots of businesses that effectively, when the first of the month comes round, the scoreboard resets and they have to start at zero, and we've got to go again, got to sell again this month. So I think things like IT support businesses, lots of call handling, VA businesses, people that provide services, landscape gardening, garden maintenance, people that look after provide service contracts on lifts or infrastructure or air conditioning. These can be great businesses because the customers are paying regularly. It's a recurring income stream, makes a massive difference. Item number 6 on the list. This is just something that it matters to me, because I promised my mum that I'd never do anything that would embarrass her. So having a business that you can be proud of, that you enjoy talking about, you kind of hold your head up high, that's important. We shouldn't underestimate that. And then item number 7 on the list is the level of cost, the cost base. Obviously, businesses that have big cost base, and that cost base can come typically in one of 2 ways really. Either you've got large people cost, or you've got large infrastructure costs. You have to have premises or plant or machinery and stuff like that. So people or machinery and plant. If there's lots of that required to be successful, it doesn't make it a bad business. In many ways, those businesses often, once they're set up, can be the most successful, but it makes it harder to set them up because there's a capital requirement. And therefore, if you're starting out looking to find your way in the world as an entrepreneur, chasing business like that can be, that's a big obstacle that's in your way, and it increases the risk. And that really is the last item on my list, is the level of risk involved. And businesses that are not unique, so other people, ideally in quite large amounts, are doing what you do. That diminishes the risk, because there's demand there. That there's a market for what you're doing. It means obviously there's competition, which is another challenge, but at least there's no question about the viability of the business. It's now on you to get it right. And if you think properly and do the right things, you'll be able to get it right. So they can actually be the less or the least risky businesses to go into. Whereas when you've got an idea and there's no one else doing what you do, but I've got this amazing idea to start a cat walking business because you love walking cats, you've got a big challenge now, because you've got to let customers, a market, know that this service exists. You have to convince them that they need it or that they want it, and it can become a lot harder to get going. So the level of risk involved is an important factor. So I hope that little checklist is helpful and useful for you. I've put this little grid together as well, just to give you some context as to where your business opportunity might sit on this chart. So little classic grid here. So what we've got is low risk on the vertical axis is at the bottom, higher the risk is at the top. And then we've got low reward on the left-hand side, head to high reward. This is about profitability that you typically see here. So in this bottom left quadrant here, this is where you've got businesses that are low risk. That's a good thing, but they're also typically quite low reward. So I mentioned my quiz machine business, that definitely fitted into that. Things like laundromats, that sort of thing. So very low risk, but you don't make a lot of money. You can make a few £100. If you get a lot of machines, you can make a few £1,000s a month, but it's low risk and comparatively low reward in this quadrant here. If we go up to this quadrant, this is where the risk is higher, but the rewards still aren't great. So this is places like restaurants, cafes, boutiques, retail now at the moment. They are high risk, low reward. I say they're high risk because the truth is two things. First of all, the margins are quite tiny. That's where the low reward comes from. You make a little bit of money on a lot of transactions, but the margins are quite small. And the truth is that 60%, nearly 2/3 of these businesses close within 3 years. So the track record in that sector is not good. That's why they are higher risk. So higher risk, low reward up here. If we go across then to you'd think, oh, this is the place, high reward. Yes, I want a high reward. Well, you do, but not with high risk. So high risk, these would be things like tech startups, the trendy apps that you see around the place, some crypto projects, things that are, you're looking for the unicorn, the one-off thing. But the truth is there's a 99% failure rate up here. So that's why it's high risk. But if it does come off, it can be absolutely life-changing. Very, very high rewards. And then we got this quadrant down the bottom corner here. So this is the low risk with high reward. And these are what I would call, the boring businesses. I mentioned a few of them a moment or two ago, things like landscaping, plumbing, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, all these kind of things. So they can have, when these businesses are set up properly, big demand, because everybody needs them, and you set them up properly, a lot of these businesses are doing 20% plus net margin. So, you turn over £1 million, there's £200,000 of profit. So high reward and relatively low risk. Obviously, you've got to get established in the marketplace, but especially if you've got knowledge and experience in that marketplace, can be a really good place to start your business. So that's just a little grid there just to give you some context and sense and an understanding of where what you're about to do is going to actually sit, in your market. And one final word of warning, just because you want to make a business out of it, it doesn't mean you can. What I mean by that is, it isn't possible to make a profitable business out of anything just because you've had the idea. There's a few things need to happen for a business to be successful. First thing is obviously customers have got to buy it. And in truth, as long as you've got customers that want to buy it, then usually you absolutely can make a successful business out of it. But I've met a lot of people over the years who come to market with something that in truth, very, very few people want to buy. And therefore their business has struggled and ultimately their business has died. So just be mindful, just think again about those points that I've just talked through, that ideal business checklist, it's all in your workbook. You can tick off against that and just make sure, that you are, as I said, scoring, at least 6 or 7 or 8 out of 8 to make it worthwhile. That absolutely stacks the odds in your favor. If you've got 6 or 7 ticks out of 8 on that checklist, you're in a very, very good place. If you've only I've only got 1 or 2 or 3, you might want to rethink. It just means that life's going to be a bit harder. But establish what it is that you're going to do and pick one business. You're not going to try to do multiple things. We then need to look at your business model. And this is where we start to get into numbers. Now, I know that numbers are not the natural space for lots of people, but I promise you, it's really important that you get this. This is only 5 words, but you really need to get this. All right, business is a numbers game. And if you are going to become a business person, you're going to be an entrepreneur, a business owner, you are going to have to get comfortable with the numbers. You cannot outsource this. You cannot delegate this. There is nobody who has built a sustainably successful business at the upper end of that pyramid that we talked about earlier. There's no one that's done that is not comfortable and competent with the numbers. So even if you're starting now thinking, oh my God, that scares me because numbers are not my thing. Two things. First of all, you're normal. That's how most people come into business. They come into business because they've got a passion for what it is that they do, or they're interested in it. They want to make a business out of this. I'm good at cutting hair. I like drilling teeth. Whatever it might be. I love people. I'm going to set up an HR consultancy. But that's how most people start, because they're passionate about their thing. But you're going to have to bolt onto that passion about your thing a level of competence with the numbers. And that's what we're going to talk about now. I'm going to help you to do it. So when I talk about a business model, all I really mean is, how are you going to make money? Because you have to make money in order to be sustainable, in order to carry on. Otherwise, it's just a hobby. If it's costing you money, a business has to be able to make money to carry on and to continue. And that the business model is just, well, how are we going to actually do that? It's not a big, complicated thing. Most business models can fit on half a page. They're often better as a picture than they are as words. I'll show you and I'll talk it through. But this is all about how you making money. All right, so it's a good topic. So let's talk about money. Now this is. I find this an absolutely fascinating topic, because there are so many different views and perspectives on money. Now, you remember I talked earlier about how you can go to the ocean with a little tiny teaspoon or a great big bucket, and the ocean doesn't care. And that applies to your business. It's a really lovely metaphor for what you're about to do. So, because your business can start and it can make a lot of money, or it can make a little bit of money. Okay, the market doesn't care at this point. The market is the ocean. You are going to that ocean with your business, and you can have a tiny little business, eking out a living, or you can build a bigger business and have a nicer life. It's up to you. And a few things about money that I need to help you to understand. The first thing is, there are no shortages of money. Okay, whatever, now that may contrast, you may not believe that, because in your world, all you've lived with all your life is a shortage of money. There's never been enough money to do all the things you want to do. You've spent your entire life at some point every single day wishing you had more money. So how can you tell me, Nige, that there's no shortage of money? Well, it's just that other people have got it right now and not you. But the money absolutely is there. And you building a successful business and becoming wealthy, that does not mean that someone else is made poor. Right? We can create, as entrepreneurs, we can create wealth out of nothing. Again, my business is a real good example of that. Equally, your success doesn't block somebody else. All right, it's not about you taking from other people. We can create things out of nothing. And again, I will use my business Entrepreneur Circle as an example of that. So we set up to help people be more successful in business. Now, how does that pull from anybody else? Yeah, I've studied, we've got a lot of experience, we communicate things in different ways, we sit down and coach people, we help them, we educate them, we motivate them, we inspire them sometimes, and we help them to achieve more than they ever can. And as a result of doing that, standard membership of Entrepreneur Circle costs, like £100 a month at the point which I'm recording this, or £99. And we've got many, many thousands of members, lots of whom, by the way, have been with us for like 10 and 15 years in lots of cases. Now, the only reason they keep paying us their subscription every month is because they are getting value from what we do. And because of all those monies coming in, we've got a successful business, we employ a lot of people, we pay millions and millions of pounds in taxes, and there's money left over for me and my other shareholders to have a very nice life. Now, no one's suffering because of what we're doing. And the same applies to you in your business. So there are absolutely no shortages of money. And the second principle, is there's a lot of money moving around out there. What I mean by that, even in difficult economic times, lots of people spend a lot of money. And even in difficult economic times, a lot of non-affluent people that do have a lot of money, well, they spend a lot of money as well. And so, and you know, this is true. You know, that's why businesses continue to flourish and thrive. And the third principle here is that people find a way to buy things that they want to buy. When we did the TV program with Channel 5 that I mentioned, the family that came to live in our house, as part of the program, they got a weekly budget of £2,000. Now, what everybody knew watching the program is that family had, at that point in time, like nearly £10,000 of debt. Now, with the £2,000 that they got on the program, they went out and bought stuff. They didn't repay the debt. They spent the money on that they were given this money, and they bought things. They bought an Xbox, and they bought some jewelry, and they bought some clothing, because people buy what they want to buy. Got a good friend of mine that I went to school with, and he's a painter and decorator. Has been for a long time, like 40 years now. So he earns a very nice living. He's not wealthy by any means, but he's comfortable. But he loves his golf, and he plays a lot of golf. And every year when the golf club manufacturers bring out their latest clubs, especially the drivers, he's always one of the first guys in the golf club to buy the new 400 or 500 pound driver. Now, he doesn't need that, but it's what he wants to do. He's very passionate about his golf, so he spends money on his passion. It's a big, very instructive point there. It's why businesses, you know, lots of, you know, there's a lady in there where my wife goes to get her nails done. And, you know, there's obviously, you know, there've been different economic times in the past. And I remember her once, Sue asking her how business was, and she said, business is great. She said, hell will freeze over before the women of Solihull stop getting their nails done. Because people, and it's absolutely right, we all as individuals, we all prioritise things, and we spend money on the things that we want to buy. And individually, we all make those judgment calls. And what I want to buy will be different from what you want to buy, and vice versa. And there's a whole world out there. And your job as a business owner is to make sure you've got services and products that people want to buy in sufficiently large amounts for you to build the business of the size that you want to get to. But these principles are really, really important. I'll just go back briefly. There are no shortages of money. You know, there's a lot of money moving around out there. People are spending, despite what you might hear in the media at different times, because people find a way to buy what they want to buy. And the final little principle I've got here when it comes to money is that you are not your customer. Okay, and how you think about money and how you think about pricing and what's expensive and so is not the same as everybody else. This is really, really important. Really, really important, because everybody has different views and perspectives on value, on what something should cost, on what something is worth to them. And not everybody puts price at the top of the list. I'll show you some examples in a little while. In fact, to help you to illustrate this, I need to tell you a short story about this little kid here, who you may recognise. This is a 9-year-old me. All right, that picture was taken in 1975. And in the Bottrell family archives, it's a very symbolic picture, because it's the first photograph of me ever taken where I am wearing glasses. And I needed to tell you a little bit about this. And there's an absolute point to this, and I hope I can land this properly, because this will make a really big difference to you and the future of your business if I can use this little story to make a very, very important point. So what you have to understand, I was a very, very happy child. I grew up in a very loving household. I had a very nice time. I had a sister, and so there's 4 of us, my mum, my dad, me and my sister, in a little suburb of Leeds, where I lived in a little semi-detached house. My dad was a policeman, and I was really into sports growing up. Leeds United and my football team, they were very successful in the early 70s. And for my 9th birthday, about 5 months before this photograph was taken, for my 9th birthday, my dad took me to Elland Road to watch my first football match. I was so excited, so excited. And I went to see Leeds play Stoke City. And Leeds won the match 2-1. Clark and Lorimer scored for Leeds. A guy called Mike Pedgick got sent off for Stoke City. I know this because I read it in the paper the next day. Because when I got to the football ground and went into the stand in the stadium and the players came out on the pitch, I couldn't see anything. And all I could see was this big amorphous kind of green thing, which was the pitch, but I couldn't see what was going on it. It was too far away. But everyone else is getting very excited, so I think, well, I better try and get very excited as well. But it was I did not understand why people would go to football, because I couldn't see anything at all. And I came back home and my life continued as normal. I carried on sitting on the front row of class in every lesson, because if I sat on the front row in every lesson and I squinted my eyes, I could just about read the blackboard. No one noticed, no one said anything. Until the summer of that year, and my dad took me to my first cricket match. Being a Yorkshireman, he loved his cricket, and I grew up in the same kind of vein. And so he took me to Headingley to see they're called the Roses match, Yorkshire against Lancashire. And my hero was a guy called Geoffrey Boycott, and Geoffrey Boycott opened the batting that Saturday morning for Yorkshire at Headingley, and they'd been playing about half an hour. And I said to my dad, "What's the score?" Because I'm thinking this is a bit like the football match I went to. You can't really see anything. And he said, "Well, it's on the scoreboard." And I said, "Well, what scoreboard?" And he said, "Well, that one over there." I said, "Well, I can't see that." And at that point, my dad, it makes him sound terrible, and he wasn't. He was a brilliant dad. But at that point, my dad realised that his 9-year-old son can't see properly. And we left the cricket at lunchtime because there's no point staying, because I really couldn't see anything. And that afternoon, I got an inkling of how my life was about to change, because we went to an optician's for an eye test. We went to see a guy called Mr. Gosher, who was the local optician, and he was a family friend because he went to the same Methodist church that my parents did and that I kind of grew up in. And Mr. Gosher gave me an eye test, and I realised things were maybe about to change. And the following Saturday morning, Mr. Gosher came round to our house. And he came round to our house with my new spectacles. And I will never forget, as long as I live, the moment Mr. Gosher put the first pair of glasses on the end of my nose, because I was stood in our front room looking out of the window, and I could see that Mr. Shaw's house opposite was made of bricks. And I could see that the tree in our garden had leaves. And everything suddenly took on a whole different perspective. Now, the thing is, and the point of this story, and what you have to understand, is that I was a very, very happy 9-year-old who had no sense or awareness at all that his life was diminished. Because, you see, what I learned, especially looking back on this, is that we all think we're normal. As human beings, we all think our view of the world is the view of the world. It applies politically, and it definitely applies economically. We think that, like my mother, for instance, my mum, she grew up in a kind of, post-war rationing period and stuff. She will not buy a coffee at a service station. She just won't do it. She'll bring a flask with her because she believes it's a waste of money to buy a Starbucks coffee at a service station. Now, to lots of the rest of us, I think that's just bonkers. Why would you go to all that faff and carry a flask and put it in and, oh my God, I'll just go and get a coffee for £4. But she wouldn't do that. Me and my mum have different values when it comes to buying coffee. But this applies to everything. It applies to everything. But it's really important when you're setting up a business, because what you have to recognize is that you are not your customers, and what you perceive as being fair value or the right price, and prioritizing the things that matter about your product, you have to get into their heads and see things from their perspective. And their perspective will be different to yours. We all think we are normal, and in truth, none of us are. I hope I've made that point kind of clearly enough. And I've got some more examples to show you a little bit later on of what people value and where it comes from. And one of the most important things, what I'm leading to with this, is the importance of please don't have unnecessarily low prices. All right, and I'll talk about why in a few minutes' time, because your pricing affects everything about the success of your business. Everything. And I'm going to explain why and how and why this is so important, because you see, your business model, this is about how you make money. And in business, right, money is profit. So businesses have to make profit in order to generate money for the business owner. Now, profit is revenue minus costs. That's what it is, okay? Profit is revenue minus costs. And of course, revenue is heavily shaped by pricing. If I'm going to serve 10 customers and they all pay me £50, I make £500. If I serve 10 customers and they all pay me £1,000, I make £10,000. Now, obviously, that's quite a big variance and difference, but we have to start thinking, and there isn't a norm on price, as I will explain a little bit later on. But before I get on to you setting your prices, which I'm going to help you with, I want us to take a step back and focus up here a little bit. So profit, if you remember, profit is money. Money equals profit. For the business owner, profit is money. So profit is revenue minus cost. So let's talk about profit. How much of it do you want? It's a genuinely serious question. It's not a rhetorical question. You're about to embark on like the most exciting and potentially the most rewarding journey that you've ever been on. You're going to start and run your own business. How much money do you want to earn from this business? It's going to be super helpful for you to have a good indication of what the answer to that question is. Now, for lots of people, they find it easier to think about the answer on a monthly basis. They like to think about, well, if I had that much coming in every month, that would be amazing. Because, of course, don't forget, what happens in your business, whose fault is it? Yeah, that's right. It's your fault. That's whose fault it is. It's all your fault. As a business owner, you are 100% responsible for where your business ends up. That includes your level of profit. That includes the amount of money you take out of your business. I said at the very beginning, it's your business. You are in control. Therefore, you get to decide at least what you're aiming at. At least let's understand what we're trying to get to. So when it comes to how much do you want, well, how much does the lifestyle that you want actually cost? Serious, it's a really important question. There's lots of things that you've got used to doing without. There's lots of compromises you've made that you'd like to change. As I said, I think earlier, the big driver for me in setting up my own business was to send my children to a Solihull school. That's what I wanted to do. And I realized that the only way I could do that was to start my own business and make it successful, because it was going to be too hard and too difficult and too flimsy, to be honest, for me to rely on someone else paying me money to take on that commitment and put my kids into that school. And you see, the thing is, once you're an entrepreneur, once you've got your own business, everything that happens in your life and that business and your future, it's all on you. It's all on you. Damo on the Channel 5 programme. There he is, Damo. When I met Damo, he was living on £30 a week for food. And within 4 months, what we'd helped him to do was get to £4,500 a month from his business. He went through this process. Because remember this? Remember, employees earn a living. Entrepreneurs, we get to design a living. Well, it's true. We've all fundamentally got two choices as business owners. We can give this a shot and see how it works out, and we can make a living with a bit of luck. Or we can do this properly, and we can actually design a life. Design a life. Because 5 years from now, you're going to arrive somewhere. The question is, where are you going to arrive? I mean, if you keep up doing what you're doing now, you start your business, you pay, where are you going to be in 5 years? Are you going to be living a well-designed life, or are you going to be living an undesigned life? An undesigned life, you're just going to see what happens. Listen, I'm not judging you. It's just that if you're going to do this, you might as well aim at something. Look at a well-designed life. A life that gives me the things that I want for myself and the people that matter to me. And people have got you've got the intelligence to understand this. I guess I could actually sit down and work out where I want to be. What life, what do I want my lifestyle to be like? But the problem is, in my experience, is a lot of people don't have enough reasons. And what I've discovered over the years is that actually it's the reasons that change things for people. Reasons come first and the answers come second. When I started out at the beginning of my journey, as I mentioned, I set up this consultancy business. I was a marketing consultant helping other businesses to market themselves better. And it went pretty well, to be honest. But my wife, Sue, very, very sharp cookie, is my wife. And she had a very good job, but she'd been a full-time mum for about 6-7 years when I started the business. And she was loving her life as a full-time mum, but she wanted to contribute something to the kind of family coffers. So she set up a local magazine, like a little, if you imagine like a parish magazine meets Yellow Pages. All right, so it was full of adverts from businesses. She went out and sold the adverts to the businesses, and then the magazine was delivered free to the houses in our area. And she started to make some money from this. And long story, 12, 18 months on, we set up a program that helped people to set up their own local community magazines, show them how to set it up and run it and sell it and fill it and do it all. And over the next 3 or 4 years, we sold thousands of these. They were called My Mag. And many of those magazines that started 20 odd years ago now are still running today. And here's what's interesting. Our marketing, we targeted our marketing at mums who were on maternity leave from a good job. They needed to earn money, but they didn't want to go back to work. So a very specific customer we were shooting at. And that was all our marketing spoke to those women. So mums on maternity leave from a good job who needed to earn money, but didn't want to go back to work having had their baby. And hundreds and hundreds of customers. I mean, a few people that did not meet that criteria bought My Mag, just to be clear, but the majority of people that bought My Mag were that person. They were a mum on maternity leave who needed to earn money and didn't want to go back to work. And what was incredible, really, but actually very, very instructive, is that not a single mother on maternity leave from a good job who needed to earn money but didn't want to go back to work, not a single one of them failed to get their magazine off the ground and earn money from it. Not a single failure. And the reason for that is because they had the reason. The reason was that they'd spent £2,000 or £3,000 on this program, on this course, this package. It had to work. The clock was ticking. They had a date whereby they had to either go back to work or hand in their notice. Their reasons were really strong. Arguably the strongest motivation in life. That connection between a mother and her child. I did not want to go back to oh my God, they made it work. They made it work because they had the reason. And in my experience, life's really good at kind of hanging on to answers and only giving the answers to people who are inspired by reasons. And this is why, again, starting to look at your life and where you want to go. I'm a very firm believer, and I'm a straight talking Yorkshireman. I'm not into all this kind of woo-woo nonsense. But I've no doubt whatsoever that, my reason was, to start my business, I had 2 reasons really at the beginning. One, I had 2 reasons to succeed. One was to avoid the shame and humiliation that I would have felt had my business crashed and burned from all those people telling me I was stupid and I shouldn't be doing this. And the second reason it worked, or the second reason I had, was that my kids, I put them into Solihull School. And once you put your kids into school, it's quite a big decision, but it pales compared to the decision to take them out of school. And I think having those 2 reasons, they were really big drivers for me to make sure my business was a success. And for you, I'm just saying it's going to be helpful if you've got really big reasons too. That it can make a really big difference, because if your goals aren't powerful and your vision isn't clear, probably won't happen to the extent that it could. That's the point. So the more you can tune in to why this matters to you, what it's all about. If success would just be a nice thing to have, but I don't really mind, well then you're probably not going to achieve success, because when push comes to shove, and there will be a point in time when there's a challenge or a difficult decision or something you got to do that you're really uncomfortable with or a little bit scared of, you'll stop doing it. You'll stop doing it. And what that'll do is it'll hold you further back down this pyramid that we looked at right at the very beginning, where 80% of businesses are either in a state of endless financial struggle, they get by, but they're struggling or broke, compared to the rich, prosperous people living a very good living at the top of the pyramid. And in my experience, most of the people up here had really powerful reasons to get up here. So one way to find the reasons is for you to start to think about what your life could be like. What could your life be like? And my advice to you here would be not to start with where you are now. You almost need to kind of remove yourself from your current lifestyle and literally think about where would you like it to be. So don't start with where you are now, start with where you want to be. And in my case, all I can do is talk. I can talk clearly about my own journey here, my own experience. But my own story started when I went on that tour of Solihull School. There's an aerial shot of Solihull School right in the centre of Solihull town. And the house I'm in is about half a mile away from here that we live in. We're still living in it now. And we went for a tour of this fabulous school. So that building there, that's a big theatre. I mean, it's a bigger theatre than most small towns have got in this country. And I saw all these facilities, and I just really wanted to send my children to this school. It was so different. In my eyes, it was so much better than the schools that I'd gone to when I was growing up, my little comprehensive school in Leeds. Nothing wrong with it, but this was just better. And, I wanted the best for my kids. What would have to happen for me to send my children here? Now, the reality is, so if I use modern day numbers, it's over 20 grand a year to send your child to that school. I got 4 kids, that's 80 grand a year. After tax, that's £160,000 before tax. So I've got to earn 160 grand and I've got nowhere to live and nothing to eat, but my kids are going to school somewhere. So I needed to earn meaningful chunks of money. And it was helpful that, don't start with where you are now, start with where you want to be. And I've developed a process that I share with all our members of Entrepreneur Circle. I go through this every single year with them. It's a 4-step planning process, but it's so, so effective. And I want to just commend this to you, because when we're starting to look at your business and where it's going to take you and what you're going to do, this 4-step process can be really, really helpful. So the first thing you do, step 1 in this process, is you design the life that you want to lead. We're not thinking about the business at this point. We're thinking about you and the people that matter to you and the life that you want to lead. I'll go through the detail in a moment or two. What we then do is we cost out what that lifestyle would cost. What would it actually cost to live the life that you've designed? And then we add all the costs up and we get to a number. And what we then do is we then take that number and we transpose it into the business. And we say, well, this lifestyle requires this much profit from the business, because profit equals money, remember? So we know that the business has got to deliver that much profit. And then we look at the business, okay, what does the business have to do to deliver that much profit? But doing it this way, we've got something to aim at. And as I said earlier, the reason lots of people fail in life isn't because they aim too high, because they didn't aim at all. They just trundled along. And trundling along is not a great way to live your life. So I think in many ways, these 4 steps, design, cost, transpose and plan, they answer 3 questions. They answer, why are you doing this? What does success look like for you? So we're going to get to an answer to that question. Then we say, well, what does the business have to do to make that happen? What results do we need? And then we look at, well, how do I make those results happen in a business? So on this model here, the design in the life, this is why you're doing it. This is why you're doing it, for the things that matter to you. The what's it going to cost and what the business has to do are across this side of that 4-step process. And then the final part, the critical part, well, how do we do it? How does this business deliver this numbers, the what, so that we can live this life? That's the simple process. So let's go through the simple process. Let's start by designing the life that you want. That's what we're going to do. we're going to literally design the life that you want. You weren't expecting this when you started on this course, were you? But this is really quite important because it's going to give you the reasons to get your business where you want to get it to. That's why this matters. Now remember, you've got two choices. You can make a living or you can design a life. And the best way to do this is to start outside your business, start outside of work. And this can be quite difficult. What I've learned is that people need models. I could tell you a story, I'll keep it quite short now, but long story, Sue and I were on holiday a long time ago now, over 20 years ago. We had, our kids were little at the time. When you go on holiday, you tend to make friends with people who've also got little kids the same age as your kids. That's what happened. We met this family from North London, from Hampstead, lovely family. And we spent a bit of time with them on this holiday. And what came out in a conversation one night was that they had a housekeeper. Housekeeper. Now, I'd never met anyone who had a housekeeper before. I mean, I've seen it in Downton Abbey, but I had no idea in modern day that was a thing. But they were absolute advocates. Oh my God, they talked about how amazing it was having a housekeeper who comes into the house every day, effectively does all the cleaning, all the laundry, all the tidying, all the shopping. It just looks after the house. I thought, this is amazing. This is just like the most amazing thing. So I came back from that holiday and I ran an advert and I got myself a housekeeper. And in many ways, I do think hiring a housekeeper has been one of the best things that I've ever done. We've still got my housekeeper now. She's still with us over 20 years. And she's amazing. And what she did and what she does for us, and it was this is particularly pertinent when we had 4 young kids. So I'm working very hard building this business. Sue's a stay-at-home mum. But what our housekeeper enabled us to do is, I knew I had 3 jobs in my life. I needed to be the best father I could to my children. I wanted the best husband I can to my wife. And I need to be the best boss in my business. I need to make the business as successful as I possibly can. And now on there, nowhere on there is cleaning bathrooms or toilets, going to Sainsbury's, cutting the grass, all the other chores. I don't need to do those things. I can get people to do them. So it became quite an important thing for me. And what it means is, so when I get home of an evening, historically, when the kids are little, I could get home in the evening, all I had to worry about was being a great dad and helping my kids out. When Sue and I are chilling after the kids have gone to bed, she's not got the ironing board out doing the ironing because the housekeeper's doing the ironing. So we got time to invest in each other and in our relationship. And in many ways, I do think, and my kids lots of them are grown up now, and we've still got a really brilliant relationship with all of them, thank goodness. And I do think a big part of that is because we had a housekeeper. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it did change a lot of things. And so I'm just telling you that because like lots of people don't think they can have a housekeeper. I didn't to begin with. And look, hey, start with a cleaner. Gosh, it does way, way more than that. But I don't have to change light bulbs. I don't have to clean my shoes. It's not that I can't do these things. It's just that it's just better. They're not there. We're big into Disney. We go to Disney in Florida most years. Have done like literally all, apart from the COVID times. I think my 30-year-old son's been to Disney 28 times, sort of thing, because he still comes as an adult with his family, and he brings his wife and his son with him now and stuff. So that's part of the thing, to do Disney properly. It's not a cheap holiday, but you can start to build these things into your life. This isn't my house, just to be clear. Let's pick this off. But where do you want to live? Where do you really want to live? You're being honest about it. Where do you really want to live? So let's do the exercise. Let's start to map out, because the reason why most people never reach their goals is because they don't define their goals. So get a blank piece of paper. I've left you space in the workbook. I've given you a bit of structure in the workbook. I'm asking you some questions in the workbook. So get the workbook and let's design the life that you want. Where would you live? What will you drive? What will you do? Where do you travel to? What you're putting aside for pensions and investments for the future. Will you have any help? Rob the gardener's been looking after my garden for 19 years. I have a lovely garden, not down to me, but I pay him every month. What do you spend your time doing? Schools for your kids if you got them. What charities are you going to support? What will your day-to-day living actually be like? This isn't something you can do in a couple of minutes. This requires you to do quite a lot of thinking about this, because probably no one's asked you these questions before, not like this, not when it really matters, not in the context of this journey you're about to go on to build your own business. Let's get clear. Let's get clear on this first step of the 4-step process. Let's design your ideal life. Yeah, pause this video, put some time aside. Allow yourself, just a game at the moment, you're not spending any money, it doesn't cost you anything. Go spend half an hour answering those questions I just gave you. They're all in the workbook. I'll see you when you come back. Hey, welcome back from Designing Your Ideal Life. We're going to cost now, step 2 on the plan. We're going to cost that life that you've designed, because the cost is answering the what question. This is going to ultimately tell us what the business has to do to give you your ideal life. So again, in the workbook's available. Just click the link, download the workbook. You'll enjoy the workbook. So there's a big chart in here to help you cost out the things that are on your ideal life sheet. Because you see, you have to know the cost. You have to know the cost of things. That's what's going to shape the business model. So you're going to get all the right answers about the business you're building, because you understand now why you're doing it to a level and a depth that you didn't understand it before. And this stuff, the stuff on your list, the ideal life, it has to matter. It has to matter. One thing we did, we had running for a number of years, we had a Disney club in Entrepreneur Circle. And because my premise is this, and this, in truth, this applies to you right now, even though your business hasn't started yet, it still applies to you. You could go online tonight or go to a travel agent tomorrow, and you could book a trip to Disney. And listen, if you haven't got kids and Disney appalls you, then do something else, do whatever it might be. Go book a safari, or go to a 4-night in the Maldives, or whatever it floats your boat. But a trip, a holiday, all right, whichever one most fits, aligns with what you want to do. And let's just say, so a Disney holiday for a family of 4, done properly and done well with all your spending money and stuff, you're going to be in for 20 grand, is the truth of it, because it is an expensive place to go. Go book that holiday for 12 or 15 months ahead of time from where you are now. So go book it for 12 or 15 months from now, because your business is absolutely capable of throwing off an additional £20,000 of surplus cash over and above what it's currently doing between now and 12 or 15 months' time when you have that holiday. There's not a business that can't do that. And now all of a sudden, so you book the holiday, and then you tell the kids, and you tell all your friends, and you tell your parents and your grandparents and stuff, and you tell them what you're doing, and we're off to Disney. Because now it really matters. Now you don't cancel the holiday now, are you? Now you're going to do the things in the business to make sure that you can take the kids on the holiday. And the beautiful thing is, once you've gone and paid for the holiday, the business has moved to a different level, and now the cash keeps on coming. But you see, if it doesn't matter enough, if you're going to wait till you've done it before you book the holiday, because that feels safer, and in truth, in one level, you're right. But now you're risking other things. And now there's all sorts of other things that you're risking now. It's all risky. Waiting is risky. Going slow is risky. But when there's enough reasons, people get there. And because the way you make things matter is you commit to them. That is the truth of it. The way you make things matter is you commit to them. And one of the best ways to make things matter is you tell other people. I'm doing this, we've booked that, we're going there, we're going to make things happen. The classic thing was, historically was Kennedy, wasn't it, telling the American people that, we're going to put a man on the moon this decade in the 1960s. He committed to it. Commitment's a massive thing in terms of bringing about action. And, remember this, the worst thing you can do as a small business owner is think like a small business owner. Because small business owners, it's a bit risky. It's a bit risky. I'll play not to lose. I'll think about the holiday next year. I'll see if I can make it happen. And all I'm telling you is in all my experience, and it's quite a lot of experience now, well over 15 years working with other business owners, the ones that commit and give themselves reasons are the ones that flourish and thrive. And the ones that do their best and see how it goes, they end up still lower down that pyramid. But having come up with the plan, we're now going to cost it out. So let's do the work, cost it out using the charts that I've put in the workbook for you. And then we'll be able to go on to step 3, which is about transposing the costs of your ideal life onto your business. So this is when we get the answers to what the business has to happen, what the business has to do to make the lifestyle happen. What results do we need? And in simple terms, that's all about the question, well, what does my profits need to be to fund my ideal life? And we're not talking, now just to be clear, we're not talking about like the next 12 months. This could be, it might be 3 or 5 years out where we're looking at now, but at least we know where we're heading. We know where we're aiming. And when you know where you're aiming, it enables you and helps you to make much better quality decisions. That's what's really going on here. The quality of our decisions are getting better. So using the chart from the workbook, we're then going to start to map out your business model. All right, this is what this part of the course is all about, is understanding your business model. But now we've got some context for your business model because we know where you are aiming to be. All right, so let's look at your business model. And what I'm going to do, I think find these things are better when we use real stories and real situations and real case studies. So I'm going to give you a real example from a car valeting business. Now, this isn't Damo's car valeting business. We've got lots of car valeters in Entrepreneur Circle, and this is one of them. And I'm going to talk you through their business model. And a business model has at its heart 7 key numbers. All right, so there's 7 numbers that every business owner needs to know and understand, including you. So let me explain these to you and we'll work them through. So the first number we need to know, the first of our 7, starting at the bottom, is the profit that you need. And the only way you can properly understand that is when you've gone through steps 1 and 2 of my 4-step planning process. So you've designed your ideal life and then you've costed it. That's step 1 and step 2, because now we know what profit we need because it's the cost of the ideal life. So we're going to look at, well, that's the profit that I need. And then what we've then got to do, if we then got to look at, well, what costs have we got in our business? So, and the costs come in 2 places. The first one we're going to look at, number 2 on your 7 key numbers, are your fixed costs. This is also known as your overheads. So, and when you're starting out, you might not have many overheads. In my business, I've got this big building. That's a fixed cost. Doesn't matter how many people buy my products, I've still got to pay for the building. I've still got to pay my rent and my rates and my electricity bills and, my heating, etc. On the building. I've got vehicles that we have in the company. I've got to pay the lease costs on the vehicles. They're fixed costs, they're overheads. So the second one we got is that we've got a profit that we need, then our fixed costs, our overheads. And if we add those 2 together, that gives us what we need, what we call our gross profit to be. Because gross profit, when we're doing it this way, we're going from the bottom up. Gross profit is the profit we need at the bottom, the net profit, plus our fixed costs and overheads. So gross profit, if you're not familiar with it, this is the money you make when you have paid the costs of producing or doing what it is that you do. So if I sell tables and chairs, for instance, then when I sell my tables and chairs, I have to take off the cost of the table and the chairs. I had to buy them from somewhere, I had to make them. There was a cost to get that product. And my cost to getting the product comes off first. It gets me to a gross profit. And then I take off my fixed costs. Broadly, when you decide where costs go, the simple way to get this right, if you need more of something in order to grow your business, then it goes what we call above the line and it comes off your gross profit. If the cost is fixed and you have to pay it regardless of how many things you sell, then it becomes a fixed cost and it goes underneath the gross profit. So we got our gross profit is the next number. Then we go up there, then we've got our costs to produce and deliver. Sometimes accountants will call this the costs of goods sold. Okay, so these are the 2 sorts of costs. Fixed cost down here, our overheads that we have to pay regardless of how many things we sell. And then the cost to actually deliver each sale, these would be where, so if I want to sell more tables and chairs, I've got to buy more tables and chairs. So the costs go in here. If I sell less tables and chairs, I buy less tables and chairs. So it's a very much a variable cost that comes in here at number 4. Then as we go up, next thing I've got is my revenue. Okay, so my revenue is my gross profit plus my cost to produce. That's what my revenue needs to be. My 6th number then above the line will be the average order value. So, and then typically in most businesses, some customers spend a lot of money, Some customers spend not a lot of money, but there's an average. So, well, how many customers did we have altogether? Well, we had 100 customers, and we banked £5,000. So the average spend was £50. There's an average order value. That's what we get there. And then we've got the number of customers. Now, those 7 numbers, what hopefully you'll see, and I'll make it clear as we go through the next bit, but they're all linked together. Do you understand that? So I know I may have confused when I'm talking about it, because people think that profit is what's left over at the end. But I was talking, no. When we're doing our business model, we start with profit. It's number one. How much profit do we need? We then have to add to that number the fixed cost that we've got, because that tells us how much gross profit we need to make. We add to our gross profit the cost to produce and deliver each sale, because that will give us the revenue that we need to bring in. If we know what our average order value is, we can divide the revenue by the average order value, and that will tell us how many customers we need. Let me show you more clearly how to do it. So if we do it from the bottom up on the model, so that's what we're going to do here. So as I said, so let's just say that we need £60,000 of profit, all right, for this car valeting business. That's what they've done. This is a real business. These are real numbers. So the guy running it wanted to earn £60,000. Now, he's got £20,000 of fixed costs in this business. All right, he's leasing his van, some other things that he's got. So he's got, doesn't matter what they are right now, but he's got £20,000 of fixed costs. So that means that his gross profit needs to be 60 plus 20, £80,000. Now, when you're a car valeting business, your cost to deliver each service isn't very much. All right, he's got a bit of consumables and detergents and stuff, and he has to replace his chamois leathers every now and again. But his actual cost to produce each sale is not very high. So in this business, he's got a 95% gross margin. So what we know is that for him to deliver £80,000 of gross profit, he'll have incurred £4,000 of cost. So that means that his revenue needs to be £84,000 for this car valeting business. If he does £84,000, he'll have £80,000 of gross profit, less his fixed costs, his overheads, will leave him with £60,000 of net profit. So this business needs to do £84,000, working from the bottom up. His average order value, well, if his average order was £50, if it was per valet, then we can tell £84,000 divided by 50 means he needs to do 1,680 customers or jobs to make that through. And if he works that out over a year, if he works for 48 weeks, he's got to do 35 a week. So 7 a day, every day for 48 weeks. If the price is that, 7 car valets a day at that price, it means he'll gross £84,000 of revenue, less his consumable costs. He'll make 80 grand of gross profit, less his fixed costs, means there'll be £60,000 left over for him. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a business model. And we're going to do the same thing. You've got to do the same thing for your business. Now, there's another way to look at this, which might be helpful, because although we do need to understand what we're shooting at there. But for instance, it's always worthwhile. We're just playing a game at this point, but we could do this top down. So here we start at the top. So actually, I could clean more cars than that. I could clean 40 cars a week for 48 weeks. So, okay, well, that would be 1,920 cars that we clean. And I think, on average, I could get my average price up just a little bit. I think the average price, I might be able to get it to £52. So, okay, well, that will give you £100,000 of revenue. Now, if we allow 5% of 100,000 as our margin, my costs of goods sold is £5,000, but it now means I've got £95,000 of gross profit. My fixed costs don't change at 20, so now I'm making £75,000 of profit for me. That's an extra £15,000 across the year. That's like £1,300 a month extra that I could pull in if I could do 40 cars a week for 48 weeks rather than 35. So you've got to start doing it bottom up. You can't not do it bottom up, but you absolutely can do it top down, as I've explained there. I hope that makes sense, because this is what we've got to do for your business, using these 7 numbers. What doesn't change, doesn't matter what your business does, these 7 numbers: profit you need, your fixed costs, your gross profit, your costs of goods sold, or the cost to produce and deliver each sale, the revenue that you've got, your average order value, and the number of customers. Those 7 key numbers are will constitute your business model. And again, I've put some more stuff in the workbook that will help you with this. So please, access the workbook, get your copy of that and utilize it, because this will help you understand where you are taking your business. And if we understand where we are going, it's much easier to get there. And it means we'll take more of the right decisions on our way than if we are just going to wait and see. That's the power and the beauty of this. And you can see, by the way, there's all sorts of different variables here, isn't there, that matter. Price. The price makes a big difference. We'll come back onto price a little bit later on. But once we've gone through step 3 and we've costed how we're going to do that, then we have to go and we'll work out how can the business best deliver the numbers that we need. So if I'm going to go with the 40 car cleans a week for 48 weeks, what's the best way for me to get 40 car cleans a week? Now, in this case, with this particular car valeting business, what he became focused on then was actually, well, I need to find 20 businesses who will each have 8 cars a day for me to go and clean. And I'll go to those 20 businesses for one day every 4 weeks. Because if I do 8 cars at a business every 4 weeks, I'm doing 40 vehicles a week then, because I go 5 days, different business every day, 5 businesses, 8 cars, 40 cars. The businesses, if I go to the right places, the right business parks, etc., I'll get the right people and the right money, they can pay the higher price. But now I've got this becomes dependable, it becomes reliable, it becomes consistent. So that became a big part of the plan from having done this. Because all we're doing at this point now in step 4 is, this question here was, how do I get 40 customers a week, each paying me £52 a week on average, £52 a clean on average? And of course the answer to that was, I go to businesses, I go and find the people, so they're at work anyway, I can turn up, do the cars while they're working, everything is happy. Another example for you, another real life example. This was a lady, she's 53, been in business for 24 years, this lady. Now, turning over £400,000 turnover. She was earning a living, very much in the 60% on the pyramid is where she was. She was drawing something around £50,000 a year for herself, a long, long way from living her ideal life. That's where she was at. Now, what she did, she sat down, she said, well, I'm fed up with this now, I'm 53. She designed her ideal life, she costed it out, and what she discovered was that she needed £200,000 a year before tax. She was currently drawing 50, she needed 200 to fund her ideal life. She said, so £200,000 a year. Now her business is quite profitable at 20% net margin. Wonder what she'd need to do. She says, well, the answer is £1 million a turnover. Remember, she's only doing 400 right now. Now, the good thing about her business had recurring income. All right, she provided a service to businesses. That's what the business was. So, and on average, her customers were paying her £500 a month. So they're spending £6,000 a year is what they were spending on average. Some spent more, some spent less, but the average was £6,000 a year. So on average, at £6,000 a year, she needs 166 customers to get to £1 million a year of turnover. Now, what she'd realised at that point, well, I've already got 66 of these customers. That's where I'm already currently at now. So I need another 100. Okay, that's interesting. 100 new customers. That would be 2 customers a week for a year, or it would be 1 customer a week over 2 years. So then she used what I call the most useful question in the whole world ever. And she said, well, what would need to happen? That's the most powerful question. What would need to happen, in this case, for me to get 2 new customers a week? Yeah. Well, 2 new customers a week. No one becomes a customer in her business before they've bought something, before they've had a call with them. So, or a meeting, usually on Zoom and stuff. So to get 2 customers a week, I'd need 4 meetings. That's what she said. I'd need 4 meetings. I found that's interesting. So I played it back to her then and said, well, what would need to happen for you to get 4 meetings per week? Oh gosh, well, not every inquiry turns into a meeting, but I think for us to get 4 meetings a week, I'd have to get 8 inquiries. 8 leads have to come in. Okay. So what would have to happen for you to get 8 inquiries a week? And at this point, she realised, oh my God, all I need to live my ideal life on 200 grand a year is 8 inquiries a week for a year. And it gets me there. But you can't do this unless or until you know your numbers. And this is why this part of the course is so important. You have to know your business model. That's what has to come in here. And no amount of hard work or the most brilliant marketing and selling, nothing will overcome poor business maths. We've got to know these numbers. That's why you've got to understand this stuff. And what I've just mapped out for you, and I hope I've done it in a way that's come through and that you understand, this is how successful entrepreneurs think and plan. This is how they build their businesses. This is how you get to the top of the pyramid, by having this level of understanding about the business that you're building and where you are going, because you've got direction and you've got aim. Now, obviously, I've touched on a few times, I've mentioned the word risk. And what we can do to mitigate risk in business, is it's helpful to understand what I call the number one really useful thing to know in business. And that is your break-even level. Okay. Now, break even, just to be clear, break even is the point at which profits, in inverted commas, are equal to cost. So in actual fact, there is no profit, but neither is there a loss. The business has broken even. So it's brought money in, it's spent all that money, but it hasn't made a loss. So it's buoyant. And just to be clear, break even is not a dreadful place to be. If you were, the way I look at it with break even, if you're in the ocean in a life jacket, you're kind of at break even, because you're not going to die very soon. I'll assume the water temperature is all right. If you're in warm water and you've got a life jacket on, you can bob around there in truth for quite a few days before you get into serious trouble. You're breaking even. That's not a great place to be, because it's hard to get anywhere. You can't move very fast, but you're still alive. You're afloat. So understanding what your break-even point is for your new business is just an interesting and useful thing to know, and it helps you to de-risk things. So let's work out what your break-even is. And what I'm going to do here, just to be clear, there's two sorts of break-even, because you're a startup business. You're going into this. I'm going to assume that you have some need to take some money to fund your basic living costs. So in the example I'm going to give you, I've assumed that you need £20,000 a year from your business to survive, all right, to pay your personal bills, not the business bills. So your real break even is actually £20,000 of profit. Does that make sense? So in my car valeting example, I've got to make £20,000 of profit, because otherwise there's no point in the business making no money, and I've used all my time in the business made no money. I've got nowhere to live and nothing to eat. So for real break even for startup businesses, I've put you in here as a £20,000 worth of profit. So the same 7 numbers that we saw earlier, and if we start to build them up then, so break even, I've got 2 little versions to show you. You'll see in a minute what I'm doing here. So we start with the £20,000 of profit. That's to pay your basic living expenses, to at least allow you to continue to live at break-even level. Our fixed costs in this car valeting business is 20 grand, so it means that we need £40,000 of gross profit. Remember, 5% of our revenue is our cost. There's a couple of £1,000s of cost to produce the sale. It means our sales need to be £42,000 here. That's what we're looking at, okay? And now, the reason I've done 2 versions here is because it's a model, so we can play with the model. There's not a right or wrong answer, but I'm going to vary some things up here in this top half on numbers 6 and 7. So I'm going to look at, well, what would break even be if I had a £50 average customer spend, and what would it be if I had a £40 average customer spend? And what we find is, well, obviously do the numbers, £42,000 at 50 is 840 customers. If I go down that route, which is, I need to do 17 or 18 cars a week. So that's the key number I'm after. Break even is 17 or 18 cars at 50 quid. Or if I'm at £40 a week, a sale, then I've got to do quite a lot more, a couple of hundred more cleans there. And that means I've got to do 22 a week. So my break even is either 17 or 18 at £50 or 22 at £40. So when it comes to this, is an interesting thing. But now looking at this, exploring, doing it, now you're thinking like a proper business owner. That's the difference. You're thinking like a proper business person. And much respect. I take my hat off to you, because once you get going in your business, you've got to get out of the weeds for at least some of the time in order to be able to do this stuff properly. That's what has to happen. You have to get out of the weeds for a chunk of the time to think like this, to give yourself the clarity, to understand, and work it all through. And hopefully the models I've given you are going to be robust enough. And again, there's templates of these models in the workbook that you can utilize to be super helpful for you. Once your business gets traction and you get moving, you're going to have to be aware of tax. Now, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but there are 5 major taxes that affect most business owners. And I'm not a tax advisor. I just need to alert you to these, okay? And I'll just talk fairly briefly about what they all are. So in this country, when you earn income, you have to pay income tax on it. And you're running your business, now whether you run it as a sole trader, so you're just trading as you in your own name, or indeed you run as a limited company, at some point the limited company has to pay you money, but you'll have income tax to pay on your earnings. And you should declare, once your business is set up and running, once it's viable, it's going to be survive. I would just wait a few weeks with my advice practically on this. Don't wait too long. But as soon as you know your business is, you've nailed this, you're going to do this. Yes, I'm going to become an entrepreneur. Then you need to let HMRC know. You're legally obliged to let them know that you are now a business owner, and they will send you a tax return every year. And you have to complete that, and you'll end up paying some income tax on the money that you earn. You'll also have to pay national insurance. And of course, when you start to employ people, you have to now have a payroll system, because you have to pay the tax and the national insurance of the people that you employ. The system in the UK called Pay As You Earn. And basically people's tax and national insurance contributions. National insurance is really just another tax. It's the same. That's what the government all goes into the same pot. But you're obliged as an employer to deduct the tax and income tax and national insurance at source and pay it to the government. In addition, when you are employing people, a lot of people don't realize when they start out, you also have to pay what's called employers' national insurance. So this is when the government tax you an additional 15%. So if I employ someone on £20,000 a year, then in round numbers, they get £20,000. Obviously, they have to pay a little bit of tax on that, so they don't get all the £20,000, but it costs me 20. I pay most of it to the employee, but some of it goes to the tax man. But then in addition, on top of the 20,000 that I'm paying them, I have to pay 15%, so that's £3,000 on someone earning £20,000 a year. I have to pay £3,000 just for the privilege of employing them, basically. As far as I can tell, employers' national insurance is a 15% levy on you as an employer. So you just need to be wary and mindful that this is coming. All right, so when you start employing people, and the thresholds have dropped now, so you will need to be paying employers' national insurance as well. And there's nothing for you to worry about here, because the important thing is, and by the time you employ people, you'll have an accountant, and the accountant will give you some help and advice. They'll set up a payroll system for you. They'll usually run the payroll for you. So actually, not a time-consuming thing for you to worry about. It's easy to get it done properly and get it all boxed off. I'm just alerting you that you're going to have additional costs here in the form of taxes that you might not be aware of. So that's the first 3: income tax, national insurance, and employers' national insurance contributions. The next tax I want to talk about is VAT. Now, most countries have VAT now, and it's added to the cost of a product. And if you're selling to consumers, to the public, then the prices you quote have to be inclusive. You have to include the VAT in it. And at the point I'm recording these videos, VAT in this country is 20%. So if I sell something that I want to sell it for £100, I want to get £100 for it, then my sale price is actually £120, because I have to add the VAT on. So I sell it at £120 and I collect the £120, but really the £20 of that 120, I'm just collecting that money for the government, because I have to pass it on to them. Now, there is a threshold. You don't have to register for VAT until your business reaches a certain turnover threshold. And again, currently at the time I'm recording this, that threshold is £90,000 a year of turnover. And as soon as you get to that level, and you don't have to wait in a full year, so £90,000, if we divide kind of 90 by 12, then we're at kind of, somewhere about £7,500 a month of turnover. So when you start doing £7,500 a month of turnover, you are obliged, you have to let HMRC know, and you have to register for VAT. And you have to add that 20% to all your prices. Now, if you're starting out as a business, because you can register for VAT before you get to that threshold. And in lots of cases, that's a really smart thing to do. So, why would it be smart now to have to add 20% onto my price? Well, here's the reason why, a number of reasons why. If you know, or your plan absolutely is that you're going to build a business here that's going to be doing more than £90,000 a year of turnover, then you might as well take the pain at the beginning. It is way, way easier than enjoying a few months of not charging VAT, but then suddenly having to increase all your prices. Way better to charge VAT from the beginning. If you're dealing with businesses, if businesses are your customers, then again, it makes sense to register for VAT at the very beginning, because when you are a business, once you're registered for VAT, you have to charge VAT on everything you sell, but you can also deduct all the VAT that you pay when you buy things. So if you're a business that is selling to other businesses, it can be really smart, because your customers won't notice any difference, because they'll just claim the VAT back. So it won't affect your competitiveness with them at all. And then you can start to reclaim all the VAT. So when you buy stuff for your businesses, when you buy stock, when you buy furniture, when you buy equipment, all of it will have VAT on it typically, and you can claim all the VAT back. You get to deduct it from the payment you make. So second reason to register for VAT at the very beginning is if you're going to be selling to businesses, then it definitely makes sense to register for VAT at the very beginning, because you don't have to do £90,000 of turnover. You can still charge VAT. You can voluntarily register and get registered. So it means you have to add the VAT onto all your sales, but you get to claim back the VAT on what you spend. So that makes some of your costs a lot less. So if you're selling to businesses, reason number one. Reason number two is if you know, or the plan is, you're absolutely going to be doing more than £90,000 fairly soon, then again, good to register for that straight away, because again, you get the benefit of being able to claim back all the VAT. There are different VAT schemes. The standard places that VAT is paid quarterly. You have to submit a return. It says, well, we sold this much, and therefore we claimed this much input tax, as it were, but then we spent this much on VAT, so the net off, and you have to make a payment. Usually there's a payment then is sent to HMRC every quarter. For small businesses and under certain thresholds, there are different schemes. You can do monthly reporting. There's a scheme called cash accounting, where you only actually have to account for the VAT when you get paid, not when you invoice. That can be quite useful for some businesses. So at this point, you're going to have a conversation with an accountant, but it's heading your way if you're going to build a successful business. And when things are heading your way, it can often be best to lean into it and embrace it and do it sooner rather than later. And there are pluses as well as minuses to VAT registration. As I say, the big plus is you get to reclaim all the VAT that you spend on your business expenses. And then the fifth tax you have to pay is corporation tax. Now, corporation tax is a tax on companies. So if you're a sole trader, you ought to pay corporation tax, but you'll pay income tax on your profits as a sole trader. But if you're a company, then you'll pay corporation tax on your profits. And again, the various governments have done different things with corporation tax. When I'm recording this, the corporation tax is at 25% in the UK. So if I make £100,000 of profit, then what I have to do straight away is send a quarter of that, £25,000 of that, to the government, in addition to all the VAT and all the employers' national insurance and all the other stuff that we're doing. So we are a heavily taxed environment here, as are most Western countries now, in truth. But it's got a lot more onerous in recent years in the UK, and you'll need to be aware and understand these things, and at some point you will need to get an accountant. And my advice on this is just not yet. You don't need to, because it's a distraction away from your two the two jobs that matter at the point at which you're starting your business. So you've got to get clear on your business model and pricing, and I'm giving you all the guidance you need to do that now here on this course, and then you've got to go get customers. And when you've got those two things cracked, then you can start to tackle a lot of the other things that people want to do, one of which will be getting an accountant. So it's not too far away, but it's not just yet. All right, that's the situation. I wouldn't, don't deflect yourself or distract yourself from those two critical jobs. You must get those two jobs done first. That's what's most important. Now, when it comes to your business model and creating it, you've done the work on your ideal life and what you're going to want from the profit. You understand that we're going to have to allow for taxes in some of this at some point. At least we're aware of it's coming down the line. The other element to take account of here is what we call your competitor analysis. And you want, I don't want to dress this up, make this too fancy. It's just that if you're going out into a market, you're a new player, you really ought to do a little bit of competitor watching. So you want to do some basic competitor analysis. That's what we're going to do here. And if we look at what that's going to include, really, I would spend a few, maybe 2 or 3 90-minute sessions just on Google to begin with. All right. And I'd be doing searches for the sort of things that you do, that you're going to be selling. Think like a customer. What would they be searching for on Google? This will take you to, websites of your competitor. You might learn that there's people you didn't know did this. You look at where they are, see how they're marketing. So you'll check out all their websites. You'll look at what they're doing there. You'll look at their pricing. So you're being open at their pricing. See which websites are really appealing and going to be attractive to customers, which ones aren't. You might want to call up some of these competitors and just get them to send you a quote, for instance. Get them to send a proposal, whatever it might be, so you can see how not just get the price, but you want to see their process, see what they send out, how they follow up, how they communicate with you, because knowing that will be really useful intelligence for you to have. You also get to assess how good they are at answering the phone. How it feels from a customer's perspective. It's a great time to do this before you've actually launched. You want to go online and look at the reviews for the companies. Look at what people are saying, both good and indeed bad. If there's a common thread, if there's a problem that people have with the business, it could be a really big opportunity for you to do that problem thing way better. Could make you very attractive. So you won't know that unless you start to go and spend the time actually properly reading the reviews, not just looking at the star ratings, etc. You'll go into detail on what they do, what their service is, if there's deliveries, all that sort of thing. Go and understand it properly. And you want to start collating all this into, say, a dossier. If it was me, I'd just build a spreadsheet and have a few columns. I'd keep adding to it as I find things out, and I'd have the companies down. I'd have a row for every company, and I just put the information for the companies across the column. So I've just got a good sense of what we've actually got together. And it's more about the process of doing the analysis is where the benefit will come from. You're unlikely, just catch the information so you can refer back to it. You're not going to present it anywhere, but it's the process of systematically looking at what competitors or potential competitors or similar types of businesses are actually doing. And what you must be careful of here, and this is an important thing, this is another kind of trait of human beings, that as humans, we're very keen and very quick to judge others by their behaviours, but we judge ourselves by our intentions. And nowhere is that more prevalent than when it comes to phone call answering and handling, because no one intends to ever miss a phone call. Yet lots of businesses do miss phone calls every day. No one intends for their staff member answering the phone to be a bit short or brusque or rude to people, but it happens sometimes. And so it's not our intentions to behaviours. So when you see examples of, oh my goodness me, that's not really, just remember the business owner won't have intended it to be that way. There's this difference between behaviour and intent, and you'll have it too, because just because you intend for something to be so doesn't mean that it actually will be so. Another thing to think about as you're doing your competitor analysis is for you to think properly about why would your hard-working potential customer, why would they spend their hard-earned cash with you as opposed to all the other choices that they have? Because you want to get clear on that. It'd be quite an important thing to get clear on. because it'll help you huge when it comes to actually marketing and getting customers, which we're going to talk about obviously in the next section. Before we get to the next section, there's one more thing I want to cover off in this part of the course, because I want to talk about pricing. Now, I've alluded to price already today, and price, arguably the single most important element in determining your profitability. As I said on a few of the examples, you've seen them in those models that I use there. You know, you change the price, you move it upwards, you can increase profit. When you've got a lot of profit in business, you have power. You are able to do things. I'll explain why and what that means in a moment or two. But also when you've got a lot of profit, you know, you are in a way more prosperous position. So we need to talk just for a few minutes here about pricing. It's an important part of this course. So decisions about price and how you present price affects so many things in business. So it absolutely affects how people see you and perceive you. You know, if you are priced cheaper in the market, people will perceive you as being lower quality. It's just how it is. If things are expensive, there is the perception is that the quality must be quite good. And I know there's exceptions, but broadly speaking, but my point is price affects your positioning and how you are seen in the marketplace. It affects the kind of customers that you attract. You know, when you're selling things at low prices, you tend to attract customers that have got less money. When you're selling things at higher prices, you tend to attract customers that have got more money. It's just a fact. Price affects pride in the business, not because you can do things when you've got profits and you've got charging the right price. You can do things to make the business nicer and better. Gives your staff pride in what they do, gives customers pride, sense of association and things. The pricing that you're charging and therefore the profits that you're generating will affect the caliber of staff that you can attract. And higher caliber of staff come with better attitudes, and that can affect the future of the business. The most important thing that your pricing impacts, of course, is your profit. And profit impacts just the strength you've got to do stuff, to seize opportunities and take initiatives. It insulates you, it can allow you to overcome your weaknesses. It absolutely is your power, and it also influences massively your vulnerability. High profit, you know, high strength, high power. Low weakness, low vulnerability. Low profits are very, very vulnerable. You know, just doesn't take very much to knock the business into loss. We've got no reserves, we haven't been making any money. So profit impacts a lot of stuff. It affects how bold you can be in going into new markets or seizing new opportunities. Conversely, it affects your timidity. People are a lot more scared when they haven't got a lot of money. To business terms, businesses that don't make profits are a lot slower typically to embrace new opportunities. Profit impacts how you serve customers. It affects the number of staff you can put on to look after customers. It affects how long individual staff members can spend with customers. You know, if your staffing ratio, if you've got a business that the prices are right, so we're making the profit, we can put more people on the floor to look after our customers better. Customers have a better experience, they recommend us more people come in. All these things are affected by price. It affects how long people stay with us, the retention levels, and as I said earlier, it massively affects our resilience when bad things happen. So in short, profit is a massive source of power in business, and profit is the level of profit is as a direct result of your pricing strategy. And this is where I want to just get you thinking clearly about this, because who gets to set the prices in your business? That'd be you. You get to choose. You get to set the prices, because the choices you make about price are going to impact your level of prosperity. Because remember the ocean with our bucket or our teaspoon? Yeah, well, how much we take out is going to be massively influenced by our price level that we charge. And if we charge lower prices, there'll be less left over for us typically. And if we charge higher prices, and I know you're thinking, oh my God, yeah, but if I charge higher prices, no one will buy from me, we'll get customers. Well, let's just look at this. Let's go into it in a little bit more detail. I thought it would be helpful if I explained to you the 7 most common ways that entrepreneurs and business owners fail at price. And what I mean by failing at price, what I mean is that they They fail to use price as a positive marketing tool. And that doesn't mean discounts and low prices, by the way. Expensive price can be a really positive marketing tool as well. They fail to use price as a path to advantage. In every industry and sector, there's good customers and less good customers. The good customers usually are a lot less price sensitive. So if you go in at a low price in a market point, what you tend to attract are the less good customers, which comes with lots of pain and the disadvantage. The other way people fail is they don't create the greatest possible profit in their business because they don't go through those 7 key numbers and play with them and understand how the model works. So why do people fail at price? Number of reasons. Ignorance is typically what happens. People don't think about this in anything like the way we are going to do now. Attitudinal is an issue because they make decisions on price based on fear, based on what they perceive are self-imposed limitations. This is back to you're not your customer, don't forget. You're absolutely not your customer. And people fail because they make mistakes in how they market and sell. They miss opportunities on pricing. And I once made a catastrophic error on pricing that cost me literally millions and millions of pounds. When we launched MyMag, which I mentioned earlier, people got the rights to a postcode territory, to a single postcode territory. So that LS15, they get that area. And we agreed not to sell MyMag to anyone else in that area. And what I should have done is said that their license to that area is included in their purchase price for the first 12 months. But in 12 months' time, if they want to carry on publishing magazines, they have to pay even 250 quid for the year to keep the rights to that area. Now, I didn't do that because I thought it would affect my sales, and I was stupid because it wouldn't. If I'd presented it properly, no one would not have bought because in 12 months' time they have to pay an additional 250 quid license fee every year to keep their postcode area. The magazine's publishing, they're making money from it. They would have swallowed that cost really easily. Now, we sold over 2,000 MyMag areas, and lots of them are still going today. Oh my God. 2,000 times by £250. That's like £500,000, like every year. And it's like 20 years, honestly, millions and millions of pounds by me making a decision on price, by not offering this license fee. And I missed out massively. And I tell that story to hopefully help you because your prices, they are your choice and they are your responsibility, but they are a significant choice and a significant responsibility. And if you don't apply the right level of thought to your pricing, you risk jeopardizing your entire success in business. So let me drill down a little bit into these most common ways that entrepreneurs fail at price. And price failure number one is what people do is they use kind of textbook formulas or industry norms or other kind of standard means of calculating price. And they're usually the poorest, least helpful way for any business owner to set their prices, usually. It's not a smart way to go about it. It's, well, just because everyone else does it. Yeah. You know where everyone else is in the market. I showed you the pyramid. 80% of businesses are either getting by or struggling. If you do what they do, that's where you're going to end up. Don't follow industry norms. Understand properly. Do your work on them. Look at what you need to get. Look at how it works. We had when we have a car valeter comes to our offices, and he charges £50 to clean a car. Now, I remember one of my staff, the note went around that the guy's going to be here tomorrow who wants the car valeting. It's £50 for a full valet. And I remember this junior member of my team, she's not been with us very long. She says, £50? Says, I can go to the forecourt up in Shirley and it gets done for £8. And I said, I know you can, but that's a pain in the arse to do. I don't have to do anything to pay. I just pay me 50 quid because he comes, the car's in the car park. I parked it that morning. He cleans it, he valets it. It looks amazing. It's all done while I'm at work. There's no hassle. I value that the quality of service, the convenience, people buy on different things. And so, people say, well, the standard norm is, it's £10 to clean a car. No, it's not. Depends on, well, so many factors. Depends on who's selling it or where it's happening. Or there's all sorts of other factors that come into play. So don't apply industry norms. You've got to think and understand your market when it comes to setting your price. Failure number 2 is people get very worried about competitors who have a lower price point. So, if the competitor price is lower, people are going to go there. I'm going to show you a real example in a minute of how you can overcome that advantage really, really easily. So don't obsess. It's helpful to know what competitors are charging. I absolutely get that. That's why that analysis is such an important thing to do. But don't get excessively concerned about it. Price failure number 3 was if you start attracting customers on price. So they're coming to you, typically in this scenario, because you are the cheapest, because they will typically be the lowest quality customers. They'll be the most fickle. They'll leave you quickly for price. They'll give you most hassle, typically. They become the most demanding, and business just becomes a little bit when your main lever to get customers is because you're the cheapest. So it's a big failure in price. It's not the way to go at all. The 4th way people fail on price is this assumption about what people will pay. And this in many ways is the most fundamental glaring error, because when you make assumptions based on what you think people will pay, what you're doing is you're applying your values to the rest of your market. And as we've already explained, you are not your customer. All right. Not everyone thinks in the way that you think. So you must be very, very wary. And the thing about price, it's easy to test. It's easy to test prices. We can try things. We don't have to wed to things for a long, long time. In most businesses, very easy to test pricing and test what the results are. Price failure number 5 is not offering a premium version of what you do. This is the best way to start leveraging price. I first saw this in Universal Studios in Florida. If you go to Universal Studios in Florida, and it's a big, amazing theme park, been open a long time now, 30 years. But when it first opened, the only way you could go in and buy a ticket. But about 4 years after they first opened, every day these little pop-up stands appeared inside the theme park. So you'd already paid, you'd bought your ticket to get in. But when you got in the theme park, you could buy what they called at the time Universal Express. And Universal Express was a separate ticket that gave you a separate entrance to every ride. And it basically allows you to skip the queue on every ride. And now the price of Universal Express varied hugely, and depending on what it was a busy time for the park or a bit quieter, but it varied between $50 and $100 a day. And they only sold 1,000 of them, because if they sold more, the queue would just move. Yeah. Now what happened is people came into the park. Some people thought, I'm not paying any more money. It's already cost me enough as it is. I'm going to queue. But other people came in, oh my God, a chance not to queue. I'll definitely pay $50 or $100 for that. And so they used to sell them very quickly within the first hour or so of the park opening. They'd sell out a Universal Express passes for the day. So they're selling 1,000 a day. Let's just keep the maths easy, at $100 each. So that's $100,000 a day. They're open 7 days a week, $700,000 a week. They're open 52 weeks of the year. This is like £35 million a year that they're generating from having a premium price option. All right. And what's really interesting, why this matters to you, is the Universal Express was not part of the business plan for Universal Studios. Someone had a bright idea years after the park had opened, and it added £35 million pretty much straight to the bottom line, because there's hardly any additional cost. A bit of signage and a few ropes, and they've got to pay guys for a couple of hours to sell the tickets when the park opens. But it became a really important part, 35 million quid. Now, there's probably not 35 million pounds in premium price offerings in your business, but having a upmarket version of what you do is a really smart thing to do. Really, really smart thing to do, because some of your customers will take it. Might only be 10 or 20% of them, but they're going to pay you more, higher margin, higher profit, just because you made it available to them. You're not putting the price up for everybody. You're just having a premium price offering. Really, really smart thing to do. The next reason people fail at maths is what I would call ignorance or stupidity about business maths. So why they fail at price is business maths, sorry, because they haven't done the working and the thinking and the numbers that we've gone through in this course. They haven't understood the levers and the difference that price makes. Because when you use that model that's in the workbook, you get the spreadsheets there for you to utilize those 7 numbers, and you start putting your numbers in and you start seeing how it works, you start to think differently about this stuff because you start to understand it better, and you're not ignorant and you're not stupid about business maths. Other ways people fail, number 7, is what I call poor self-esteem. Somehow they don't think them or their business is worthy of charging the price. And it's a real shame, is that. But it happens a lot. A lot of people have condemned themselves to forever being at the bottom end of the market, and therefore they're at the bottom end of that pyramid because they feel that somehow they're not worthy of becoming more. And that all goes back to that important self-belief that we talked about in those 10 rules for business success. Because if you've got this, or indeed if you fail at any of these other price failures that I've listed here, what you end up with is kind of like the ultimate failure, where you spend your life struggling, you end up giving up on your ambition, or you settle for less. These are common situations for business owners in the 60 and the 20 on that pyramid. The people lower down in the bottom half of that pyramid are regularly struggling. They have given up on their ambition. They have settled for less. Their life is much diminished. I got an email a couple of weeks ago, which I thought I'd share with you. It's quite very, very relevant to this sector. This member of Entrepreneur Circle wrote to me. He said, "Hi, Nige, I thought you'd be interested in a recent experience I had with 2 EC members. I needed some graphic design doing. And I posted on the EC Facebook group. 2 members replied, and I sent them both the brief. What happens next was quite startling. This is very, very important for you. Doesn't matter, you have to be a graphic designer. It's the principle here that matters, all right? From here on in, think about the principle and what's actually going on. Here's what happened." He said, "Member number 1 sent me a Facebook message, assured me that they could do the work, although they gave me no evidence to back this up. I had to request examples from them and ask if there was someone else I could speak to give me some reassurance. They didn't reply or send me any contact details. We did chat on the phone because I rang them, and when they sent me their price, that was the last I heard from them. There was no follow-up at all." Interesting. The second member sent me a much better response, gave me evidence, put in 2 recent projects that they worked on, along with contact details for those customers so I could talk to them. They also followed up by email to check if I had any questions. When we spoke on the phone, they rang me. That was also followed up with an email which confirmed the answers to my questions. The first business quoted a price that was 25% cheaper. 25% cheaper. I went with member number 2, the most expensive one, because their care and follow-up was way more important to me than a cheaper price. It's just a real example from literally the last few days of exactly why this matters, because these 2 graphic design businesses, one of them is making a lot more money than the other. And we both know which one it is. One of them is giving a better experience to their customers and growing their reputation. And we both know which one it is. And all this comes from the decisions, the choices that they've made on price. The first business is scrambling around thinking all they've got to do is quote a lower price. They've got to show a bit of interest and care for their customers. And then the customers will come even when the price is higher. Price matters a lot. You are not your customer. You must not apply your values to them. Not all kids were blind through primary school like I was. I thought I was normal. That was the point of that story. Then someone gave me a pair of glasses and I realized the world was a very, very different thing altogether, different place altogether. That's the importance of you not being your customer. They do not think like you. They do not have the same values. They will value different things. And it's not that one is better than the other. It's not that you're right or they're wrong or vice versa. It's just that we're human beings and we're all different. And recognizing that and understanding that and being able to take to the market your product and service at the right price to optimize and maximize your profitability, That's the real thing here. One other little thing on price. People say, well, I can't do this in my market now because it's a commodity. I'm in a commodity market. So, well, what's a commodity market? Well, I guess a commodity is where, you know, the market is so big and well established that the prices are set. So, like, we could agree, couldn't we, you and me, that all, for instance, women's underwear, I mean, that's a commodity market, right? Well, let's have a look, shall we? So, if I go to Marks and Spencer, and I looked on their website, and they've got a knickers section on their website, and here they are. Look, you know, 3 for £10, 4 for £5. Wow! So I can buy knickers 4 for £5. So they're £1.25 each at Marks and Spencer. Okay. I can then go to La Senza, you know, high street retailer, a bit more specialist. They've got pants. Look, pick and mix, 5 for £12 on selected knickers. A girl can never have too many. Pick and mix your favourite styles. 5 for £12. So that's £2.40 each. Now that's 92% more than M&S are charging. But this is a commodity, right? I went to Selfridge's website. Have a look at Selfridge's website. Here we go. Look, you know, the Elle Macpherson Intimates, £23, £25, £21, £23. You know, average, these are £22 each. Oh my God, £22 each for a pair of pants. That's 2,000% more than Marks and Spencer's, you know, entry-level range. But it doesn't stop there. I can go to Rigby and Peller. I've heard about them. They've got a shop in London. They've got a website as well. Very fine purveyors of lingerie. Look at these pants. I've got G-strings here for £62, but £72, £73. Oh my God, this is £70 pants at Rigby and Peller. I can go to Agent Provocateur. Listen, the research I went into for this course, you've no idea. You know, I put it on the line for you guys. I go to Agent Provocateur. I have to look at all that they're selling. Look at these, the Stephanie brief, the thong, they're all in here. £110, look, the Stephanie brief, £110. So in like 10 minutes online, very pleasant 10 minutes, but what I've discovered, I can buy pants, I can buy 4 for £5 or 1 for £110, and everything in between. There's no commoditized market. It's all about positioning and how they're presented. And the important point for making here, you know, is that price in your market's no different to women's underwear. There's a range. You don't have to go in at 4 for £5. You can if you want, just that life's going to be harder. You got to sell a lot more pants at 4 for £5 than you do when you sell them for 110. You don't have to go at this end either. There's place in the middle. You've got to think about your space. That's all I'm saying. You know, we've got to do the model, do the numbers, use the tool that I've given you. You know, in the workbook, download the actual spreadsheet that you can utilize. It's all there. It's all available for you. Go and grab it. Because price in every market. It's why we have some restaurants, you know, that work effectively the bill's £200 a head. You know, I can go spend £300 on a pair of jeans if I want to do so. It's not difficult to drop 30 grand on a holiday. If you fly at the front of the plane and stay at a nicer hotel, it's the same beach in lots of cases. People spend more money. The photographers that charge 4 grand, the personal trainer that's 160 quid an hour, the physios £250 an hour. These people understand the things that we've been talking about in this part of the course. These are all real, you know, the businesses in Entrepreneur Circle, especially down the end, doing all this. Absolutely doing all this. We've got customers spending lots of money on holidays and buying lovely clothes and eating at nice restaurants. Just because it's not where you might be right now, maybe you are right, that'd be fantastic. But some of you watching this won't be in this market. Doesn't mean it's not there. Doesn't mean you can't be there. Doesn't mean you can't serve this market. Remember those principles. There's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of money moving around out there. Affluent people are spending money on things that they want. Non-affluent people are spending money on things that they want. You get to choose your price point. It comes with a heavy responsibility because your price is the biggest single factor in determining your profits. So we've covered a hell of a lot here. I'm going to pause for breath and let you digest this. It's the end of the third part of the course. So we're halfway through in terms of parts. We've done a lot of the bulk, but in part 4, we're going to talk about getting customers. Because, as you know, nothing happens in business until somebody buys something. And that's the definition of a customer, by the way. A customer is someone who buys something. It's not someone who's interested. It's not someone who's inquired. It's not a lead. A customer is someone who has bought something. So in this section, we are going to focus on how you get your first customers. And I can't really emphasize this enough. This is about getting your first customers. All right. The way you'll get your first customers will be different. It is for everybody. It is for every business. The way you get your first customers will be different to how you'll crack what I call the rhythmic acquisition of customers on an ongoing basis. And a really nice way to think about this. So like when you start, imagine you start out in agriculture and you get yourself half of a field, or you might get it's a fairly reasonable small plot that you get, and you're able to harvest that plot manually using a scythe. I remember I used to use a scythe with my dad, who used to help out my granddad on his very small holding that he had harvesting the corn. And a scythe is fine. It's a great way to harvest a field when you've got a field to deal with. But if your business grows, when you've got multiple fields and dozens of acres or hundreds of acres, the last thing you want to do is use a scythe or get armies of people using scythes. So what you do is you get a combine harvester, and now all of a sudden, for in many ways less effort, certainly less physical effort, you're now sat in the combine harvester driving around the fields, but the machine is doing all the work. And I hope I'm making this clear and it's making sense here. But when you're starting out, you are here. This is manual effort. It is a different approach. You're using different tools to get your customers. When you get established and you start to grow, the tools you use will change. The approach you use will change. And right now we're here, and what I'm focusing on this course is this bit. I'm not focusing on this bit. This course would be 160 hours long if I did that, because there's a lot to cover there and a lot of different variables for different types of businesses. But for startup businesses, well, we can actually get quite distinct and defined on that, and we can start to focus. So that's what we're going to focus on here. This is about you getting your first customers. Now, as I said at the beginning, nothing happens in business till somebody buys something. So how are we going to get these first customers? Oh, before we do, I must remember to cover this off. The reason why I'm focused on getting your first customers is actually to protect you. I'm doing you a great service here, because what we find out is that 9% of businesses that fail, all right, within 2 years of starting, they close because they never actually got off the ground. And the reason in most of those cases that they never got off the ground is because the business owner was effectively building something that no one wanted. They couldn't get enough customers. They never got moving. And if you make no sales, you make no profit. So you've got no cash and you're unable to continue. So the purpose of us focusing on your first sales is to stop this happening. We are protecting you against any chance of you having a stillbirth, as it were, launching your business, it not get going, because we're making sure that there is a way for you to get customers. You are getting your first customers to prove that your model works. That's what the side is all about. We're going to prove that your model works and that you can actually attract the customers that you want and need. Now, I'm going to go through a few techniques, a few different ways of marketing your business that you'll want to deploy. But I need to just wave another little flag at this point. Something that I call Bananarama syndrome. Now, I'm a kind of child of the 80s in many ways. Certainly that was my formative decade when I grew up. And during the 80s, the greatest girl band the world had ever seen, the most successful by miles, were called Bananarama. And they had a hit in the spring of 1983. They had a hit with the Fun Boy 3 called "It Ain't What You Do, It's the Way That You Do It. That's what gets results." And so I coined this phrase in homage to to the girls called Bananarama syndrome. And this is another huge graphic that we have in our building here. In fact, it's on the other side of this wall right behind me. And it says, beware of Bananarama syndrome. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. That's what gets results. And what I've discovered through working with so many businesses over such a long period of time now is that lots of people, a classic example, for instance, would be Google Ads. So Google Ads is a great marketing pillar, great tool to have. Most businesses should be running Google Ads because Google Ads, they find the people that are looking for what you do and they send them to your website and you can generate leads from them really quite easily. And but because it is possible, as it is with any form of marketing, it is possible to completely screw up the way you run Google Ads. And I have lost count a long time ago of the number of business owners who, when I say, well, how's your Google Ads? Oh, I don't do Google Ads. And I tried it once, didn't work. No, you tried it once, didn't work because of Bananarama syndrome, because you didn't do it properly. That's why it didn't work. If you do it properly, it'll work really well. And so we have to be very mindful when it comes to executing any form of marketing, and not just for your first customers, but actually this will carry on beyond there. When we execute any form of marketing, we've got to make sure that we are not being afflicted by Bananarama syndrome. All right, and it's all about the way you do things that gets the results. It's not just what you do. So that with that little flag waved, let me dive straight into the three first steps that will apply to most businesses, but absolutely not every single business, but statistically, probably your business. All right, you probably are one of the ones that these three apply to, or at least one or two of the three will apply to. All right, so I hope that makes sense. And of course, these are the three steps to the second of your only two jobs. You've worked out your business model now, you've got your pricing sorted. That was job number one. Having got that bit sorted, we're now on to getting customers. That's job number two. And there's three first steps that will get you moving. And that's really as far as this course can take you, to getting customers so you get moving. As you want to grow and develop, lots more help within Entrepreneur Circle that we can assist you with. But this course, we're stopping at the point where we're getting you moving. You're kind of out of the car park onto the main road. We're not getting you all the way to the destination on this course. There's other ways, other support and help that we can give you to help you arrive at where you want to get to. But let me dive in to these three first steps. And the first one is so blindingly obvious. I mean, I've never said that you needed an MBA from Harvard to work this stuff out, all right? It is really straightforward for you to start to make these happen. And the first step is you're going to get warm leads from people that you already know, all right? And I'm going to talk you through this in quite a bit of detail because this is an absolute must-do. And if ever we meet or have a conversation and you start your business and you haven't done this first step, then really we're going to lose a lot of mutual respect for each other, because you have to start your business with this first step. This will be the thing that you do first, and you're going to get warm leads from people that you know, okay? And what's important here is I want you to understand the psychology of this and how this works. So the reality is, in our society, most people want to help, all right? So if people that know you, even know you very remotely, and they know, and if they can help you and do something, then their instincts will be to do that. But they don't want to feel pressured by you. Bananarama syndrome could catch you out here. But people want to help, providing you do it properly. And I'm going to map out for you very clearly exactly how to do it properly. So a key principle as we go through this is that specificity will equal success. All right, what I mean by that is if you just sort of make a vague request, then you'll get very vague, very poor results. But the more clearly you define who it is that you help, i.e. your ideal customer, and what problems you solve for them, the more likely your contacts are going to be to actually be able to think of someone and introduce you. So remember the specificity is very important element here. And low pressure is what will win the day. All right, low pressure. You're absolutely not going to make someone feel obligated here. So, and you will always give people an easy out. I'll give you some wording to use in a moment or two, because you want to protect the relationship. You want to stay very positive. Even if they're not able to help you, you still want to remain on good terms with them. So that's the psychology of what's going on here. Once you've understood that, next practical step, the first part, we're going to prepare what we call your outreach list. All right, so what you're going to do here is you are going to start to list out, and if it was me, I would use an Excel spreadsheet. I'd just drop everyone into a column here. I'm going to list everyone in my network. So I'm going to think of all the people that I know, all my friends, all my family, any past customers or any current customers, depends what you're doing right now. Might be colleagues from work, people that you've worked with, even people from school, you know, people that provide you with services, whether that's your hairdresser or it could be anything, someone that's, you know, tarmac your drive, I don't know what it might be, you know, and all your LinkedIn and Facebook connections. It's going to be quite a long list, but you should do this because it'll give you confidence. You should go and extract this and spend a bit of time mapping up the list. Some of it's manual, some of it's going through your telephone, looking through your emails, you know, working through all the kind of different resources you've got available to pull together this list on an Excel spreadsheet of everyone in your network. And what I would caution you against here is be very careful. Do not prejudge. Don't think, oh, we'll put them on the list because they won't know anybody. That's likely to be a big mistake, because what we find quite often is that the least obvious people are the best connectors. They're the best ones to plug. Oh, they do know. Oh, yeah. So you can be quite broad about this. And when you see in a moment what you're going to say to them, you'll realise what a soft touch this is. How there's no pressure at all, and therefore you want to be able to go quite wide, quite broad. You know, the larger the list, the better your chances here of getting some customers and get it moving quite quickly. So second step is to prepare your outreach list. And then we've got to define, you've got to get clear in your own mind who it is you actually want. So what you want to do here is write, ideally, just a single sentence summary of who it is that your business is going to help and what you help them with. So the problem that they've got. So for instance, I help small business owners who are struggling to get consistent leads online, would be a good description. Or I work with busy professionals who want to lose weight without extreme diets. Whatever it is that you do, you want to be able to articulate it in a single sentence like this. What we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. That one's 12 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 words. So that's what you know, 12, 13, 15 words maybe. Quite that just sets out who you help and the problem that you help them with. And you need to get clear on that. That's why it's a separate little step here to define who it is that you want to help and work with. And then what you're going to do is put together your little referral script. And typically you're going to reach out to people via text, by WhatsApp possibly, you know, might DM some people, you might send an email, you might even ask them in person, although I suspect there's very little of that going to go on really. Most people are going to message in some form or way. And here's what you're going to say. You're going to say, hey Bob, hope you're well. I'm starting a new business that helps blank, the phrase that we just done. I'm starting a new business that helps bank. Do you know anyone who might be struggling with this or could benefit from what I do? If not, no worries at all. So very soft, that's important, that ending bit. If not, no worries at all. So I'm going to, again, I'll put that in the workbook here for you. Hey Bob, hope you're well. I'm starting a new business that helps blank what you do. Do you know anyone who might be struggling with this or could benefit from what I do? So what we're doing here, very nice, soft, very, very, you can see how this psychologically works really, really well. It's a very soft approach, but this will start to get your replies. And there's some important nuances in this. So just to be clear, you're not pitching your offer, all right? You're not making a sales pitch here. You're just asking for an introduction. Do they know someone? You know, you're being very specific about who it is that you help, people with that problem. You always must end with an easy out, you know, if not, no worries at all, you know, and we're just staying very friendly, make it feel very natural, as if it was a one-to-one text that you'd sent to that person. And then you're going to start sending the messages. Step 5, that's what's going to happen. And what you're going to do is here, reach out directly. Do not send these messages out using any kind of mail merge software or CRM system or fancy email groupings, all right? This needs to feel absolutely personalized. So that's why text messages work really well, or a single WhatsApp message, or even a single email, but do not do anything that's going to lots of people. It might be easier for you to do that, but you'll bugger up your results and potentially you'll damage some of the relationships you've got with people. This needs to feel very much one-on-one. Very, very important is that. Start with the people that you know best, and then just move out from there. You don't have to do everybody on the same day. In fact, what I would suggest is aim to send, maybe 10 messages a day would be ideal, because that way you'll start to get steady results, because people will tend to respond quite quickly within hours or within a day. And you don't want lots of responses all at once. So it's helpful to you just to get into the rhythm of sending. Might be 10, might be 50, might be 20 a day. If you've got a big list of 500 or 600 people to go out, which you could easily get to, lots of people do, but chunk it down. So you're sending some out every day. So you're starting to get a little bit of flow of things coming in. But the fact that these messages are personalized is critically important to you. Then step 6, you'll start to get some replies. So if they say, yes, I know someone, you want to say, thank you, that's fantastic, thank you ever so much. Would you be willing to introduce us via a little group text or an email? Because what you really want to do is you want them to send, so you want Bob, in my instance, to send a little message to Simon. And Bob says, hi Simon, how are you doing? Well, good friend of mine, Nigel, starting this new business. He's helping people with this, thought with interest to you. Hope you don't mind, I've copied him in. And now we're in the little link, and now I can follow through. That would be the perfect way to affect that. So, and if they say, so if they know that's how you tackle it, that's what you really want to happen, is that little group text or email, so they're introducing you, and you can pick it up from there. If they say maybe, then again, just give it a few days, then a little gentle nudge, just check in, see if anyone came to mind, no pressure at all. So again, we're keeping the pressure off, but that little reminder will work. You'll pick up some there. But if they don't respond, you don't want to become a pest. You don't want to become that guy. So just walk away if there's no response. Does that make sense? So, your relationship survives. There's nothing in here that would cause anyone anything untoward. So some quite important steps there in terms of handling the replies that you've got. And then when you do get introduced, and if that email is sent in the way that I said, so it's gone to her, then you want to reply, thanks ever so much, Bob, for the intro. Simon, lovely to meet you. And you want to move the conversation on then to try and get one. I'll contact you separately, Simon. And then you take Bob out the loop, and then you try and reach out to Simon again, either through text messaging is better than email. WhatsApp is arguably better than text messaging for a lot of people. You want to try and get into a conversation here. And what you're talking to the prospect about here is not a hard sell. Again, just slow down. You'll get more by going slower here. What in the beginning, you want to think that, I'm happy to give you some free advice, happy to share some ideas. So we're not asking for money, we're not asking to become a customer, we're just being helpful. Because the best way to show to people that you can help them is to actually help them. And that's what you're going to do. So start get into a conversation, using some of the words on here are pretty good. We'll get you into a conversation, and then you can iterate that, and at some point, suggest that they want to become a customer. Keep your referrer, i.e. Bob in my case, updated. So even if it doesn't turn into business, but at least just have a little system. That's why your spreadsheet kind of works well, because you know who's referred who to you, you know what's come back, you know where you're at, and you can let people know, and you can manage it all kind of properly. And then final step then, step 8, I really would encourage you to block out a few minutes each week in your 90-minute sessions to actually do this outreach. Keep that list updated. So you can, that big spreadsheet updated, because this can be an ongoing, continual source of leads and inquiries for your business. And certainly when you do get business comes from someone that Bob's introduced you to, in my case, make sure you be quite effusive in your appreciation to Bob, and you're going to thank him a lot for helping you. Let him know how much you appreciate it. Don't take it for granted. Don't let it, wither on the vine. Be very good and proactive at thanking people, because people that connect you once there's a decent chance Bob will do it again. But anyway, it's just the right thing to do, isn't it? It's just a nice way to behave, to show appreciation and to thank people that have helped you. So, and that's the first step here, getting warm leads from people that you know. And I would urge you, please do not jettison this, do not ignore this, do not, if it feels a bit like hard work, just think what a good thing that is. Because it feels a bit like hard work, it means lots of people won't do it, and they'll be the people at the bottom of the pyramid. They'll be the businesses that struggle to get started and struggle to get going, and you're off and away because you're doing the hard thing. You're embracing the the work that's involved in this. And also, don't overthink or complicate it. I've mapped this out. This is as simple as it sounds, but as I said earlier, execution, the way you do this, matters. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. That's what gets results, as we learned from Bananarama all those years ago, and it applies absolutely to this. And almost whatever business you are in, I can't think of a business type or a sector, what you would be doing, where this wouldn't apply, where you would start to go out to your list, asking them who they know that's got a problem that your business solves. And that's why it's such an important, it's the best strategy by miles. And I know it's unsophisticated and I know it's not particularly sexy, but it bloody works. And that's why I'm endorsing, absolutely articulating it and urging you to utilize this. Now, there is a second route that you can absolutely go down. And this also is very, very effective for lots of business types. But again, I do recognise that there are a few types of business that this won't work for. But this is where you join all the appropriate online groups. Now, what I'm talking about here, so if I was opening I don't know what it might be, any kind of business that serves a local community where your customers are going to come in a reasonably local or regional catchment area, then what I'm doing is I'm going onto Facebook and I am trying to find all the community groups in my area, and there'll typically be quite a few of them. You'll easily get into double figures with the number of community groups, all the little micro communities. Lots of them have their own little Facebook groups. And you want to try and find those groups and see if you can get in them. Especially it's easy if you live in the vicinity, in the area, you can get in these groups. And all you want to do, you're not going to become the pest in these groups. You're not going to go puking over everybody and trying to sell what you do. You're just going to be in there and you're going to keep a little eye on all the posts, because what you're going to be looking out for is people that you can help. And when you've been in the group for a little while and you've helped a few people, might not be directly to do with what your business does, but you've been in there, you've contributed a little bit, it'll be usually okay in the right way to put pieces in about what you do. But it's much more about being in these groups to spot the opportunities when people are asking for help. And again, it depends on the type of business, obviously, but can work really well. You can get a little bit more sophisticated with this approach because you can deploy people that you know well. So your close friends, your family possibly, even one or two customers, who are part of these groups, they are better placed to recommend you. It's much better if someone, I could sell Bob way more effectively than Bob can sell himself, and vice versa. Does that make sense? Bob could sell me more effectively than I could sell myself. So again, understand the groups, look at what's happening, but there'll be, for lots of businesses, there'll be decent lead flow coming out of these appropriate online groups. Other than kind of local community groups on Facebook, there are some industry groups and places that cover sectors. You want to get plugged into those. Let people know what you are doing. Just the more you spread the word. But that step one is why it's so important, because you're letting everybody in your entire kind of network know what you do, and you'll reap such a lot of benefits from that. But the groups piece can work very well as well. As a way, this is about getting you started, don't forget. I'm trying to fix the whole long-term thing. We're just getting you started. And then the third and the final route I'm going to talk about here, which again, it works very, very well, especially if your businesses are any kind of, well, there's a geographic area that you cover, then I want to talk to you about leaflets. And the beautiful thing about leaflets is that they've definitely been neglected and over recent years, which is great news for you. What I mean by that is lots of businesses have given up on doing this sort of thing. And I don't really understand why, because it's never been cheaper to get leaflets printed. And it's never been easier to get people that will deliver them for you. And all the kind of respectable leaflet delivery businesses have all kind of geo tracking now, so you can see whether they know where the deliverers go. So your certainty of delivery is much, much higher than it was once upon a time. But leaflets can work really, really well. And I mentioned at the start of the course, this whole course came about really because of the help we gave to Damo on the back of the Channel 5 TV programme. And one of the ways we helped Damo was we created a leaflet for him. So we wrote this leaflet. It is an A5 leaflet, so usual thing, printed 2 sides. I'll show you both sides as we walk through it. And I want to just dissect this leaflet for you, because this leaflet is working very, very well for Damo. Damo is getting a lot of business from this leaflet. And so I'm going to break it down and help you understand what it is about this leaflet that makes it so good, so you can then replicate that and copy that approach with your leaflet. So if we look at this, first of all, let's look at the headline here. So the headline, I keep local cars clean monthly. So this sets out what he does. This is very important for Damo's business because he's a car valeter. And if he's trying to get business 1 car valet at a time, that is a really rubbish business to be in. It's really, really rubbish. What Damo wants, and what I talked to him very, very definitely about, is how his goal is to build his customer base with people that get their cars cleaned regularly. Now, he's going out and targeting businesses, not with the leaflet. He's walking into the businesses specifically, although he hands the leaflet over, but he's actually going to talk to the businesses. But this is what he's putting through the door, letterboxes on the doorsteps of the areas in Lincoln and Lincolnshire that he wants to serve. And he said, I keep cars clean monthly. All right, brilliant mobile car valeting done on your drive or at your workplace. So he comes to you, very, very obvious. This first bit that describes what he does in not a lot of words. And he then has got this little white line here, no queues, no waiting around, no having to remember. So these are real benefits that he provides to his customers as opposed to having to, go and get their car cleaned somewhere else. Then we got a real picture of Damo. We haven't used some stock image of somebody, not him, cleaning cars somewhere. We've used real photos. Real photos are massively important on leaflets. I mean, they're important on websites as well, but massively important on leaflets. And then this little text that says how it works. Hi, I'm Damo. I was born and bred in Lincoln. I love our city. I'm a one-man mobile valet business. I clean every car myself. I come to you once a month and keep your car looking amazing all year round. Simple, reliable, no hassle. Great little concise description, a bit about him. He's from the area. That's all quite part psychologically. Loves our city. One-man band, so it's him you're going to get. This appeals to a lot of people. So that's how it works, but really, really important. We've then got proof. I mean, this is the before and afters. There's him there getting right in down and dirty with the alloy wheels, etc. And then we've got a call to action down the bottom. Put the call to action, it quite stands out. Look at how that green box, your eye is drawn to that green box. WhatsApp me today. And there's Damo's number on there, WhatsApp button. That's designed to draw people's attention to this, so that we got the wall action there. And then his logo, look where Damo's logo is. It's at the bottom. So many people with their leaflets make this big mistake of putting their logo at the top. Nobody cares who you are or what you're called until they understand how you might be able to help them. And that's why the logo's at the bottom. And that's the right place for his logo to actually be. And then, of course, we've got this offer at the top, because the other thing that stands out on this page is the green there and the yellow there. Special offer, £10 off your first month, limited local spaces available. It's like a reason for people to take action. So the call to action on this side and that side. So it's a nice first page of the leaflet. As I said, this leaflet's worked very well for Damo. Let's have a quick look at the other side of the leaflet. So a few things are repeated, and that's the right thing to do, because you never know which side up is going to land on someone's kitchen table or when it comes out of their letterbox. But on the other side of the leaflet, a lot more clarity here. Monthly maintenance value, £45. My most popular service. Exterior wash, wheels and tyres, interior vacuum, dash, all internal surfaces, windows inside and out. So it's just clarity as to what he does. Then here, look, why choose him? I mentioned earlier about why should your hardworking prospects spend their hard-earned cash with you as opposed to all the other choices they've got? Well, here we are, local and 100% reliable. Normally same day each month, fully insured, no contracts or tie-in, just 30 days notice. My van is fully equipped. I even bring my own water. So it just matches, reasons to actually choose him here. The offer's repeated on this side, as I said, and then a bit of, this is important, I service the following: Lincoln, Boston, Grantham, Sleaford and surrounding Lincolnshire areas. So it's just making sure it's relevant to them. Obviously, he's only delivering these leaflets in place, but it just reinforces that this is a local service for people opening this. We've then got little testimonials and reviews here. Damo's a perfectionist. He won't finish until everything is spot on. My white car has never looked so clean, worth every penny, says Robert Clark in Stamford. Another little picture of Damo, another real photo on that side there. People can see it. In Damo's case, his van looks a nice looking van. The lines on the van are the county of Lincolnshire. It's a nice piece that he's got on there. The call to action is repeated, as you can see. That is what a good leaflet looks like. That's not my view or opinion. That is fact because of the amount of business that leaflet has brought into Damo. You can get leaflets printed now for not a lot over £200 for 10,000. If you go standard A5, again, there's a source of where you can get them printed, some recommendations for you in the workbook. So you can utilise that and get the supplies in the right way. You can use that pictures of Damo's leaflet to help your designer get things done right for you. But dropping a leaflet out, if you've got any kind of business that serves a local or a regional community, can work really, really well. And it works well because of what we call the 3 M's. And the 3 M's are the core pillars and principles of all effective marketing. So, for small and medium-sized businesses, for sure. So the 3 M's, the first M is your market. So who are your target customers? Who do you want to go to? In Damo's case, he is picking the streets and the roads and the estates that he's dropping his leaflets to. He's not leafleting the whole of Lincolnshire because there are lots of parts of Lincolnshire where people are not going to spend £45 on a car valet. So he's picking the places where, to increase his chances. So he's identifying where his market is and he's going to them there. He's then getting his message right. So you saw that leaflet. I mean, there's not a huge amount of words on there, but quite a lot of thought has gone in to the messaging on that leaflet because the messaging is designed to resonate with the target market. He's not trying to convince people to get their car valeted, for instance. He's explaining why he's the right person for someone who would already know they'd like to get their car valeted. So they're quite important elements of those, the market and the message. And then and only then do you then look at the media. And the media is quite simply, the media is the route or the best route to get the message to the market. That's why you have to look at the 3 M's in this order: market, message, media. And it's why leaflets work so well. If your target market is local or regional and you've got a clear message to those people, that's a great way to deliver it. And you've got a lot less wastage with your marketing spend than you have running ads. £200 worth of Facebook ads, for instance, a lot more people are going to see that are not ever going to get a car valet than if you utilise leaflets. It's a very effective way as a media to take your message to your market if your market is local people, consumers in particular. Now, I said at the beginning that we're focused on getting your first customers. We're still hand scything here. We're not in a combine harvester yet. We're definitely not going to remortgage the house to buy a combine harvester. We're not going to spend huge amounts of money to get going on our marketing. We want to prove that this works. We want to establish that there are people out there who will buy our products or service, so we know we've got a strong foundation on which we can build. Once we've got that foundation, we are going to want to move as quickly as we possibly can to rhythmic acquisition of customers. Rhythmic acquisition of customers is second only to having recurring income in your business. So fabulous thing is the rhythmic acquisition. It happens when you've got the right number of customers coming in at the right frequency. So you've got the right number of the right customers coming in at the right kind of frequency. But rhythmic acquisition is always preceded by rhythmic activity. All right, it's really important, this. You only ever in business get rhythmic acquisition when you've got rhythmic activity. In other words, there's rhythmic, regular, consistent, sustainable stuff going on to generate the rhythmic flow of leads and inquiries that will ultimately turn into customers. So having that rhythmic activity is very important. So many small businesses make the mistake once they've got out of this very initial phase and they've got going. What happens is they get some customers, so they stop marketing for a bit because they've got some customers, and then they look after the customers and they say, the customers, I've got no more customers. So they ramp up the marketing and they go from this famine to feast, and then they stop marketing, they famine, feast. So their marketing is very ad hoc, it's very stop-start, it's very jumpy, it's also very ineffective, and it causes a huge amount of stress for the business owners. So cracking your rhythmic activity, this is once you're up and running, it's a few weeks, maybe a small number of months away. Once we've got you up and running, once you're through this course and you've executed and implemented everything that we've talked about, and you want to come back, we need to start sorting out the rhythmic activity that will drive rhythmic acquisition. And on the point of rhythmic acquisition, I need to talk to you about two guys that I know very well, Peter in Portsmouth and Maz in Sheffield. Now, Peter and Maz run two very different businesses. And Peter's runs a boatyard in Portsmouth, or near Portsmouth, that refurbishes yachts. All right, not the really super duper amazing billionaire yachts, but the kind of mid-range stuff. All right, and Peter in his boatyard, Peter's ideal rhythmic rate of acquisition is 4 customers per year. That's all he wants, because typically, you know, a job is £500,000, sometimes £1 million. He hasn't got a big yard. He only can do 4 jobs a year. That's his desired rhythm. Now contrast Peter with Maz in Sheffield. Now Maz runs quite a large restaurant in Sheffield. It's open from lunch 11 o'clock to 11 o'clock. It's open 12 hours a day, pretty much every day of the week. And Maz requires 160 customers per day. That's his ideal rhythm. Now, 4 per year is at one end of the rhythmic acquisition spectrum, and 160 a day is at the other end of the rhythmic acquisition spectrum. You are almost certainly somewhere in the middle. You'll need more than Peter, but not as many as Maz, probably. All right, that's because I've used those two guys, because I know, you know, my experience, they're the two that mark the two extremities of the businesses that we've worked with. But we've worked with many thousands of businesses who need more than 4 customers a year, but less than 160 customers per day. And once you get, it's all about getting your head in the right place and understanding where you are going. And remember when we did the model for the car valeting business, you had those different numbers of car valets that we needed to achieve the rhythm, to achieve the revenue, to drive the profitability. You know, it was up to how can I get 40 valets a week, for instance. It's going to be rhythmic. So we get rhythmic by getting monthly customers. So we sell them once and we go back every month and we clean their car, hopefully for many years to come. And if we get, you know, we need 160 of those customers, 160. So I got 40 this week, 40 next week, 40 the week after, 40 in 3 weeks' time. And then I start going around them again. 160 customers is all that's standing between me and a lovely if that car valet's pulling 75 grand a year on that basis. That's a lot of money. That's over £6,000 a month coming in. You know, if we're going out and cleaning 40 cars a week, it works very well. But that's the rhythmic acquisition. That's how we start to actually get there. Now, again, in terms of just prepping you beyond this initial phase, something you'll need to think about at some point is what you should be spending. And I use the word really carefully there, what you should, not what you could be spending, what you should be spending to get a customer. And I've deliberately, the 3 routes I've given you, the reaching out to people that you know costs you nothing, step 1. The joining the local community Facebook groups costs you nothing, Step 2, getting the leaflets printed will cost you, as I said, somewhere between £200 and £300 to get 10,000 leaflets printed. You might need to chuck 150 quid at a designer to lay it out properly for you and get it designed nicely, or else find a teenager with some canvas skills and they could do it. But follow the model that I've given you and the template that I've given you here. So not a lot of money to get your leaflet done. And then you mobilize friends and family, or indeed yourself, and you start delivering leaflets. When you got the leaflet right, you start to work it through. So you can get this thing moving without significant investment. If you've got a bit of cash to spare, again, getting your leaflets delivered by a leaflet delivery company, every town and area has them, or indeed by Royal Mail, which is worth talking to. Again, the details are all in the workbook. That can get it moving, but you haven't spent a lot of money. But this is the way you get your first customers. We are hand scything, don't forget here. We're not combine harvesting just yet. But when you start to get combine harvesting, what we're going to do is recognise what it says on the slide now. What should you be spending to get a customer? And the reality here, this is the one part of business maths that nearly everyone forgets: the cost to get a customer. That's the piece that so many business models are put together, and there's no money in there to market the business and get the customers. I had a very sad state of affairs a few years ago with a husband and wife team who basically just spent all the money they had. They bought this old vicarage, very large building, and they'd refurbished it all beautifully, done an amazing job, and turned it into a really fabulous 10-room boutique hotel. And he was the chef, and they did a fantastic job, but they literally had no money left for marketing. And they were a classic example of having an amazing product that people would love to come to if only they knew about it. But they'd spent all their money on the refurbishment, and they had nothing left to spend to get people to come to them. And there is always a cost to get a customer. And there is a method, there is a process to work out what you should be spending to get a customer, and indeed what you should be spending on marketing to get your business to where you want it to be. And it looks a little bit complicated. Again, this is in the workbook for you, is the marketing spend calculator. I'll go through it in a little bit of detail. So the first that you have to work out is how much an average customer is worth to you. And this obviously will depend hugely and vary hugely from business to business. And what we're really interested in here is what is the gross profit. Remember, gross profit from those numbers, it was the third of our 7 key numbers. It's the gross profit, is the profit after we've taken off the cost to actually deliver to that particular customer. So what's left to contribute to our profit and our overhead. So we need to know ideally what each customer is worth on average. And again, don't fall into the trap here of thinking, well, no, I can't know because some customers spend more and some spend less. I understand that, but there's always an average. Over any period of time, we look at, well, how many customers do we serve? This many. How much revenue do we bank? This much. Divide the revenue by the number of customers, and we've got an average. And we have to be able to make good decisions, good quality decisions, based on the average of what a customer is worth. So we look at the worth to a customer over 2 or 3 years, say. If there's any repeat business in there, we take that out. And then we have to answer, this is the only value question in this, or value-based question in this little calculator. So, well, how much would you pay to get one of those customers? And the way to think about that is, let's try and make it real. So, let me try and think of a real business. So I know I was with someone yesterday who runs an HR consultancy. Now, typically their clients pay them a small number of hundreds of pounds a month. Okay, they're on a retainer to provide them with HR advice and support and get all their contracts sorted and keep them out of tribunals and everything else, make sure they treat their people properly. And they're paying them, let's keep the maths easy, let's say they're paying them £500 a month. And so I say, well, that's great. Okay, how long does a customer typically stay? And lots of these people say, well, we don't lose many people. So we look at it, so we call, okay, so they're going to stay for 3 years. So yeah, okay, well, let's work it on 2 years. Then let's make it really easy. So they're going to pay you £500 a month for 2 years. So they're going to pay you £12,000. Now, this is an additional customer. I say, have you got the capacity to cope with an additional customer, spending £500 a month now, without having to increase your staff. Oh yeah, we could definitely take on a few more customers. I say, fine. So all that £12,000 over the next 2 years is going to flow straight to the bottom line because all the costs are already covered. And in their business, they haven't got to make any tables and chairs. They're just providing HR advice and they've already got the staff. So the costs are already covered by the existing customers. So every single penny of the £500 a month is going to go straight to the bottom line. So I say, so how much would you pay to get £500 a month for 2 years? You're going to get 12 grand over 2 years. What would you pay for that now? And this way you get an insight then, because the worst thing you do as a small business owner is think like a small business owner. So obviously you're not going to spend 12 grand now to get 12 grand over 2 years. That just seems like that's a lot of effort. So it's going to be less than 12 grand, but equally you'd definitely spend the first month's money, wouldn't you? So you'd definitely spend £500. So I go, yeah, okay. Would you spend 2 months' money? Would you spend £1,000? And what most of them say, do you know what, I would, yeah. I would spend £1,000 now to get £500 a month for at least the next 2 years, on average. So I said, well, let's leave it there. Let's see then if we can get a customer for £1,000. And so we've got the answer, we've got the number. Does that make sense? So a little bit of subjective value-based judgments going on here. But the answer here would be, how much would you pay to get one of those customers? And so here we've got £12,000 customer value. We'd spend £1,000 to get that customer. And he says, well, how many leads do you need to get a customer? So, and the example says here, if you sell to half the people you speak to, you'd need 2 leads to get 1 customer. What's your ratio? Well, in terms of leads coming in this HR business, actually, we need 10 leads to get a customer because not all leads turn to appointments. So we need 10 leads to get a customer. So we put the number 10 in that box there, in box number 3. And then we got number 4, says, how much can you spend to get a lead? Well, this is just a sum now. So this is the £1,000 that I pay to get a customer divided by the 10 leads. So £1,000, so now I can spend £100 a lead. They say, well, how many customers do you want next month? I say, gosh, well, I'd love to be great to get 4 customers, 1 a week. That'd be amazing. Okay, so I want 4 customers, put that in there. So how many leads do I need to get that many customers? Well, 4 times, I need 40 leads. So I put 40 leads in there. And they say, well, how much marketing spend do I need next month to get 40 leads? And the answer is 40 times by 100 is £4,000. So my marketing budget should be £4,000 a month, for which I expect 40 leads, for which I should be able to convert 4 of them into customers. And now this is all further iteration of my business model. And again, as I said, this calculator is available in the workbook for you in a downloadable version that you can work with and use as your model, because it will help you to get customers when you move away from the scything stage and you start to get into combine harvester stage. There's an interim, when you're pulling something behind a tractor, and we get a little bit, so we just start to grow this in stages. But right now you're in the scythe stage, so that's why those 3 first steps matter such a lot. First step, you're going to be talking to the people that you know, reaching out to them in the way that I explained. You're going to log on and join all the local groups that you can, all the trade groups that you can, and utilize all that free opportunity there for you. And then if you're any kind of local or regional business, you're going to go down the leaflet route. Because when you do those 3 things, you're going to start to get some traction and some momentum. And when they don't work, again, I've got a whole ton of stuff where that came from, but I've just dissected it to try and make this manageable and help you to get going. As I say, this is all about getting your first customers, not about building all your long-term customers. So that's where we're going to end this part of our startup incubator. What we're going to talk about next is what do we do when we get these customers? How do we look after them? Because where this is heading to is a point of validation. I mean, I've called it your validation point. Because as we've said repeatedly, nothing happens in business until somebody buys something. And the reason we're using these quite labor-intensive routes to get you moving is it's the best way in terms of it has no financial cost for you to know whether your business is viable or not. And the quicker you get there, the better for you. Because if you get there and there's opportunity and I'm selling this, it's all okay. I've got green lights, that's fantastic. As opposed to, this is actually a lot harder to sell than I realized, and I've got red lights. And what I would really urge you to do when you're starting out your business is to set a date. Literally give yourself a window of a small number of weeks to get an agreed number of customers. Now, I say an agreed number of customers, obviously the person you're agreeing with is yourself. You get to choose how many customers you want in what time frame. But what I would really encourage you here to avoid is this things just dribbling on forever. And there's always the promise, tomorrow will be, and it's a balance of this, because lots of businesses need to keep chipping away to actually get through and get a breakthrough. But there are also lots of business owners who do themselves, very, very long-term financial damage by persisting with a business that should really have been kind of strangled or killed at birth. And this notion of you setting a date when you start, right? Okay, let's just say, for instance, I'll start my business on the 1st of March. And by the end of May, so I'm giving myself 2 full months, by the end of May, I will have 6 customers. And so I need to get 6 customers between now and the end of May. And if I haven't got 6 customers, then I'm going to have to think about doing something else in my life, because this is going to be too hard and not lucrative enough, and it's going to take too much of my energy and my resources and my time. Now, again, whether 2 months is right, it will depend a lot on what you're doing, on the experience that you're bringing to the part. But this principle of you setting a date, which is going to be your deadline date for you to decide, is this business viable or not? Should I pursue it or not? And again, I would encourage you, in my experience, sharing your thinking here and your date and your target with people that matter to you would be a really good thing to do. Ideally, there will be supportive people that matter to you. But being open about it, again, it's just going to keep you honest, isn't it? You're going to learn stuff along the way. But deadlines, in business, deadlines are really, really important. Deadlines get stuff done. And that's why setting a date, I think, is such a positive, constructive thing for you to do. If you don't, maybe you haven't thought about this before, the power of deadlines getting stuff done. I promise you it does. We see it twice a year in football circles, because there are 2 transfer windows in the English football league and Premier League, and basically you have to do all your signings by a date. It's usually at the end of August, and then the window opens again for the month of January. And on the closing date, on deadline day, all the deals get done, because it forces people, got to get done or it can't happen. And so it is in business. You've done work, you've done, you've studied for exams, whatever else it might be. We've all experienced the power of deadlines in our life. And I think it's very, very important that you utilize deadlines in the creation and setting up of your new business. It will make you more successful more quickly. There is a chance in some instances it will force you to close the business more quickly, but both those situations are good ones. Now, just to be clear, when I talk about validation, what counts as validation and what doesn't. And really, the simple principle here is very, very simple. Have enough people bought. That's the thing you need to know. Have enough people bought. And that's why, again, thinking about this before you set out, looking at sensibly what you could do over 2 months or 3 months, again, you get to choose the window, and there isn't a right or wrong answer here. It will depend on what you are doing. For some businesses, 2 or 3 months would be too long. For others, it wouldn't be long enough. But have enough people actually paid you money, not said they like what you do, and actually bought the money. And the key here, set your target for how many people are going to spend money with you by your deadline day. Set that at the beginning. This is how many sales I'm going to make by that date. That's the key thing. That's what validation counts as. It's the exchange of money. It's the signing of orders. It's not warm words and fuzzy feelings. You need to actually, at some point, the rubber has to hit the road and money has to change hands. So the way what you've got to be allowing, again, it will depend a little bit on what your business does. But if I talk quite generally for a moment or two, a couple of things are going to happen. You have to have, at least 10 to 20 real, what I call outreach attempts. So an outreach attempt here in this context, this is you actually trying to have conversations with individuals who you know are sensible prospects for what you've got. And not all those outreach attempts will result in conversations, but you've got to have at least 5 or 6, half a dozen real conversations. So you've got proper attempts to sell what you do, ideally to people that didn't know you before you started. Listen, by all means, bring in all the people that know you at the beginning. Let's get the sales, let's get some momentum, let's get it moving. It's unlikely that if you're able to get success there, that you won't be able to continue that. But certainly the most valuable feedback is when you're having real conversations with people that you didn't know. But you have to be asking for money and commitment, asking for the order. Yeah, that's so important here. Nothing happens in business till somebody buys something, and it's the process of them buying it that actually matters here. So it's only sales and actual orders that count for you. That is your unit of currency. That's what you have to track. That's what tells you whether this business gets a green light or a red light, how many people have bought, what's actually gone on there. And what you want to do as you start to approach your deadline, you'll do it on the way there for sure, is that you will review your data. You look at how many orders you've got from the conversations that you've had. So you'll need to track everything down. Just keep a little note. It can be in a notebook or in a spreadsheet. All the people, all the activity that you've gone through to try and get into these conversations with people. But how many conversations did we have? How many orders have come from those conversations? And when people haven't progressed, what have they said? Now, most people, in my experience, most people are nice people, and they don't like to be they don't like to be blunt. It's very rare you'll meet someone that will be blunt. So they'll try and let you down gently. That often means they'll kind of ghost you. They'll say, yeah, I'll come back to you, but they never do come back to you. And it's because they don't want to upset you. It's going to be a difficult conversation. They psychologically, they're just going to avoid it happening. But you need to be able to track what's happening here. So the outcome of every conversation, what do people say? Where's it gone? And start to look at what actually is going on, because this isn't about you per se as a person at all. This is about your business. And can you validate this business? Is this going to fly going forward or not? For most people, lots of people, it's a very positive response to this. Just to be clear, they get out there to market in the way that I've described. Good things happen, people come back to them, people place orders, people spend money, their business is off and running. That's fantastic. But there are situations when people go through they put in the effort, they go through the processes that we've talked about, and the orders and the sales don't come in. And in those situations, that's when you have this kind of challenging little decision to make. Should I persist with this? Am I going to get it right? Am I just learning things? Am I going to persist with this? Or do I need to pivot and do something else with my life? That's the key crux. This is what validation is all about here. Are we going to persist and continue? Or are we going to pivot and do something else? And in making that decision as to whether to pivot or persist, let me just go through the 3 most likely reasons why people aren't buying in the volumes that you were hoping that they would. And the first kind of failure here, or reason why, is that there's been what we call a marketing failure. So either not enough people there's not enough marketing gone on, or the marketing hasn't been good enough. So either way, you've not got the attention or created the awareness of what you've done. And only you will know the answer to that. You can pretend, you can kid yourself. You mustn't forget about Bananarama syndrome, of course. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. That's what gets results. And that's why marketing failures are fixable. That's the truth of it. Marketing failures are fixable. If there needs to be more activity, there needs to be different activity, then you are able to fix that and make that happen. We can improve the quality of the marketing. We can certainly improve the quantity of the marketing. We can let more people know about it. So you'll need to understand to some extent, this isn't about, no people have bought or only one person's bought. Yes, but how many people actually have the opportunity to consider what it is that you've got? That could be a marketing failure that's caused that and brought that about. The second reason why people aren't buying in the numbers you hoped, it could be a selling failure. Now this bit's definitely on you. I mean, so is the marketing in truth, but you haven't got the word out enough, so not enough people know about you. That's a marketing failure. But a selling failure says, well, I've had 20 conversations, but no one's bought. Now the reason they haven't bought wasn't because not enough people knew about it. We've had the conversations, we've had the meetings, they've come through, but either you weren't good enough and or your product or your offering wasn't good enough in those conversations. Now again, that is fixable. We can change the way a product is or a service is presented. We can look at the pricing. We can try and look at what the objections were. We can also work on the sales skills and the techniques that you are utilizing when you're talking with people. So it's not easy to fix, but it absolutely is fixable. There's no question there. But the third failure is, and this is when the truth can really hurt, but there are plenty of businesses you wouldn't be the first to embark on a business where what you were selling, well, people don't want it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to pay you money for what it is that you've got. They might think it's a nice idea, but this is where you have to be, your thinking has to be honest and accurate with yourself. Because if you've got a business selling something that people don't want, then that is not fixable. And no amount of effort or energy that you expand will make any difference because they still won't buy it. Even though you're running sexier ads and fancier ads, and even though you've gone through all this different training and ways of presenting, you'll still find it's really difficult to sell because people don't, it's not important enough. So you've got to get to this crux point on validation day. Do I continue? Do I make some changes to my marketing or my selling, for instance, and give it another go? In which case you'd set another deadline day, another validation day, a few weeks down the line, or do I walk away and quit this? And it can be a lot easier to quit, nearer the beginning than it can be later down the line. Please don't fall into the trap of just because I've put all this effort in, I'm going to keep on going, because that could be the road to rack and ruin. But hopefully you're up here. You've followed the steps that I've talked about. You've got your head in the right place. You've gone out there with the right form of marketing. I know it's labor intensive, all those conversations at the beginning, but it's the best way for you to learn about how your market feels about what you've got. And hopefully you've got some orders come in. You're at or about where you said you want it to be with your targeting. And it's a big green tick on validation day. And we're going to continue with this business. Now, assuming that we are going to continue with the business, then we need to go through into the final couple of parts of this course. We've covered already the importance of how you think. And I've just restated that again there with that ending bit about this whole validation day. Such a grown-up, mature, sensible thing to do. It all stems from those thinking pieces we talked about at the very beginning of the course. We looked at what you do and what you don't do, and the important, the two jobs that you've got. Get your business model sorted with your pricing so it's all clear and working, and then get customers, start selling. Well, we've just ended that section with this culmination of the point. Have I succeeded in getting customers and started selling? And I'm assuming that you have, in which case we've got to look after those customers. So let's dive in there. You're almost there now. We're making very good progress with this, and then we'll wrap up at the end piece and as what happens next and where you take your business from here. So when it comes to looking after your customers, a nice way to think about this, perhaps might be a more helpful way for you to think about this. This is actually all about you building your reputation. We all know as even as kids, people know this, but certainly as adults, we know the importance of reputation. Reputation is what other people say about you, think about you. It's how you are perceived by others. And obviously, in the early days of your business, you have a disproportionate opportunity to influence how other people are thinking about, talking about, seeing and perceiving you. So I want to talk about managing these early customers properly so you get the right outcome and the right results. And in particular, I'm going to cover on 3 things that you must avoid in this early stage, because it is all about you building your reputation. And again, the colder your customers are, in other words, the less they knew of you before they became customers, the bigger the opportunity here and the more important it is that you give them a great experience, especially these early customers. If you were to come into my business here at Entrepreneur Circle HQ and you were to go onto the middle floor is where all my staff work. And as you come into the middle floor, it's where all of us have got our desks. And as you come through the door, you are confronted with this. And these are our coat lockers where people put their coats up. And then there's this wall here. And you can see these are about 18-inch high letters, these. You got a sense of the scale. The door gives you a sense of the scale of this here. So quite large letters, this. It's the first thing everybody sees when they come into work every single day. It says, do great work, give a shit. See what I did there? Don't be an asshole. Now, these constitute the values of Entrepreneur Circle. And there are 11 words here. And I've built an entire kind of business and culture on the back of these 11 words. And you see why this is very important for you. I mean, I'm offering these up. These are my words that I came up with, but listen, feel free to use them if they work for you. They become important as you employ people, but they're not insignificant when there's just you in the business. Do great work, not do okay work, not do enough work to get by, not do the least work I can and still get paid. Do great work, because great work is how you build reputations. It really, really matters, does this? So do great work. Give a shit. This is absolutely the core of why Entrepreneur Circle has been so successful and continues to be so successful and has so many very loyal, long-lasting customers, because we genuinely do care about them and their businesses. And again, I would offer this up and actually using the little, the phraseology of the language, because it kind of gets people attention. It doesn't say care a lot or whatever, it says give a shit. And everyone knows what give a shit is. And obviously I haven't had to write on my wall. I use the poop emoji and it kind of works. And that again makes it a bit more endearing, but give a shit really, really important, because you've heard, you all know this, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I don't care what business you're in, what industry, what sector you're working in, this applies. Okay, this absolutely applies. And the give a is the personification of that in my business. And following these two, do great work and give a I mean, really, in many ways, those are the 6 words that define my business. And I would just urge and encourage you to adopt them into your business. I mentioned Damo early on in this course. We had a little issue with this early on. There was one day when he was actually here at ECHQ cleaning cars, and it started to rain in the afternoon. Obviously, when it's raining in the afternoon, he can't. There's only so much you can do with the outside of the car. You can still wash it and shampoo it and get it all nice and clean, but he can't chamois it off because it's raining. But the inside really matters. But on this particular day, it was not only raining, but it was starting to get dark. It was the winter months. And he had his daughter with him that day, helping him out. And they wanted to get back home to Lincoln and to go. And basically, they left the inside of a car really not valeted at all. It really wasn't very good. Now, thankfully, it was a car of one of my team members here, and they flagged it to me and they showed it to me. And I had to have a chat with Damo about it. I said, Damo, you got to realise, you're in the embryonic starting stages of your business. If you don't do great work, you risk killing your business. It's hard to get customers for any business. It's hard to get customers, but it's really easy to lose them and damage your reputation by not doing great work. And that was what happened here. In truth, that particular day, partly because of the weather and the conditions, and it's getting dark and there's something to go back for. So we all understand the reasons why, but it's in those moments that reputations are shaped. And Damo made the wrong choice that day because he skimped on a job and he went back. Now, he realizes this now. And what he did, by the way, he reached out to the person and he offered to do their car again completely for free next week. And he rebuilt his reputation because he reacted and responded correctly, really swiftly. So he got it all back on side. But had I not had the chat with him, that probably wouldn't have happened. If that had been a normal customer, not a member of my team, then again, they wouldn't have bothered complaining to Damo. They'd have just said, Damo's a bit car washing. He certainly doesn't care. He doesn't do great work. It's just a bit average. I'm not paying that price. He's not coming again. And not only is the customer lost, but the reputation is damaged. And this is the really important thing here. And the importance, especially in these early months and years of your business, when people are trying to understand how much you care and how do you give a about the products that you do, it becomes a very, very significant thing. And again, I'm sorry if that's stating the obvious, but I just see it so often. People get focused on getting the customer and there's insufficient focus on looking after the customer. And I know from my own experience over many, many years now, the importance of this in business and how hard earned reputation is, but how quickly and easily it can be lost through a failure to do great work, no attention to detail, insufficient care, couldn't actually give a So that's the little framework there for you to think about as you start to go out, into business, looking after customers, doing work for them. And hopefully, instinctively, this will sit really well with you because instinctively, you are conscientious, you want to be proud of what you do, you want to do a great job for people. So it becomes, not a difficult thing to do. You just have to pay a little bit of attention and just make sure that it's manifested and it's coming through regularly and consistently. Now, I said there's 3 things to avoid in these early days. And I do want to just talk you through these so you can be conscious of them and aware of them and then hopefully avoid them happening in your business. The first one is you avoiding over delivery. Now, in many ways, this is the exact opposite of Damo's issue with the poorly valeted car. This would be the equivalent of Damo taking 2 or 3 hours to do a car valet because he was over delivering. He was doing it too well. It was too perfect. And it is a fine art, this, because you do want to do a great job. You do want to impress the customer, but you have to avoid setting what I call unsustainable precedents. And an unsustainable precedent in this context would be, as I say, with Damo, if Damo takes 3 hours to clean a car, he's going to have a very, very impressed customer. The car's going to be immaculate and amazing, but he's caused himself 2 massive problems in doing that. The first problem is he can now only do 3 cars in a day at best. So he's just absolutely decimated his earning potential because he can do 8 decent valets. Taking an hour on a car, he can do 8 in a day. Taking 3 hours on a car, he can only do 3 in a day. And if the price is the same, he's just slashed his income, by more than half. That's the first problem he's got. But the second problem he's got is he's built up expectations. And now his customers are expecting this incredible, showroom condition restored stuff, which he can't do for that price. He can if they pay him for 3 hours. If they're going to pay him 170 quid rather than 50 quid, then he can do that job. But if he does a £170 job for a £50 price point, then he is over delivering and he's setting himself up to fail in the medium term. He's also poorer because he's got a lot less money coming in. So you do need to be mindful about this. It's a nice little checklist, this. You want to do a great job, you do want to impress, but you must avoid setting unsustainable precedents because they're going to hurt you in the pocket and they're going to hurt you long term with your reputation. So, well, you used to do it all like this. Why can't you do it like this now? And that's on you. It's your fault. You're responsible for that because you set an unsustainable precedent. So that's the first thing is to avoid is over delivery. The second thing that we're going to avoid is what I call feast to famine. Feast to famine is not a good place to be as a business owner. And this is really where your 90 minutes come in. So just to be clear, feast to famine in this context, what I'm talking about here, this is when businesses, so what happens is they do some marketing and they get some customers. So they stop the marketing to focus on the customers. And then they do all the work for the customers, and then they realize, I got no customers. So now we've got to panic and do some marketing to get some customers. And so the business is constantly running this up and down phase, where you see they're really, really good, lots of customers, oh, it's really, really bad, no customers. And that's what feast to famine is. And there are lots of businesses that stay in existence for a prolonged period of time in this sustained kind of chaos and stress that is famine to feast, famine to feast, famine to feast, famine to feast. And this is where your 90 minutes comes in. This is where your 90 minutes can be so, so helpful. Because if you schedule your 90 minutes every day, you make it a habit doing your 90 minutes. I'm spending 90 minutes, that's 30 hours a month on the things that will make your business more successful. Then you've got the time then to do the marketing. And no matter how much work you've got on, you know, because if you've got lots of work on, this is great for you because you can start to nudge your prices up. Because prices are, you know, quite a crude lever, but you might as well do, if you're full, you might as well be full with people paying a higher price because then you make more profits. And profits, as we talked about at the beginning, is a really good thing for businesses because it makes them sustainable. You know, you get reward for your efforts. You can now, the business, all sorts happen, good things happen when businesses make profits, whereas only bad things happen when businesses don't make profits. And eliminating feast to famine, avoiding it almost at all costs is a smart way. And so doing your marketing 2 or 3 days a week in your 90 minutes, working out your ad campaigns, looking, you're going to talk to, focusing on the things that are going to grow your business and make you more successful. That's the key thing. Because, you know, in any business, the most important thing is the marketing. Genuinely. That's not just because it's without the marketing, we don't get any customers. And without any customers, we haven't got a business. So everything is subservient to the marketing. And that's why finding time in your working month, in your working week, to make sure that there's the right amount of activity going on, because you know that rhythmic activity always precedes rhythmic acquisition. So there's enough going on rhythmically through you using your 90 minutes to ensure that you are going to avoid any sense of feast to famine. You know, you're going to have that regular flow of inquiries and leads and customers coming into your business. So those are the two of the three things to avoid. The avoidance of unsustainable precedents, so don't over deliver, and then this avoidance of famine to feast, so by making sure that you're always taking time aside to do some marketing. And then the third thing to avoid, this is a slightly of a double negative here really, but I wanted to tie into my 3 things to avoid. So I needed to avoid not getting reviews, which means get reviews. Okay, so it's like, what's the best way to get reviews for your business? Obviously, you have to have customers that you're looking after. These early customers are very important. And the best way for you to get reviews from these early customers is, shock horror, gosh, ask for them. Ask your early customers to leave you a review. Now, easier in the beginning, because you can play the kind of emotional card with people. So it's a very straightforward thing for you to do. You know, oh, listen, it's been fantastic. As you probably know, I only started the business a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, and I'm trying to build up my reputation. And it would be so helpful if you've, you know, enjoyed the service, loved the product, whatever it is that I've done. If you could leave me a review on Google or on Trustpilot, make it easy for them, you know, that would make such a massive difference to me. And asking people in that way, face to face or on the telephone if necessary, but actually really pulling the emotional cord, you will start to get really good reviews from people, these early customers, providing you've done a good job for them, of course. And reviews do matter. as you're going to take this business on now, we're in the assumption that this business is going to fly. This is your future. You are vested in this business. You're going to make it work. Reviews matter. They absolutely do, and they matter most in the early stages of a business because they help to accelerate the growth of your reputation. So getting reviews really, really important. So avoid not getting reviews is my key point here. And as I said, don't be frightened to make it personal. It would be so helpful if you could leave us a review. Just talk to them in the right way. We'd appreciate it so much if you could leave us a review. Just really play that emotional card, and you'll do well here. And if people agree when you talk to them to leave a review, and if 4 or 5 days later they haven't done it, then nudge them, send them a little text message, ping them a little email. Hi, Nige, I know you said last week, I know you're busy, but you did say last week you'd leave me a review. It would be so helpful. Please, could you get it done for me in the next couple of days? I really would appreciate it. Thank you so much. We loved looking after you and working with you, and that's going to help you such a lot. So hopefully, now the business is up and running, you're starting to get in your groove now. These 3 things to avoid, very, very important, and they're all overshadowed by this early stage objective that you have about building the right reputation for you and for your business. So that's really all I want to talk about in section 5 of this course. And we're going to end now on section 6, where this is about you properly deciding where you're going to take this business next. Oh, this is exciting. So you're a few weeks, maybe a few months into your business. It's time to do this proper review. And really 3 parts to deciding where you're going to go next with this. The first part looks at the numbers. What do the numbers say? And the key numbers here, obviously, how many customers have you got? How much cash have you banked? How much money have you been able to extract and pay yourself from the business? What is your cost to get customers? So what's happening here, and how does it compare to what we thought it would, the activity that we're seeing versus the plan that we had, the sales that we've got against the targets that we thought we would achieve? So we're looking at the numbers, sitting back. This is where we're at. And just to be clear here, what I see a lot of, and I promise this is the case, most businesses end up, they get off and away, and they absolutely pass the kind of validation point, but they end up staying really small. And it's because typically there is an inability in the business, and that comes from the business owner, because it's all your fault, remember, but there's an inability to properly market and sell the business. And so what that means is the business owner stays continuously and continually kind of stressed and full of angst, because the business has never got quite as many customers as they really want to make it as successful as they'd like it to be. So they live an entire life, lots of people, in this kind of suboptimal zone where the business has got enough to carry on and get by, but not where they want to get to. Effectively, they're in the 60 and the 20% in the pyramid, and it comes down to their inability to market and sell, beyond typically people that know them, their existing network, their existing friends and family, etc. So it stays as a small business. And for any sustainable business, for any business at the top of the pyramid, in the 1 and the 4 and the 15, what they have in place, I promise you, is rhythmic activity, which leads to the rhythmic acquisition of customers. So this is part of your review. There is always a cost to getting customers rhythmically. Activity costs, either in terms of money or in terms of time. That is always there. So you'll want to just be mindful of this as you're doing your review. What are the numbers saying? How's our activity against plan? Where are our sales against the target that we set? What's it actually costing us to get customers? And then secondly, what's working well? What are you enjoying? What's happening in the way that it should? Which bits have you cracked? Ticks in the boxes, and which bits are not working so well. Maybe the marketing, there's some things happening, but some are not. Facebook, I thought Facebook would work really well for me, and it's bringing us nothing. But whatever it might be, the networking events, so they're really, let's do a proper review, what's working well, what's not working well, and knowing what we know now, 2, 3, 4 months in, what would we do differently if we had our time again? What would we do different? What have we learned from our experiences? And then the third part of the review, which is non-trivial, how are you feeling? This is your business. You're heavily vested in this. This is a significant chunk of your life that is now associated with this. So how you're feeling is a significant material element now in where you take this business next. Is the business energizing you enough, or is it just causing you stress? I know lots of people who love their business, but they hate their job in the business because, I'm doing all this shit I don't enjoy, and it causes me all the grief, and it's the things I don't like, it's not my natural space. And carrying on that way, that's a recipe for kind of perpetual doom and gloom and misery. And life's too short for perpetual doom and gloom and misery. So we've got to get this, these elements here. So literally sit down, answer these questions, pull them together ahead of your decision. And the decision is perhaps less about, continuing or changing or quitting. It's much more, about now where we're going to take this. I should have put these points in earlier when I was talking about the validation day, because like people, no, winners never quit. And it all sounds great, but sometimes it is right and it's smart to quit, just to be clear. You do have to be willing to say, look, this isn't what I thought it was. It's okay. All right. It's absolutely okay if the business you've built over the last 3 or 4 months isn't what you thought it would be. It's okay to walk away from that. And you can quit on the thing without quitting on yourself, just to be clear. It's really, really important. And I think in many ways, this is one of the most significant ways in which our Entrepreneur Circle helps business owners like you. Historically, we've only ever worked with people that have got an established business. But at the end of this program now, you're in that place. The point we're talking about now, you've got your first customers, you're building your review collection, your reputation is growing, you've got sales coming in with a degree of regularity. And that might be the time that we should actually sit down together with an Entrepreneur Circle and help you go to the next level. Fundamentally, what Entrepreneur Circle does is 3 things. We take small businesses and we get them to up to 10 grand a month, so they're profitable solidly, 5-figure monthly income. So we're getting businesses moving. And that is, it might be an obvious next step for you to go to. We have a separate program that focuses just on that. Our most significant program by miles is this middle one here. We call it the Master Plan. The Master Plan is for established businesses that are on their way to 6-figure months, £100,000 months. And then we've got our third element we do is getting businesses to £1 million a month. So they're already in 6 figures, but now we're moving them up towards £1 million months. And essentially, depending where you are, the help and support that we make available to you, because it's different. You need different things when you're down here compared to when you're up here. You need different things up here to what you're doing there. And so we work it through. These are all structured programs. And look, if this has been helpful and useful to you, then maybe we should have a phone call, have a conversation. There's a lot of information on our website, entrepreneurscircle.org. Have a good little look and a one down there. You can call us and talk to the team anytime you want. And hopefully one day we'll see you at our fabulous HQ here at just off Junction 4 of the M42 in the Midlands. That has been the Startup Incubator. I hope you've taken a lot from it. Most importantly, I hope it's useful to you in the development and building of your own business, because that is truly a worthy thing that you are taking on now. And if you follow all the experience, all the guidance that I've given you in this course, then I know you will be successful. Thank you ever so much for being with me. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.